Mr. Anuj Jain is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and holds a degree in the Bachelor of Commerce from Punjab University, Chandigarh. He has also successfully completed a Master's in Business Finance from ICAI. After completing his CA in 1996, he has joined IOCL immediately thereafter as Accounts Officer, and on date, he is posted as the Chief General Manager Finance at New Delhi. Mr. Jain has over 27 years of varying work experience in the fields of finance, taxation, and commercial aspects of downstream petroleum and gas sector. He has been part of the senior management team of various verticals of IOCL like refineries, marketing, and corporate office. The varied experience enabled him to complete financial objectives with business objectives in order to achieve the desired organizational strategies. Mr. Jain has also served as CFO of Lanka IOC PLC, a major public listed company of Sri Lanka, which is amongst the top 10 commercial organizations of Sri Lanka and a strategic company for Government of India. He was the board member and audit committee member of CPSTL, another prominent strategic petroleum company of Sri Lanka, looking after shortage, storage, and distribution of petroleum products across Sri Lanka. During his stint at IOCL Lanka IOC, he has hands-on experience in varied financial and commercial fields such as corporate finance, treasury, supply chain optimization, pricing, shipping, direct taxes, and other various subjects. With the changing landscape of India's energy, and Mr. Jain is now actively involved in identifying and formulating various business strategies in the journey of energy transition of the company. I welcome Anuj Jain sir. Sir, thank you for accepting our invitation. I request CA Sudhanshu Sahu of PPCODL to welcome sir with flowers. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir?
Let me now take the opportunity to introduce the speaker for this session, Sir A. Jatin Christopher. Sir Jatin Christopher is a chartered accountant, a cost accountant, and a law graduate. He qualified in the year 1996 and specializes in indirect tax laws. He's a resource person for the Institute in its various post-qualification programs on indirect taxation and extends support to ICAI in publication of educational and research material and various indirect tax topics. He's also a resource person for the government in conducting training for practitioners, traders, and officers. He has been in practice since way back in the year 2000 as a partner of JCSS & Co., which is a full-fledged service firm with presence across India. May I please request CA Mahendra Kumar Sahu to come forward and present a bouquet to sir.
Now I take the honor of introducing CA Sushil Goyal sir. CA Sushil Goyal is known for his versatile knowledge and professional services. He is a successful trainer, an orator, a writer, and a fellow member of the ICAI. He is serving as a Central Council member of ICAI for the third term since 2016. At present, he is the chairman of GST Council of ICAI. He has held various important positions in various councils and committees of our institute. He has done a great service to the students during the COVID times by introducing virtual learning classes free of cost at all levels of exams in order to fulfill ICAI's responsibility towards students. During his tenure in GST committee, he has organized more than 3,000 conferences in 1 year on GST to disseminate knowledge about the subject amongst the members. He has also represented ICAI at the Open Forum of World Customs Organization. It's a matter of great pride for us, sir. Apart from all the above, he is a regular trainer and acts like a guiding force to the professionals and industries at large. He is also an editor of monthly goods and services tax bulletin named as Tax Talk, regularly shares GST tips on numerous platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, email, and etc. He is regularly sharing GST tips for the last 7 years. So far, more than 1750 tips have been shared by him. We are honored to have you, sir. Now I request CA Sudhakar Pahi to welcome CA Sushil Goyal with flowers. Can we have some applause for sir? Request Shri Anuj Jain sir to take over the session as the chairman. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the participants. I think it's a wonderful day for each one of us because we're in the beautiful city, and above all, we have esteemed speakers with us, Mr. Jatin Christopher and Sushil Kumar Goyalji, Central Council member and Chairman GST and Indirect Tax Committee. Due to paucity of time, I will cut down my opening remarks. I thought of giving some remarks, but I think we have to learn a lot of things from Mr. Christopher, who is an eminent speaker and the expert in this domain. I can only say one thing, that GST Act has been a path-breaking act which has transformed the taxation structure in India. As yesterday we were speaking in front of Honorable Finance Minister, the tax revenue has gone up from almost 1 lakh crore to 1.5 lakh crore per month. The subscribers, the tax base has doubled from 7 million to 14 million. This indicates how effective this tax has been, but this journey has just begun. We are just in the beginning of a major transformation. I think in times to come, we will feel proud that we were part of this journey of the tax change. So, without taking much more time, I can again come, but I think because we have been given 2 hours and we have 2 esteemed speakers. So, I will invite Mr. Jatin to start his session, and then we will take it forward. Welcome you, sir.
Good morning, friends. This is definitely a privilege to be here on this dais with eminent personalities adorning the dais, and those who are sitting in the audience, many of whom are acknowledged experts in this new legislation in your own areas of expertise. I'm truly impressed that in such a significant national conference, the organizers have thought it fit to bring to the fore the topic about litigation in GST arising from audit proceedings. So please bear in mind the insightfulness of the organizers in choosing the stream of litigation arising from audit, which begs to make a mention that litigation does not arise only from audit. Litigation can arise from other provisions as well. Therefore, we will need to, by way of opening remarks, consider some significant aspects that will give rise to litigation in GST. Secondly, I also want to acknowledge Sushilji's passion to move from disseminating knowledge about the statutory provisions to educating members across the length and the breadth of the country to handle GST litigation itself. I see on a number of occasions I have had the opportunity to hear him share his burden for disseminating litigation expertise among chartered accountants, because when matters reach the courts, relating to GST, most of the damage will already have been done. So there are only refinements in the tax positions canvassed that can actually be examined by courts. So therefore, there is an enormous field of work that chartered accountants are most equipped to contribute relating to litigation in GST. Secondly, when we look at litigation itself, litigation does not necessarily start after the show cause notice. The decision to litigate has been taken by the adversary before the show cause notice itself. So this begs the question, what sorts of litigation do we anticipate in GST? What kinds of litigation will come up in GST? So we look at the compliance landscape. As you've seen in the last 6 years, this law has undergone a number of welcome changes. The rules have seen enormous refinements to make sure that what was intended but was not effectively communicated through the rules are brought to the taxpayers, and this shows great humility on the part of the government to be willing to go back and make changes. One significant area we find is the interpretation of law is communicated through circulars to prevent litigation build-up in courts and the clarification coming through judicial intervention. So a number of circulars we have seen. Every council meeting makes certain resolutions to say that such and such will be the interpretation and all outstanding disputes be addressed on what's called as-is basis. The purpose is essentially to minimize litigation. Despite all these efforts, litigation in GST is bound to exist. In my reading of this law and the few years we have all seen GST play itself out, I expect there to be an explosion of litigation. When the pilot announces that passengers should wear their seat belt, he is not concerned about the seat belt or the discipline in the aircraft. He is cautioning people about turbulence that is ahead. When the council says that in the first phase we will have 50 tribunal benches in the country, it only means turbulence ahead. The question is, are we ready? The question is, are we ready? Because unlike in the past, litigation is bound to explode because provision in the law that is capable of only one interpretation. There was one transaction that was going on where the consultants on both sides were involved and the issue was brought for some examination. So we got onto this call, and just as we started the call, the consultant on the other side said, look, about this issue, I want to bring up one point for everyone to consider on the call. I have a problem with this section. So everyone began to think about what might be this section. Is it 9? Is it 7? Is it 16? Is it 17? Which is a section this gentleman has a problem with? He said, I have a problem with section 1. So the challenge in understanding the interpretation that applies begins right from section 1 and it goes all the way to 174. So therefore, friends, the question therefore we have to ask ourselves is, having entered GST, having seen how this law has unfolded over the last 6 years, how has our practice transformed itself to be equipped for the turbulence that lies ahead? So that we don't get too comfortable in this beautiful auditorium, by show of hands, I would ask you to please offer your answers to some questions that are on top of my mind. How many members here can raise your hand and say your 2A is matching with 3B? Only one person. 2. Your 2A is matching with 3B, perfectly matching. So the vast majority of the members here, your 2A is not matching 3B. There's nothing to be anxious, because only 2 people's 2A is matching with 3B. So therefore, please consider that just because something does not match with something does not mean that something is amiss. It is in the normal course of business for things not to match. It is for this reason that we have a reconciliation statement, for us to be able to explain the reasons why the 2 documents don't match. The existence of a reconciliation statement is evidence that they will not match. They will not match. So therefore, I'm sure those whose 2A is matching with 3B have put in place an ecosystem of compliances that is so robust that whatever data flows in is already sanitized before it enters the system. Otherwise, everyone's 2A should not match with the credits they take in 3B. It's only after the systems that were changed in 2B that we are now compelled to claim only credits that are matched. So therefore, we have to see how audits will give rise to litigation, because in GST, the most powerful section in this entire law, if we have to pick one, my vote is to section 59. It's a very short section. Every registered person shall self-assess the tax payable under this law. Please bear in mind, to self-assess the liability under this law, the assessment must be made truthfully. To say something truthfully and to say something accurately are not the same things. As long as we are doing this assessment truthfully, that is what section 59 requires. And if the state believes that my assessment, my self-assessment is not acceptable, then it is for the state to put forward the alternate interpretation. This alternate interpretation is advanced by the state by way of an allegation. Allegations must be supported by evidence. Allegation that lacks evidence is imagination. 2A is not matching 3B does not mean there is something wrong in the assessment that we have carried out. 2A is not matching 3B only indicates that my supplier has not been diligent in complying with the returns that he is due to file. So friends, please bear in mind, we need to stop being defensive about the correctness of our own assessment. The moment a question is put from the tax office, we are already defensive about what response to give. So I'll offer this as an additional comment for you to please consider. Whenever we get an intimation from the department, it has to come in from specific provisions. It will come in by, consider this auditorium to be the place where the self-assessment is carried out. If the state wants to enter this auditorium, they have to enter in through 61. 61 is the one access point they have where they will come in through scrutiny of returns. The next they will come in is through 67, where they suspect there is evasion of tax. The third is they will come in via 65, where they will conduct an audit. Scrutiny of returns cannot travel beyond the returns. Scrutiny of returns cannot travel beyond the returns. Inspection cannot travel beyond evasion of tax. Non-payment of tax does not ipso facto mean there is evasion of tax. Evasion of tax requires 4 ingredients: non-payment of tax coupled with knowledge of liability to pay tax. Along with that, there should be concealment of information to make detection difficult. And lastly, there must be benefits accruing by this misadventure. When there is no evasion of tax, then there is no jurisdiction for anyone to enter through this door under 67. Most inspections today are being conducted in the dark. They have no idea whether there is evasion. So I was having this conversation in an officer's training where the officer said, how can the section put so much of restrictions on the officers? How will we come to know there is evasion unless we go in and conduct a search? The policy prerogative of the legislature states that the taxpayer will do accurate self-assessment. It is only when there is mischief can the doors of evasion be accessed under section 67. So if you consider 61 and 67 as the two extremes, what lies in between is audit under 65. Audit, the number of assessees to be audited and the number of officers available to conduct audit, there is an enormous disparity. So therefore, there is a risk-based selection of cases to be audited. And if you look at the definition of audit in section 213, very clearly it lays down the purposes. Evasion is 67, scrutiny of returns is 61, audit is 65. It has to be for the purposes of verification of the correctness of compliances. Verification of correctness of compliances. In the name of audit, what we find today is the audit work is subcontracted to the taxpayer. If an intimation be given in Form 18 is taxpayer is now preparing new reports to explain their self-assessment to the audit party. Please bear in mind, if the revenue has a grievance about the correctness of self-assessment, the burden lies on revenue to bring home the allegation. It is not the responsibility of the taxpayer to explain his interpretation of the law. Please bear in mind, if we start offering explanation about how we have interpreted the law, then we will be accepting the burden of proof. Burden of proof rests on revenue to impeach assessment carried out by the taxpayer. Taxpayer needs to do what is called passive cooperation. There is a difference. Active cooperation is we take up the audit work ourselves, do everything and present. Passive cooperation is to make available all contemporaneous records for the audit party to examine whatever they want to examine. Now please tell me, or perhaps you could ask yourselves this question: what information about the assessee's business is not already available with the tax office that new information is being sought through ADT 1? Please bear in mind, what's left over from the earlier tax regime cannot pollinate the interpretation in GST. In GST, all the information, excuse me, all the information is already available. But the tendency of the taxpayer is to offer more than what the portal requires, to offer more than what section 35 mandates. Taxpayer is sitting and preparing reconciliation between 2A and 3B. We have 4 versions of 2A, by the way. Taxpayer is sitting and preparing reconciliation of 2A and 3B. Friends, please bear in mind, conducting the audit is the responsibility not of the taxpayer. Taxpayer is to do what taxpayer is supposed to do. Audit officers are welcome to see what they would like to examine. We'll take a few instances to find out where observations may arise. 2A is not matching 3B, GSTR 1 is not matching 3B, e-way bill data is not matching with 3B, books are not matching with 3B. There are many records that don't match each other. mere linear comparison of data does not give rise to a taxable turnover. There was one instance a few years ago in GST. Audit party visited and said that you have other income of a few crores. The question put to the assessee was, on this other income, have you paid GST? The assessee replied, no, I haven't paid GST on other income. So immediately he was issued a show cause notice saying that on this other income he is liable to pay GST. So the assessee asked the officer, the audit officer, how much GST should I pay? So the officer looked at the ceiling for a while and said 18%. So he was given a show cause notice to discharge GST at 18%. As you are aware, friends, under the instructions of Central GST, there is a circular 31/5/2018. This circular says in para 6 that Audit Commissionerate will conduct the audit, issue the show cause notice, but adjudication of this show cause notice will be done by the Executive Commissionerate and not by the Audit Commissionerate. Why? Because Supreme Court has said in K.I. Shepard's case, when a person makes up his mind about something, it is unlikely he will change his mind. If the audit officer has himself reached a finding, it is unlikely he can be fair in adjudication of his own interest. So therefore, it violates principles of natural justice if the audit officer is himself or herself the adjudicating authority. So in line with this principle of natural justice, audit notices have to be adjudicated by the Executive Commissionerate. So audit officer said 18% is the GST that he wants on this other income. The file was transferred to the Executive Commissionerate, and the show cause notice was brought to us saying that, can you handle this show cause notice? So the question to the assessee was, do you want to pay this tax? Do you want to pay this tax? So the assessee said, I don't have the money to pay this tax. Please bear in mind, the decision to accept and discharge the demand or to dispute and litigate the demand is the prerogative of the taxpayer. The chartered accountant cannot advise, I think you should not pay this tax. I think that is a conflict of interest. It is for the taxpayer to decide whether they want to discharge the tax or to dispute and litigate the demand. So this question was put to the taxpayer saying, do you want to pay this tax? Whatever may be your reasons, because taxpayers don't read tax law to make a decision whether to pay the tax or not. They make a commercially prudent decision, cost, benefit, and so on, and make a decision. Time value of money, probability of losing this case, these are all the factors that weigh on their mind. So the taxpayer said, I don't have the money to pay this tax. See, there's absolute clarity in the facts here. So the obvious question is, do you have money to pay my fees? That is the only thing I am interested in. So the taxpayer says, that much money I have. So therefore, he said, please take up this assignment. So he gave us the show cause notice. We studied the show cause notice. And the taxpayers made this statement, sir, tagda reply banana. I don't know if it happens in Bhubaneswar, but in Bangalore, we get a lot of advice from taxpayers. The situation is such that the patient is giving guidance to the surgeon how to go about surgery. Friends, who is responsible for this state of affairs? Surgeon khud. Because we have allowed taxpayer to choose what path he wants to travel. Taxpayer says, normally, I don't want litigation. I don't want litigation. There's another expression that is sometimes used in Bangalore. I don't know if that is the same expression used here. Sir, isko aap settle kar do. What's the expression here in Bhubaneswar? Same expression. One nation, one tax. Friends, the sad situation is that the patient is as confident about the outcome of the surgery as he sees confidence in the eyes of the surgeon. The surgeon is not confident. The purpose of this session is to instill confidence in the surgeon that we can address these issues as long as self-assessment has been done truthfully. There is no notice that is beyond contest. There's no provision of law where the department canvassed an alternate interpretation that there is no view possible. So therefore, they gave this reply, said, look, I'm the consultant, don't give me consultancy, I will decide how this notice needs to be responded. Taxpayer went on to say, please give a detailed reply. I have this to offer to you if anyone were to say, tell you that please give a very long reply. When the answer is long, it's most likely wrong. How many members here remember having taken extra answer papers in your exams, CA exams? Yes, yes, two honest people in Bhubaneswar. All right, more hands coming up. The reason why we think that a long answer is convincing is because perhaps the reader will get impressed by the weight of the answer booklet. But we know the truth, it didn't work. It didn't work in May, it didn't work in November also. And we realized that the following May that we'll go with the correct answer, and now we are sitting in this auditorium. So friends, please bear in mind, if it is worth being said, it should be said in a few short sentences. And if it can't be said in a few short sentences, there's probably nothing in those 50 pages. A short reply was provided to the department saying that I don't understand the allegation in the notice. I don't understand the allegation in the notice. Please clarify what is the HSN code you have used to arrive at 18% tax. Because ultimately, in 1985 AR SC 1041, Supreme Court has said in Govind Saran Ganga Saran's judgment that 4 ingredients must be brought home in the notice. If you say something is taxable, then it means that you think it is a supply covered by section 7. It is either goods or services. If it is goods, then probably you have examined 2/17 to see if something is exempt but not applicable in this case. If it is services, then it's possibly examined in the light of section 12, notification 12/17. Without you telling me all this, I don't understand the question. So therefore, please clarify what is the HSN code. Only if you tell me the HSN code will I offer a defense. No reply from the department. Personal hearing was fixed. We attended the personal hearing and said, we are not in a position to file a reply because we don't understand the basis on which this demand is made. Please consider section 160 subsection 2. It says, when there are questions about the validity of service of a notice, the taxpayer ought not to reply to such a notice. The taxpayer ought to question the validity of service of such a notice at the first available opportunity. Validity of service is not limited to the mode of service in 169. Validity of service touches the very jurisdiction under which this notice is issued. The correctness and the completeness of the notice itself is in question. So a question was put, no answer was forthcoming. Personal hearing was scheduled. We attended the personal hearing and said, we don't understand the question, so we can't give an answer. The officer made this statement. The officer said, please explain to me what is this other income. I will do you justice. I will do you justice. Friends, now I have this to offer to you. No officer of the law is the custodian of justice in GST. An officer of the law is a creature of the statute. An officer needs to follow the procedure in law. There is no one person in GST who holds that much discretion that he will rise above society and say, I will do you justice. GST law is designed in such a way that everyone must follow the procedure in GST. Justice will take care of itself. Section 75(7) was quoted to say that the grounds on which the notice is given should be the grounds on which the adjudication is done. There is no scope for the adjudicating authority to cure the defects in a notice. A notice that does not contain HSN code is a fatally defective notice. There's a decision of CC versus Brindavan Beverages in 213-487 where Supreme Court says The show cause notice lays down the framework of the dispute. Nobody can travel beyond this framework to fasten the demand. Officer is aware of this. Officer is aware of this. So three questions come to mind. The three questions that come to mind is, if you look at section 58 of evidence law, the judgment of Chuharmal Monani, CIT versus Chuharmal Monani, 1988 AR, where Supreme Court said principles of evidence law apply to taxation also. Supreme Court was upholding a decision of J.S. Pathak of 94 ITR 616 of Bombay High Court and said principles of evidence law apply to taxation also. So when principles of evidence law apply to taxation, section 58 says undisputed facts don't require proof. What is an undisputed fact in GST notices? Allegations made by the department that are not disputed transform into facts. 2A is not matching 3B. So what? What is the provision that has got violated? 2A should match with 3B has not been contained in any provision. 2A is the outcome of the reporting done by taxpayer. Let me ask you this question. Is information contained in books of accounts reliable source of evidence? Ask yourself this question. Information contained in books of accounts, is it a reliable source of evidence? As chartered accountants, obviously, we place immense confidence in books of accounts. Although we certify it as true and fair, we place a lot of confidence on the reliability of information in books of accounts. But section 34 of evidence law says books of accounts are not a reliable source of evidence unless it is corroborated with additional evidence. If you look at section 101 of evidence law, burden of proof lies on one who makes an assertion. Here, when the department says other income is liable to GST, it is an assertion made by the department. So the burden of proof lies on the department to bring home the allegation. Allegations without evidence is imagination. Allegation with evidence require evidence to be tested for admissibility. Information available in 26 AS, does it mean it is turnover that is escaping assessment? No. I'll give you a few examples of why books of accounts cannot necessarily, income appearing in books of accounts does not imply turnover. When a taxpayer has received a discount on purchases made in the current year, AS2 makes it mandatory for the purchases to be reduced, because the carried value of inventory should not omit discounts received during the current year. But what if discounts are received in the current year for purchases made in the previous year? Rules of accounting don't permit us to reduce the carried value of current year purchases. We have to report discounts received in the current year for purchases made in the previous year as other income in the current financial year. So merely because something appears as income in the financials does not ipso facto mean it is turnover for purposes of GST. When there is a barter transaction, when there is a construction service provided by a developer to a landowner who has supplied development rights, there is no accounting entry in the books of accounts, yet there is turnover for purpose of GST, because the concept of money measurement prohibits us from recording in the financial books transactions taking place in non-monetary form. So therefore, books of accounts by themselves don't present any such situation that we have to start explaining ourselves. It is income in financials because it is income according to the rules of accounting. But where is the supply? If there is no supply and still tax is being charged, then GST will now not be a tax on supply, but it will become a tax on income. That is not what GST is. Not even a willing taxpayer can pay tax beyond the levy under section 9. It will offend the Constitution in Article 246A, 265 and 300A. So friends, please be very vigilant. We are lacking in confidence about the correctness of self-assessment that we have carried out. Be confident about the assessment that you have carried out. Be confident about the assessment that you have carried out, because why? Just because someone is not satisfied with the self-assessment carried out does not mean the burden will shift to us. This brings us to section 102 of evidence law. Whenever new information is introduced, the burden to prove this new information to be admissible shifts to the person making this introduction. Friends, when audit calls for information, the first thing that we have to ask ourselves is whether the information called for is information that already exists. Information that exists and available on the portal, should we provide that again to the audit party? If information is already available on the portal, where is the need to supply that information all over again? Information that exists, that is not available on the portal, that we can provide. What is that information? I don't know. There is no information that exists that is not already available if 1, 3B, 9, 9C and financials have been properly filed within time. There is no new information that needs to be submitted. Taxpayers make this fatal mistake. Taxpayers make this fatal mistake by preparing new information. Who is the author of this new information? Taxpayer. Now it is the burden on the taxpayer to prove that this is reliable information. Reconciliation between 2A and 3B, who prepared? Taxpayer prepared. Burden of proof now shifts to taxpayer. Reconciliation between R1 and 3B. So we got another notice to say that your R1 is not matching 3B. Whose R1 is matching with 3B? Those two hands also are not coming up. You understand? So the answer is, GSTR 9 has been filed. Anyone bothers to ask you what was your marks in intermediate? Nobody. They're only interested in your final marks. If final marks are above 50, you're here. In intermediate, if you have got 70, it just doesn't matter. You have to make it a point to tell someone, I am AIR 17 in intermediate. Otherwise, nobody will know that. Once 9 has been filed, why are we bothering about offering explanation as to what is contained in R1, what is contained in 3B? Please bear in mind. I'll give you this instance. This friend of mine, he's from Pune. A small group from college. This friend, everyone's in Bangalore, but this one guy got married and settled down in Pune because he found a very beautiful girl from Maharashtra. So he got married. Every time we are visiting Pune, he says, "Yaar, tumko ghar pe aana hi zarur. You have to come home." So I reached Pune one day. I went to his house for breakfast. Bhabhi had made poha. I had never had poha. Poha is unknown in Bangalore. It was very beautiful, very nice, very tasty. I had poha. 2 days later, I was going back to Bangalore. He said, "Kitne baje tumhara flight?" I said, 9 o'clock. He said, "Sham ko, please come home." Basically, he wanted to send some things to his parents' house, so I was courier. It was not love and affection, so he asked me to come home. I went to his place. 4:30, I reached his place. Bhabhi made poha. So I had poha, I enjoyed it, went back home. So we had this college friends get together. We started discussing. Everyone who visited Pune had to visit his house. And everyone were fed poha. So we called him and said, "Boss, ye kya hai poha?" First he was pretending like everything was okay, and college friends, you can't hide too many things because we know too much about you. Things that you want to forget, we will remind you. Correct? I said, "What's the problem?" So he said, "Yaar, kya bataun? भाभी को सिर्फ पोहा बनाना आता है. कभी प्रेरित करने के लिए मैं काजू किशमिश लाके देता हूं, काजू किशमिश वाला पोहा बन जाता है." This brings me to address the question of audit. Officers are unaware of their authority in law. No matter what section you give, 61, 2A not matching 3B, R1 not matching 3B, 42, 43, reversal, 17.5, same questions in 61. 67, they come in for inspection. R1 not matching 3B, 2A not matching 3B, 17.5, 42, 43. Now they will come in for audit. What are they asking for? R1 not matching 3B, 42, 43, reversal, 17.5, same questions. Bhabhi ko sirf poha banana aata hai. Friends, my question to you is, to be able to do audit, deep understanding of that industry is required. So my challenge to members is, we are getting ready for litigation. Sushil is helping us to understand litigation in the days ahead also, to get into litigation. My question to you is, as subject matter experts, are we also domain experts? Do we have deep understanding about any sector? Do we have deep understanding of any sector? Yeah, you also know only to make poha. Whatever industry, software industry, same verification. R1 not matching 3, 3B, 2A, 3B, 17.5, 42, 40, same things. Friends, please bear in mind, there are two sets of issues. There are two sets of issues in every audit. There are certain standard issues. I'm not saying 2A should not match with 3B, or that is an irrelevant issue. It is an important issue, but I'm saying that is not the only issue. There are about 12 issues that are standard that will exist in all taxpayers' cases. 3 of them I'll quickly tell you. How many have paid tax under 9(4) for the 4.5 months of 17-18? Most have not paid. 1 person has paid. So obviously you are going to have demands on 9(4) for the first 4.5 months of 17-18. When you issue a debit note, what is the time of supply for a debit note? Time of supply for a debit note is the time of supply of the original invoice. Only 12(6) and 13(6) provides a different time of supply, but in all other cases, time of supply is the date of debit note, so the date of invoice. So whenever there is a debit note, is interest applicable or not applicable? Of course, on gross or net. Gross, because proviso to 50 subsection 1 applies only to belated returns, not other cases. So therefore, everybody knows, to find out this issue in audit, does the department need to do deep investigation? No, it's available in your R1, which is tax invoice, which is debit note. Last question on this aspect is, when you issue a credit note, what does it mean from revenue point of view? Whenever you issue a credit note, what does it mean from revenue point of view? Credit note issued is nothing but suo motu sanction of refund. In the normal course, if you have to take back some tax which you have paid, we need to file a refund application. It will get scrutinized and then determined whether it is admissible or not. But when you issue a credit note, you adjust the tax on your own, suo motu sanction of refund. So therefore, there are about 12 standard areas where all assessees, regardless of their industry, will come in for scrutiny. There are special industry-specific issues. I am aware that tax office has developed and continues to develop what they call sector-specific errors master. Sector-specific errors master. In real estate industry, what are the standard issues that they have generally observed? 5 questions. Healthcare, 5 questions. Education sector, 5 questions. Construction, 5 questions. Mining, 5 questions. My question is, if tax officers are developing an errors master, have we also developed an errors master for our own clients? Have we also developed an errors master for our own clients, knowing which are the areas, which are the main pain points in our industry? I'll give you one example for you to consider relating to mining, GST on royalty in respect of mining operations. Let me give you this example. Department finds that in your financials, there is an expenditure called royalty. There is an expenditure called royalty appearing in your financials, whether for major minerals, minor minerals, NMET payments, whatever it is, royalty is appearing as an expenditure. Department immediately says it is liable to GST on reverse charge basis. Circular 164 covers this issue, and a observation is given. When it comes to audit, we have to find out when we have to provide the response, because someone said this very well, knowledge is to know what to say, wisdom is to know when to say. Those who had long years of happy married life understand the meaning of this. Because there are some questions for which that is not the right time to provide the answer. You may have an answer, it does not matter. So there are three places where audit engages with taxpayer. Rule 1014, section 65(6), and then after show cause notice is issued. 1014 says that when audit has been concluded, they come up with a finding, they will put that finding to the assessee to find out if he has anything to say, accept or reject. But taxpayer has this tendency to give 50-page replies. I will come to that in a moment. 1014 is a observation that is put to the taxpayer to respond. Taxpayer has to say whether he will pay or he will not pay. That will proceed further in the form of a report in 65(6) ADT 2 to say that this has become an observation and now report is issued finalizing this observation. From there onwards, the next step is to issue show cause notice under 73 or 74, because that's the mandate in 65(7). Before I was getting ready yesterday to come here, there's a taxpayer who has got a audit report, 65(6). It says, you are required to submit a reply within 7 days. Otherwise, it will be assumed that you have nothing further to say in the matter and the demands will be proceeded as per law. So the taxpayer got anxious. He said, in 7 days they are going to decide. So I have to find someone who will respond to this. So he contacted me yesterday at 4 o'clock. He said, to find you it has taken me 4 days. Please sit down and prepare a detailed reply to this audit report, because in 7 days they are going to confirm this demand. I've lost 4 days, I have 3 more days. Now I still don't know whether Sunday I have to file it or I can file it on Monday. I said, no, I'm going to Bhubaneswar. He said, you don't have any other work, you keep traveling like this. Office mein baitho, kaam karo, pata chalega, you're simply attending seminars like this. So what do you want me to do? Here is another patient who's going to give consultancy to the surgeon. The paragraph says, in 7 days, if you don't reply, it will be assumed that you have nothing further to say in the matter and the demands will be proceeded as per law. When the answer is long, it's most likely wrong. Short reply. Dear sir, we received your audit report. It says that you will proceed as per law. As per law, section 65(7) says you have to issue a show cause notice. Kindly issue the show cause notice, and I went home to pack for today. Friends, please bear in mind, we think that if we offer a very elaborate explanation, officers are going to be completely satisfied with the response and they will drop the demand. Probably some have been given this assurance that Saab se baat karunga. I will talk to the bosses in the department and we will drop this demand. I'm sure we are experienced enough not to rely on statements like this. The purpose of asking for an elaborate reply is to give you a proper show cause notice. The reply to 1014 or 65(6) is to prematurely disclose your possible defenses you can take later. This assessee had one single observation that was given to him in 5 pages. He went to someone to get a detailed reply. That person said, I will prepare a detailed reply, and he prepared a 50-page reply. 5-page observation, 50-page reply. It had Madras High Court judgment, Delhi High Court judgment, Black's Law Dictionary, legal lexicon, extracts. He even quoted European Court of Justice decisions. 50-page explanation. Very proud. Taxpayer was so satisfied with the reply until he received a 60-page show cause notice. I have seen orders being passed without case law. First time I was seeing a show cause notice with case law. And I could tell where the case law must have come from because there was clear differences in the font itself. The first pages of the show cause notice was of a different font. The 50 pages in between were of a different font. Friends, please bear in mind, knowledge is to know what to say, but wisdom is to know when to say. Because there is this doctrine of election which says when revenue has two or more different causes of action to invoke, and they choose one cause of action, it means that they are satisfied that the others are not applicable. One illustration for you to suggest to you, we received a show cause notice in respect of a works contract. Audit officer issued a show cause notice in respect of a works contract making the following allegation. The show cause notice said, you and your customer have colluded. You and your customer have colluded. It's a works contract, a composite works contract. You have artificially bifurcated this works contract into supply of goods and supply of services to benefit from lower GST. Therefore, you are liable to pay GST. 27 crores was the GST, interest and penalty extra. Show cause notice issued under section 73. Client came running with this show cause notice, said, can you do something about this notice? Question is, do you want to pay this demand? He said, I don't want to pay this demand because this is not correct. Demand of tax. Do you have money to pay the fees for this assignment? He says, that much I have. All right, so we will respond to this notice. Then he said, please give a very detailed reply. I am the consultant. I don't need consultancy. We filed a short reply. Short reply was, we received show cause notice on so and so date. Department has accepted there is no evasion of tax. Self-assessment carried out cannot be rejected. Please drop the demand. Short reply, filed with the department, officer behosh. As soon as we filed this, officer called up and he was completely upset and angry. When someone is angry at your response, does it mean that you are wrong or you are right? Happily married people know the answer to this question. So we filed a short reply. I said, please come here, I want to meet you. The response we gave is, which section? You can't ask me to come to your office. So then he took another day and sent a personal hearing. For adjudication, he sent a personal hearing intimation. We appeared and said, where did I say that there is no evasion? I'm saying there is evasion. There's not only evasion, there's collusion with your customer also. So short response was, when there is evasion, show cause notice should be given under 74. Show cause notice has been given under 73. The officer's heart sank. He sat down on the chair and ordered tea. When the officer orders tea, then you know you won the case. We concluded the hearing and the officer said, what should I do now? I've given this show cause notice under 73, but I am convinced there is evasion due to collusion. So he said, this is a hearing. I will not give you any answers. I have to only argue my matter. If you want to attend class, please come to Bhubaneswar. We are having a national conference. Thank you all very much.
Friends, I think it was a wonderful session. Every word which we heard, it was a spellbound for me. In the morning, I came well prepared to have 3-4 pages to speak in front of you, but I'm happy that I didn't take that time and invited Mr. Christopher to speak. He was wonderful. I think what we understand is the times the litigation is going to commence now. And as all tax practitioners, as a companies, we have to be fully prepared. And we are happy that we have learned personalities like Mr. Christopher to guide us, not only to the department as well. Whatever he is saying, that will help the department also to fine-tune their understanding. They should not be, because this is one station, one tax. It is GST and simple tax. So the word is to facilitate the ease of doing business. And I'm happy to know that the department is issuing a lot of clarifications to facilitate both the department, taxpayers, to have minimum litigations. But as in any other act, we know litigation is going to commence, and we are confident that we will be able to have a middle path somewhere with the department and with the companies. Before we start the question answer session, I also wish to invite Sushil Goyalji to share his thoughts with us. And then we will have a question answer session. You can keep your questions ready. I hope there's some mics available in the audience so that we can ask the questions. Sir, please.
Good morning. At the outset, I want to congratulate those who decided to come in this auditorium despite rain in time. That shows their love for GST, love for Jitin sir. A round of applause for Jitin sir. A wonderful speaker and assets to our GST committee, and a ground to earth person. Whenever we ask, sometimes we ask in the evening that morning you have to travel, and he will not ask where to travel. Okay, sir. His first reply is always received that, okay, sir, I will be there. Now please tell me at least where to go. So such a humble person and encyclopedia of the GST, you have must understood each section, each rules he remember. And whenever we do something, he always extend his help. This background material prepared by the GST and Indirect Tax Committee, which we claim that the best material available in the country. This is our claim, and Jitin sir will confirm it, that and it is available not only against payment, that is you will pay something, then only this book will be made available. Free downloads are available of this book on our idtc.ici.org. idtc.ici.org, and if you are not aware about it, then you have missed something. Please do not miss. From GST committee, I must say that we are trying to serve the profession as much as possible, and no hesitation to claim this. I don't know from where this profile has they got the Sushil Goyal organized 3000 program. It is not Sushil Goyal organized 3000 program, and not possible for any human being to organize 3000 program. It is ICI organized 3000 program in the first year of introduction of GST, when I was vice chairman to this committee, and this all happened due to the efforts of the regional councils and the branches. And what is the result and outcome of this? We claim that the indirect tax field, which was almost untouchable for we chartered accountants, almost untouchable, because before GST, I think hardly in percentage term it was not coming even. For calculation, you have to put some 00 before the calculation of percentage, chartered accountant serving in the field of indirect tax. But today we claim that 80% of the professional work in relation to indirect tax, that is GST mainly, is with chartered accountants. And that is due to the initiative taken by ICI and served by the branch and regional councils across the country. Even I like to inform, even in high courts, where chartered accountant, Supreme Court chartered accountant is not allowed to appear in the capacity as a chartered accountant, but our fellow chartered accountants now taken degree, qualifications of law, and they are mainly doing the GST litigations in high courts and Supreme Courts also. So it is a domain area of us, and why we are talking, I am talking all this, these are the good things which are happening. But at the same time, when this year the President has given me chairmanship of GST committee, with a word he told me that enough preliminary education we have provided to all our members, now it is time to provide them expert knowledge. It is time to provide them expert knowledge. If you are working in the field of GST and you are saying I am a GST consultant, then you must have expert knowledge of the subject. And those who have attended GST, yesterday I was mentioning those who have attended GST certificate course, they will vouch it. That number of things which we understand that it should be like this. And let me have a pause here. In GST, there is no common sense prevail. ऐसा होना चाहिए था, ऐसा होना तो logical है. So please do not apply your logic, please do not apply your common sense. You have to apply law as it is. This was the correct of the discussion which Christopher sir has discussed so far, that unless you read the section under which the notice has been issued, if it is issued in section 61 or 65 for audit, it must confine to the section which powers the or empowers the officer to do that particular activity. It should not travel beyond the law and should not travel to section 175. So Jitin sir must be watching at me. What is section 175, sir? Whenever you do not understand something, we say that it is mentioned in section 175. Because GST law is up to section 174. The last section is 174. So whenever somebody is mentioning the, sir, from where you have taken this, sir, it is in section 175. Yes, we understood. And officer, no hesitation to do this. And this was, we all discussed when GST was introduced. The GST is such a law that department have 6-year time to issue notices, raise demands, and whatever is not falling under revision, call it revision, and invoke the extended period. They have 6-year time, and SSC has only 6-month time. Only 6-month time till September return. Now they extended to 30th November. The logic is still not known to me. I must request Jitin sir, when he come for the second part of the question answer form, must take up this what is the logic of this 30th November. And friends, I hope you are understanding. I am talking about last date for taking credit is the 30th of November. And believe me, to explain this, they have to issue one circular that what 30th November means. They have issued a circular explaining that, please understand, 30th November means this. It is not so simple. It is not so easy. It is not the last date is 30th November. They are saying the return filed till 30th November will be considered as the last return. This is a large circular. They have explained in detail with the illustrations also that what 30th November means. So we have to understand all this. I am thankful, really thankful that CA Anuj Jain ji is traveling from Delhi to take this session. And sir, please share your thoughts. We are eager to hear you. Whatever you have prepared, please share your thoughts. And you are chairman of the session, then you should not think about the timing. Friends, only request before I take my speech to rest. GST committee trying to do whatever possible in the country. Whatever possible in the country to serve the profession. If anything coming to your mind, please feel free to write to gst@ici.in. The email address is very simple, not required to remember. It is gst@ici.in. Whatever silly requirement you have, that GST committee must serve in this area. Sir, I require a publication on this particular topic, or I require a video on this particular topic. Definitely we will try to provide you. And at the same time, there is a humble request. Please read whatever the Jitin sir was saying. Please read the notices word by word. It should not be read in paragraphs कि इस paragraph में ये बात लिखी है, बात खत्म हो गई. Rather, I will request you to read the notice from the top, who has issued the notice, whether he is having jurisdiction over your case or not. And please do not hesitate. Please do not hesitate. Do not have fear of this officer. Whatever he wants to do, he will do. Even you hesitate or you deny or you question his authority, nothing will change. Nothing will change. If he decided to issue a notice can be anything, beyond your imagination, things coming out of section 175. I have received one notice, sir, and you will surprised to note that I understand that your input credit ledger is saying there is a credit of 5 lakh rupees appearing in your 2A, and you have taken only 4 lakh credit. You have not taken 1 lakh rupees as a credit. Why we should not ask tax on this 1 lakh rupees? I have a notice, sir. Since in 2A is 5 lakh, or 2B now we should use the word, and you have taken credit only 4 lakh. So 1 lakh you are hiding. And why we should not charge tax? And it is on paper, in black and white. It is not I am saying that some officer verbally told me so. It is on paper. Why we should not ask that? So, learn from Jitin sir. We have also written him, sir, please supply us that 2A where you have seen this. We are not having copy of such 2A. And on which item you have objections, please tell us. So, start asking, questioning the officers. It has no restriction on us that we cannot ask. And definitely, we should not take the responsibility of doing his work. Only yesterday we have received a verbal information from the officer, please give me your credit ledger with the item wise and description of the items. I am not prepared it. You can say that to prepare this document we need 3 months time. We are not supposed to prepare unless it is in the law. If you say that it is required 3 months time, they can't do anything. They can't force you. If it is not required to prepare in law a certain document which is kept and supplied, you can say no. प्लीज़ कभी भी ऐसा मत समझिए कि इससे ऑफिसर नाराज हो जाएगा और हमको नोटिस भेज देगा. जिस ऑफिसर को आपको नोटिस भेजनी है वो भेजेगा ही. So thank you very much for being here. Have a wonderful learning sessions. This now first we will have the Anuj Jain ji to his thoughts to be shared, and then please prepare with your question answers related to topic, or Jitin sir can handle any topic, and I am also try to supplement with my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think I would like to share 3 things which actions should be taken by the industry given by the theme of the today's digital times. See, considering the fact that the entire GSE systems and procedures are system driven, and are further considering the department is applying advanced data analytics, artificial intelligence, there is a need for trade and industry to strengthen their IT infrastructure to ensure compliance. I think we can mitigate a lot of litigation if we strengthen our IT infrastructure. We should invest in our IT systems so that everything can be digitalized. Whatever information is being asked, we must be able to submit it in time. So I think as an industry, as a tax practitioners, we must suggest our clients that please invest in your digital system IT infrastructure. Number 2, though the mandatory audit prescribed under section 35(5) has been done away with, but getting voluntary audit by professionals is a good idea for timely detection of non-compliances. So I think we must suggest our clients that there is no harm in engaging the consultants before you get the notice. Why to wait for the notice? Because You are not experts. You focus on your own business. They are we are the people who can guide you. So please motivate your client to do self-assessment audit. It would be beneficial for the department, for the industry, for each one of us. Third, at the time of GST implementation, various tax calls were taken by trade and industry based on their interpretation of statute, though everything was not clear from the department side as well. Those decisions need to be reviewed, considering subsequent amendments, advanced rulings, court judgments, and if any corrective action is to be taken, take it now. Don't think that, okay, the time has passed, we may not get any notice from the department now. As a truthful taxpayer, we come to know immediately what has been done by us in the past. So take corrective action today. So these are the three things I think we must focus on today as on date. On the question answer session, sir, I will start the first question and then we can pass on to others. So I am from Indian Oil Corporation. So we have internal audit department, a big department as well. I want your input, how the internal audit departments of a big companies like Indian Oil or any other big corporates or mid-segment companies who have internal audit department in their companies should focus. Are there any SOPs now, how to structure our internal audit system in such a way that they are able to pinpoint what are the shortcomings and how we should structure our GST transactions. So this is the first question, sir, I wish to ask.
When we speak about business decisions, my sense is that there's no business decision that is untouched by GST. Either there is a credit exposure or a reversal of credit, or there is a potential output tax liability. If you consider it from that point of view, perhaps, of course, by now GST may have already formed an integral part of the audit program, but I would only add this one aspect, that every business decision should include GST consideration as an item in the decision-making parameters, so that the decision is not taken independent of the GST implications, because margins in business are in single digits, but GST is in double digits. So that implication might need to be considered.
Very true, sir. Very true. Yeah, the house is open now. Mic may be given to this.
I will stand. If you want this, I will stand.
Namaskar. My question is regarding royalty. You are giving some glimpse. Royalty are of two types to my knowledge. One is directly exploring minerals from the mines. Another is contractors taking these minor minerals like sand, earth and other things. And there the department is deducting a percentage as royalty. So please elaborate, what is the implication of GST? Now GST people have issued so-called notice, spelling out that you have to give GST on RCM. Please elaborate this critical matter on this issue.
The current position, legally there is one position, and government's reading of the statutory provisions is different. Circular is issued very clearly to state that all royalty is liable to reverse charge, GST on reverse charge basis. If it is paid, it is creditable also. So therefore, commercially a decision needs to be taken in respect of royalty, whether it has already been paid, excuse me, or taxpayers are willing to discharge that tax on royalty now and avail credit. But as far as legally speaking, as you're aware, there was a decision of India Cements versus State of Tamil Nadu, where an observation was made in para 35 that royalty is a tax. In the beginning of that para, it says royalty is a tax. Towards the end of that para, it said royalty is not a tax, it is the price for the minerals. Subsequently came Kesoram Industries versus State of West Bengal, where Supreme Court in a 3-member decision said that there seems to be a drafting error in para 35. Therefore, in our reading of that provision, royalty is not a tax, it is price for the minerals. This matter went for reference in 2010 before a larger bench in a Mineral Area Development Authority versus Steel Authority of India Limited to determine whether royalty is a tax or not. 2011, we are in 23, there is no decision rendered in that matter. Today, you have to make a decision whether to discharge this tax or not. My reading, my own personal view about royalty is, it is liable to GST because this is how the sovereign engages in commerce. 298 of the Constitution says the state can engage in business and commerce. The stock in trade for the sovereign is nothing but natural resources. If royalty is not liable to GST, then spectrum allocation should not be liable to GST. That is also natural resources. So my reading is that it is liable to tax. Now comes the practice, the law and practice of GST. Law apni jagah, practice apni jagah. Now we have to see from a practice point of view, when department makes an allegation that you have not discharged RCM on royalty, what is the proof? You have to visualize what is the proof. Today notices are being given on an assumption that you have not paid RCM on royalty, because in GST, revenue neutrality as an argument is no longer valid. So please don't use revenue neutrality as an argument. I will give you 3 answers to a question like this. Not going to show cause notice, only audit inquiry. Your royalty, you have incurred 50 lakhs, you have to pay GST on RCM basis. I'll give you 3 answers. You please consider the implication of each of those answers. Answer number 1. Royalty itself is a tax. Therefore, there cannot be a GST on royalty. When you give an answer like this, does it amount to admitting that you have not paid RCM? Royalty itself is a tax. There cannot be a demand for RCM on royalty. If that is the answer, does it admit that you have not paid RCM, or does it admit that you have paid RCM? Second answer. The question of whether royalty is a tax or not is pending before Supreme Court. Therefore, no demand should be made. If you give an answer like this, does it mean that you have paid the RCM or you have not paid the RCM? Now, third answer. All taxes, whether on forward charge or reverse charge, have been discharged from time to time. What does this mean? Friends, please bear in mind, mere suspicions are being thrown at the taxpayer, and taxpayer is supplying the evidence in support of that suspicion. So please be very vigilant how you respond to audit inquiries. Don't admit the allegation without questioning its basis. Allegation without a basis becomes imagination. All the 3 answers I've shared with you, you can please consider what's up. I'm here in the afternoon if you're still not satisfied with it.
Good, sir.
While we are on audits, one point I want to bring to members' attention. Question of 16.4 is something that's bothering everybody. Nobody is free from this concern. Recently, we've had a decision of Andhra Pradesh High Court, which says that 16.2 and 16.4 are independent provisions, so therefore 16.4 will exist. And credit taken beyond that time limit is time barred. My reading of the provisions is that 16.4 will apply only when returns are filed, but invoice is missed out. I call that stale credit. All the returns are filed beyond that, up to November 30th and beyond, but one specific invoice for a given financial year has been missed out. Another is returns are filed without missing any credit, but filed belatedly. stale credits versus belated returns, there is a huge difference legally speaking. So my sense is wherever notices are being given based on belated returns demanding 16.4, I think is misapplication of law. I'll give you two instances. There are 9, but I'll give you 2 examples to highlight this point. When a registration is cancelled, because registration is, for various reasons, registration is cancelled, my login credentials were blocked. I could not file returns, therefore I did not claim credits. I filed an appeal against rejection of revocation application. 2 years later, appellate authority restored my registration. When appeal restores registration, it restores status quo ante. I go back in time. Now the question is, where is the saving provision in 16.4 in case of registrations which are cancelled and restored? There is no saving provision. Second example is 16.2b says, till I receive all the goods or services, I should not take credit. 16.4 says, if you don't take credit by November 30th, you will lose the credit. 16.2b, if I follow, I will violate 16.4. If I follow 16.4, I should violate 16.2b. No legislature will draft 2 provisions which are on a collision course and not provide a saving provision. Where is the saving provision? There is no drafting error in 16.4. There is no saving provision because there is no need for saving provision. 16.4 applies only to belated, stale credits, not to belated returns. There are few more reasons, but my sense is 16.4 matters based on AP High Court judgment. I don't think anyone needs to lose heart. Please keep this issue alive. Vaccination is on the way.
My second question is with respect to this cancellation of registration. That provisional registration was allotted. Subsequently, due to technical snag, that was not confirmed. But that particular taxpayer, he has built and purchased on that provisional registration. Subsequently, in the fag end of the March, he took a new registration and disclosed all the purchases on that blocked number as purchases and all the sales of that blocked number as sales. What is the legal provision with respect to the ITC credit?
Please sit down.
As well as the tax liability recognized.
Please sit down. As long as you have ensured that all your credits flow into electronic credit ledger, your credit is safe. If you take any interpretation outside the credit ledger and say this credit must be allowed, there is no mechanism in the law to give you that credit. Unlike Formica India Division judgment or Circular 962 of 2012, there is no provision to say that whenever you pay output tax, the applicable ITC will be allowed. That provision does not exist in GST. So in your case, in the new registration, since you have taken that credit through the 3B of the new return, all the credit has flowed into electronic credit ledger. Now, invoices are under a different number. Credit is now sitting in a different ledger. PAN number is same. GST number is different. That is the only difference. You will have to establish with evidence in appeal because lower authorities don't have discretion to entertain the merits of your case and decide finally. Because wherever there is absolute discretion, it breeds corruption. Therefore, the statute has not given discretion. Please agitate the matter. I'm sure you are on the right side of law as far as claiming credit is concerned.
Thank you.
Sir, during audit, one fact came to the SSC's case that he has availed ITC. He is having both taxable and non-taxable turnover, but he has availed ITC full. So it was reported during audit and he has agreed and he reversed the ITC. Now the demand comes, focus notice has come. As you mentioned, they mentioned that section 16.2c violated, section 16.4 violated, and section 41 read which rule 69 has been violated. So kindly guide us how to deal with this.
This is what happens where taxpayers prematurely disclose their defenses. If you look at section 73.5 or 74.5, there is a relief that is available before issuing show cause notice with concessional penalty under 74 and no penalty under 73. In fact, in 73, after issue of show cause notice up to 30 days, you can accept to discharge the liability. Even then you don't have penalty. Whenever you consider that there is a error which you are willing to admit, I would encourage you to admit through after DRC 1A. I would encourage you to admit after DRC 1A and not before DRC 1A, because your own admission can become basis for foisting an additional demand based on the new the provisions that you say have subsequently been invoked. So please be very vigilant. If you make a commercial decision to admit this liability, ask for DRC 1A, you will know whether it is being issued under 73 or 74, because there is a circular 1053/2/2017 under Central Excise Law of 10th March 2017, which says that information forthcoming from the assessee's own records cannot be supported as suppression or fraud. You have only carried this credit and you have admitted to reverse this credit. You know 88B relief is available. So therefore, there is no malefides. The demand has to be under 73. If it's under 73.5, you can discharge it even after show cause notice within 30 days. So please choose the time when to make your stand known. I only add one more point here. When you reply, please don't offer a justification, because a reply is not a justification of your self-assessment. Reply is a disclosure of your stand. I agree, I don't agree. Justification does not matter. Someone may not be happy with your justification. Does not mean you have to prevail upon that person and make them agree. Because the tax officer's loyalties are not to you, not to your tax liability. Their loyalties are placed elsewhere. So therefore, please be very clinical about this. This is adversarial litigation. The role of the officer is to find fault with your reply. Who can appreciate the sentiment of finding fault with somebody else's work better than auditors?
So just now you have said ki you should admit only after we receive DRC 1A.
Correct.
But in DRC 1A, what they say, they give us a demand notice of the demand notice intimation has been given under section 73, 74 and 76. This is the notice we are getting. Demand intimation we are getting. So in that case, what should we do?
See, you have to raise the question of validity of DRC 1A if all three sections have been referred. The right section has to be ticked or the wrong sections have to be cancelled when a DRC 1A is issued, because your remedies are different. Your remedies are different, and DRC 1A cannot be given for 76. It has to be only for 73 or 74. So therefore, please write to the department to first get clarity which section this DRC 1A is being issued under, and thereafter make a decision.
Sir, I have a DRC 1A.
No, I'm not doubting that you don't have it. You might very well have it. I'm only asking you to consider getting the clarity. It doesn't, because if they give you a DRC 1A and you don't know under which section it is, the considerations are different. 74.5, the penalty is 15%, but 73.5, the penalty is 0. So therefore, you can't make the two, you can't equate the two. So please ask for clarity. I'm sure it is oversight. Normally, where I have seen such cases is in the subject line or the title, they may not tick or strike out the wrong provision. In the remainder of the communication, it will clearly say whether it is under 73 or 74. You could consider. But if you're sure that that's not clear, please ask for clarity. After all, an ambiguous DRC 1A is no DRC 1A. So please ask for clarity is my
Truly
suggestion.
speaking, the officer also doesn't know under which section he is issuing.
Sir, that is the situation with most of them. But that does not mean you will not safeguard your own interests. Once you ask a question, you are supposed to get an answer. If you don't get an answer, but a show cause notice comes in, whether under 73 or 74, you know that relief under 185 circular is available. The section 75(2), which says, when a notice is given under 74, but the circumstances to issue a notice under 74 are not satisfied, such a notice will automatically convert into a notice under 73. So please guard your interests, document the questions that you're raising, you will get relief. It's just that this is not a 2020 match, it's a test match. The result will be known on day 5, and that's the purpose of Sushilji's wisdom, to promote the idea that our members should get equipped to handle litigation in GST, because litigation is on the way. Nobody is free from litigation.
So in case of infrastructure concession projects, if there is a breach of contract or whatever reason, they cancel the program and they pay the termination payment. And in that case, there is a August 2022 circular that it exempts that, but still the department is coming out with demands on that, saying that it is an agreement not to do some service.
True.
Not to collect, yes. Then what is the legal strategy?
Understood.
Thank you.
See, there are some judgments that came in the recent past in the context of service tax law. Southeastern Coalfields from here, this region, Repco Finance from South, went to Supreme Court and got affirmed. Southeastern Coalfields got affirmed also. Wherever there is a penalty for breach of contract, it is not consideration, therefore service tax is not payable. That is the interpretation Sestat rendered. If you look at Circular 178, which you are talking about, it says wherever there is a compensation for breach of contract, then there is no GST payable on that compensation. But the question remains, is it compensation that is awarded outside the terms of contract, or is it a eventuality contemplated within the contract?
Within the contract.
My reading is that the circular does not lay down this with clarity, therefore there will be these two views.
But sir, the termination payment is nothing but a repayment of capital invested by the bankers.
Understood, understood. See, the source of funds and application of funds are different. The reason why you are collecting this money is different from what you are collecting. I'll give a small example to highlight this. I rob a bank to feed poor children. Is the intention bad or the motive bad?
No, but here
So
it is
therefore,
already taxed.
so I'm only submitting to you, please dissociate the reason why you are making this payment from the fact that you are making this payment. I'll bring you to consider another decision of CC Bholpur versus Ratan Melting and Wires, where Supreme Court said, when there is a circular contrary to a court judgment, officer must disobey the circular. Local law baat. Circular is binding. Under 168, circular is binding. But Supreme Court says, when there is a circular running counter to a judgment, officer must disobey the circular, so the matter comes before courts again. And confirming Ratan Melting Wires, board has issued a circular 1006 to say that this disobedience of circulars contrary to law are valid. In your transaction, my reading is that it is liable to GST because it is not breach of contract, it is a consensual termination of contract, with this payment being the consideration to procure such termination of subsequent obligations. So therefore, it should be taxed. After all, consideration is, Lord Pollock said, consideration is the price at which the promise is purchased. You are not going to sue me for not fulfilling the remainder of the contract. That is the reason why I am paying this money, and I have bought your consent. So I think it is consideration.
So good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I am working at TPCODL, and here we are for electricity distribution services. Apart from electricity, sir, we are here for electricity infrastructure development also. So, sir, here we are charging GST on that. The same work is undertaken by our subcontractor. So, that GST paid to subcontractor, we are not eligible to take input credit, sir. So, in this area, sir, I want to get clarification.
Okay. From what I can understand from the question, output tax is payable, but input credit is not admissible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't see the basis in law for denying you credit.
That is called, sir, deposit work, sir. Because, sir, in this electricity infrastructure, sir, we are booking in the we are booking assets in the books of account.
Now, this infrastructure which you have created is
Yes.
a construction of immovable property.
Yes, sir.
You are constructing immovable property for
Yes.
your own.
Yes.
This asset, but you said you are paying output tax. This
Output-
asset is in your balance sheet or not?
Yes, sir, it is in our balance sheet, but it is totally consumer funded. Means, again, sir, it is paid by consumer only, sir.
No, no. Then I think the credit is correctly denied because you'll fall within 17.5C and D. The way you are financing this is by imposing a surcharge on your consumer.
Yes, sir.
You are not making an outward supply.
Yes, sir.
What are you supplying to the consumer? Electricity. All payments collected from the consumer are towards the electricity, isn't it?
Yes.
Whether you will use that money to defray your expenses or your investment. Please examine whether output tax is correctly being paid or not. Perhaps output tax need not apply if it is nothing but additional charges towards electricity supplied.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Friends, we will take 3 more questions and then we will finish this session.
Good morning, everyone. Sir, as we know, the RCM is becoming crucial for all industries.
RCM is becoming a nuisance for everybody.
Crucial.
Crucial.
For every industry, because day by day, new things are coming out, which we are not aware. Like what sir said, the royalty, which comes under government services. Now, government services is also some sovereign functions, where some taxes are there, where some levy and non-levy is there. Like if we pay municipal tax, GST is payable, royalty, GST is payable.
No, I understand your predicament. Where is the question?
So my question is, can we have a detailed elaborative list? I request to Goel sir. Where RCM is applicable, can we have the list of items? Like few days ago, we get some information this RCM is applicable on intermediary charges. Intermediary charges means when we receive some payment from government foreign customers, payment is routing through like Standard Chartered Bank USA. They are directing some money, we have to pay the RCM. Just few days back, we heard like we have some secondment employee from some other countries. For that, they are our employees. We are paying salary, we are deducting TDS, everything. But the thing is, the parent company who transfer those employees, they are also paying some perks or some amount in their country. So now, it is also, in RCM it is saying this is a import of services and we have to pay GST on that part as RCM. So my question is, sir, can I have a because you have a detailed experience in all industries, so can we get some items which can attack the RCM? So it will help. Because sir, for 22-23 we are okay because we have the time for GST and 9 we get the credit. But if we get the notice for earlier years, then it will be a cost to the company. We have to pay RCM. With
We
interest.
understand your problem.
So this is a very, some.
So this question came to me, not from the, yeah, please have a seat.
Thank
Not from the person who is asking question, it came from Jitin sir to me, that I have to answer it. And Jitin sir very well aware that which is something which is government is not answering, government is not clarifying what to cover under this item and what not to be covered. He want institute to cover the, it is not practically possible. Basically, institute can prepare a book that on what items the reverse charge is applicable. So what items which is mentioned in the notification can be explained. But notification only says that anything you import in the form of service is under reverse charge. If it is a taxable service, definitely no exemption to that service is available. If it is a taxable service and you are importing, then tax is payable. This is the simple line said by the government. Similarly, in case of royalties and all, we discussed that if it is support service taken by from the government, it is under reverse charge. But what fall under support service, that government do not want to explain. Government do not want to give a list of the items that this 10 item will fall under this, because they don't want to leave anything. They don't want to take a chance that if we list out 12 items tomorrow and day after tomorrow they find the 14th item is there, so tax will be escaped on that, so tax will be lost by the government. So it is difficult to list out these items. One is the import of services, anything which is taxable, and if you are importing in the form of services, you are liable to pay tax. This is the entire gamut of the GST. It is not a simple things you want. It is the entire gamut of GST. What is taxable in GST in the form of service? We have to list out. Who can make it? Then all the future court decisions will be made. The government definitely can do it, but they are not doing it because they don't want to lose any future revenue. Second thing is the government support service. So far they have not explained what is falling under this. Even the house will be divided, you will find largely divided whether ROC fees is liable for GST. All companies are paying ROC fees, whether it is covered under reverse charge or not. Definitely Jitin sir will say yes, I will say no. Different consultant have different views. But government is not coming forward and saying something that okay, ROC will not liable to pay, we will not collect. Tomorrow, one of the client called me that we have got into a registration document where stamp duty has been paid. I'm just asking Jitin sir whether he can answer. Stamp duty has been paid, say 1 lakh rupees, and registration fees is paid 20,000 rupees. A lease agreement has been registered, stamp duty paid 1 lakh rupees, 20,000 paid as the registration fees. Whether this is covered under reverse charge? Over to sir. You will get the answer of your query.
Exhaustive list of all instances may not be feasible, and I don't think you should look forward to someone providing that exhaustive list. I would encourage you to please see in each business anything that you're not paying tax on, do you know why? Is it specifically exempt? Is it specifically excluded? Or is it outside the scope of GST? If you address it from that point of view, I think you will have hardly any instances where you have claimed an exclusion from GST and tomorrow there could be a surprise coming up. As far as sir's question is concerned, transactions covered by Schedule 11 and 12 of the Constitution, from that point of view, it will not be liable to GST wherever we make payments pursuant to the scope of work entrusted in Schedule 11 and 12. So that I think would address that question.
You understood, still I have not got the answer. He is not saying whether stamp duty is liable to tax.
No, not liable to tax. Not liable.
And registration fees is not liable to tax or not?
Also not liable to tax.
So registration fees, it is a fees. And whenever you pay conversion charge for a land to be converted from commercial property, agriculture property to commercial property or residential property getting converted into commercial property, whether those fees are not liable to pay?
So there I will just share one thought that I have was recently discussing. Consideration and fees are two different things. If I make an application for the application to be processed, payment of fees is a precondition, but not a guarantee that it will be granted. So that will not be consideration. Wherever the payment is a guarantee of a favorable outcome, then even if it is called fees, it will partake the character of consideration. So my sense is these payments which are statutory fees will not be consideration. Some instances exist where the fee is in addition to other compliances. We have to go back to the celebrated decision of Carlyle versus Carbolic Smoke Ball to say what is consideration. Carlyle contracting influenza was not consideration for the smoke ball company. coming with influenza after taking the smoke ball makes it a consuming that smoke ball was the consideration for the company. So from that point of view, fees I would feel will not fit
What
the
about
definition
the,
of.
sir, did give clarity on the ROC fees also?
No, sir, not liable to GST, sir.
But this exemptions government has given that if fees is paid less than 5,000 in a year.
That exemption talks about registration under any statute, but this is MGT 7 and those fees I suppose will not be within the scope of that exemption. But my view is that this is not even consideration, because it's not like only if this is the fees that is statutorily imposed, because consideration has to be proportionate to work done. Listed company, private company, the fees are not variable. So from that point.
You will pardon me for considering ROC nothing more than a record keeper. Companies filing their record and it will be kept by the ROC, and whoever want to view these records and it will be made available to them. This is the primary work ROC is doing, to my understanding. I have asked for pardon in beginning only. So what are your views now?
Even then, I don't think it is consideration, because keeping the records is incidental to the regulatory function they perform. It is for them to perform the regulatory function that they have to keep the records. And the fees collection, if it is not sufficient to defray their costs, they will go to the government and get money and not make do with whatever their
They will increase the
reserves.
fees.
I think, sir, the way, such an interesting topic is there. I think we will take one more question, sir, last, and then we will finish the session. Yeah, last question.
Sir, this work contract is defined in GST Act, and section 17.5, there is a block credit for this work contract in relation to this other than plant and machinery. My point is this under Schedule 2, they have specifically referred the word composite work contract. So what is the difference between the work contract as defined in section 2 and this composite work contract so as to treat it as service as they have defined in Schedule 2?
Unlike in the past, under the right from pre-46th Amendment all the way up to the recent judgment of Kone Elevators and so on, works contract in GST requires that the resultant must be an immovable property, not merely fixed. It has to be immovable property. So General Clauses Act, Transfer of Property Act, etc. need to be examined. If it is an immovable property, it's a works contract. Now works contracts, the course of carrying out works contract requires use of goods and services. So therefore, 7.1a only clarifies whether use of goods and services will be treated as goods, supply of goods or supply of service. So Schedule 2 classifying works contract as a composite supply only answers the treatment for purposes of 7.1a. The definition of works contract flows from 219, that it has to be an immovable property that arises. It could arise from construction, fabrication, installation, erection. Some 14 different adjectives have been used. So therefore, works contract definition flows from 219, but the treatment for 7.1a only flows from Schedule 2. Schedule 2 will not fertilize the understanding for purposes of definition of works contract.
Any specific reason for the prefixing this composite word before work contract?
Because there could be non-composite elements also embedded in a single contract for work. For example, there's a contract for construction of the building, but there is installation of audio-video equipment also in the building as towards the end of the project. What is non-composite will be excluded, and only if it is composite will come within the scope. Otherwise, there is a risk that works contract can be treated as a mixed supply. With cement being present at 28%, there is a risk that it could be a mixed supply. So I think Schedule 2 provides that relief to taxpayers that it is only a composite supply that will be treated as a service.
So meaning thereby a work contract which per se normally people understand. So if say in case of EPC contracts, when that very contract can be handled in a conventional mode, when I am purchasing some items, some machinery and giving to contractor for installation, and on the other hand, say if I am giving some LSTK contracts So whether that LSTK contract can be said to be not to be falling in this schedule 2 as composite contract because I can otherwise handle it in a separate mode.
I would think that EPC contracts should not be assumed to be a works contract. In the past, it was profitable in VAT to treat it as a works contract. My sense is EPC contracts is the principal supply is the equipment. Installation is the ancillary supply. So we may need to examine if going on the assumption that EPC contracts is already a works contract may need to be re-examined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I think by this we come to the end of the session, especially the question answer session. So it's been close to 6 long years since the time we started with this GST legislation. But in the initial phases, we were putting our best efforts to meet the compliance obligations. But slowly and steadily over a period of time, as we move forward, we are encountering day-to-day issues and practical challenges. So by our esteemed guests who were present here, through their invaluable reserves of knowledge, we could gain deep insight into the same. We could learn a lot about how to tackle such situations and challenges. So I'd like to request all the delegates to put a big round of applause for our guests. Now I'd like to request our esteemed past chairman of the branch, CA Shri Bhadrendra Kumar Tripathi sir, to come over and present his vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sir, I've been entrusted with a very delicate task of vote of thanks, and especially after hearing Sir Jatin Christopher, I'm tempted to say thank you and walk off. But I think it would be a great injustice, sir, if I do that. And this will be the untruth now. So let me go to the truth and speak a bit more. So starting with Anuj Jain, the chairman of this session, I think his magnanimity and his understanding of the situation and how he handled this session was really praiseworthy, sir. So we really thank you from the bottom of our heart for making time to come here to chair this session and so beautifully manage it. We are really extremely grateful to you, sir. Now may I request C.A. Ravi Patwa, immediate past chairman of EIRC, to kindly present a memento to the chairman. Now coming to C.A. Jatin Christopher, I think short and sweet, but although he spoke for about an hour, it was really a wonderful thing, and the clarity which he brought to various sections and the notices, how to read them, the differences between various sections, where what can be issued, and how we should look at litigation per se, because we generally, as very rightly pointed out by Sir, we generally try to satisfy the officer instead of satisfying the law. I think this attitude of us, he has been trying to impress that we should change this attitude and try to study the law so that we can challenge this, the notice itself. So we are really very much grateful to you for having made the time to come here and educate us. Thank you so much. Now may I request Pranab Lath from Sambalpur, branch chairman of Sambalpur, to present a memento. Our own C.S. Sushil Goyal, council member from our region, and who is with us always, and as usual, he is also with us today. So we again thank you. And you are, although you are a part of us, sir, I must also not dispense with the formalities. So your encouragement all through this conference was really excellent. Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request C.A. Ravindra Goenka, Branch Chairman Ghatak, to present a memento to C.A. Sushil Goyal. The session is closed.
Thank you.
एक विशेष सूचना एवं जरूरी सूचना इट्स ऑलरेडी 2 days टुडे आर वी नॉट मिसिंग एनीथिंग क्या कूपन सरप्राइज गिफ्ट्स इट्स राइट वी विल बी नाउ इंसर्टिंग ए बॉक्स हियर I request all the delegates not to come and put here. Our representative will collect the coupons and put it here. For your information, हर सेशन का बाद एक लकी ड्रॉ होगा. ये जो फर्स्ट सेशन खत्म हो गया है और जो सेकंड जो होने वाला है, ये दोनों का लकी ड्रॉ आफ्टर द सेकंड सेशन विल बी कंडक्टेड. अगर आपको मिस करना चाहते हैं, ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज ए डिलीशियस लंच इज वेटिंग, बट अगर आप मिस करना चाहते हैं इट इज ए हाई रिस्क यू आर गोइंग टू टेक. सो मैं आपको सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, आप बैठते रहिए, प्लीज बी सीटेड, वी विल कलेक्ट द कूपन एंड कीप इट हियर. इन एडिशन टू दैट, शाम को अगेन वी हैव ए लकी ड्रॉ, फुल फ्लेज लकी ड्रॉ टुडे इटसेल्फ. कल का बात तो अलग है. सो उसके लिए आज का डेट जो 18 तारीख वाला कूपन, काइंडली पुट दैट कूपन इन द बॉक्स. 19 तारीख के लिए दिल थाम के कल तक वेट करिए, ठीक है. एंड रात को बाय 6:30 द ऋतुराज महंती फ्रॉम मुंबई विल एंटरटेन यू फॉर 3 years एंड वी हैव लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स 3 hours, sorry 3 hours. सो ये तो होता ही है. नो, आई वॉज रियली चेकिंग वेदर यू आर अटेंडिंग मी और यू आर लिसनिंग टू मी और नॉट. सो दिल थाम के बैठते रहिए. इट इज फुल पैक्ड प्रोग्राम आज एंड कल. सो कभी भी मत मिस करना बस, नहीं तो कुछ इंपोर्टेंट थिंग जो मिस करेगा, अगर मान लीजिए आपका नाम आ गया और आप नहीं है, सोचिए क्या होगा. और अभी तो जो होगा होगा, और कोई दोस्त जाके घर में बोल दिए कि आपका मिसिंग हो गया मोमेंटो और गिफ्ट, तो सोच लीजिए घर में क्या होगा. थैंक यू. So please be carefully be present here. We will collect the coupon from you. हाँ, in between also जो हमारा registration के लिए each 100 we had declared a coupon and the name of the winners has already been declared. वो भी declare होते रहेगा in between, क्योंकि हमारा करीब 12 से 14 declaration करना है. So we will be calling them and also giving you the prizes. So please be seated and listen carefully. Thank you, boss.
नमस्कार, जय जगन्नाथ.
I am CA Lipi Mahidash.
I am CA Sashwat Tripathi, Treasurer of Bhubaneswar branch of ICI. We are about to begin the second technical session on audit expectation of stakeholders from the auditors.
I now request the session chairman, CA Devayan Patra, chairman of AIRC ICI, to kindly proceed towards the dais and occupy his seat. Please give him a huge round of applause.
I now request the speaker of the session, CA Palas Chatterjee, who is an eminent and stalwart speaker on auditing. Sir, I request you to proceed towards the dais and occupy the seat. Please give a big round of applause for sir.
CA Devayan Patra needs no introduction, but I'll take this opportunity to speak a few lines about him. CA Devain Patra is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is one of the youngest elected regional council member, elected at the age of 30 years, and one of the youngest chairmen of EIRC. He has been and is very active in forums, associations, study circles, and branches. He is involved in various sports and philanthropic activities. He speaks in many forums and contributes articles in various journals. He has served in several committees of EIRC as a co-opted member in the last 5 years of getting elected to the regional council. CA Devain Patra is also a certified financial planner and has passed certificate course on concurrent audit of banks and certificate course on forensic audit and fraud detection. He is also a registered valuer for securities of financial assets. He was also a council member of the Taxation Council of the Eastern Region of the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India previously. He is currently the youngest president of the oldest association of Chartered Accountants of India, the Accountants Library. Please give him a huge round of applause. I now request CA Rakesh Gupta to kindly present a bouquet of flowers to welcome him on behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI.
It's now time to introduce the speaker of the session. CA Palas Chatterjee is an alumni of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, and is a chartered accountant and cost accountant by profession. He joined Tata Steel Limited in the year 1996. In his 27 years of corporate service, he has worked in multiple verticals of finance and accounts across different cities like Jamshedpur, Kolkata, and Mumbai. Before moving into corporate audit in 2017, he is currently working as Chief Audit of Finance and Commercial Reporting, Tata Steel Limited. He has gained experience in his corporate service in multiple areas of finance such as MIS and financial reporting, financial transaction processing, risk management, business planning, and leverage technology of finance function, etc. In this session, audit expectation of stakeholders from the auditor, it's indeed a privilege to have such an experienced and learned professional among us who can impart thorough knowledge on corporate audit. Please give him a huge round of applause. I now request CA Kapil Gupta, Finance Controller TPC ODL, to kindly offer a bouquet to CA Palas Chatterjee sir to welcome him on behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of ICI. Now I hand over the session to the session chairman, CA Devain Patra.
Mr. Chatterjee, the speaker of this session, past chairman EIRC, CA Nitesh Moore, past council member, CA SC Bhadro, the past chairman of this branch, chairman of the branch, Vice Chairman CA Sanjeev Sanghi, EIRC, and all the other leaders of various branches present here, and most importantly, the delegates, the Chartered Accountant members who are the building blocks of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. You know, these days, we have stopped wearing the watches, and many a times, you find that the mobile is not with you, it's there. और आपको पता नहीं चलता है whether it's a morning or afternoon. So it's always preferred to say in an Indianized way, Namaskar. Friends, this is a very important topic. The profession of chartered accountancy was enacted under the Parliamentary Act in 1949 for audit. That was the key. And in this session, we are going to understand the expectations of the stakeholders from the auditor. Friends, the institute has always been proactive. The curriculum was always such that the institute prepared the auditors in a manner that they have in-depth knowledge of direct taxes, indirect taxes, finances, and other commercial laws that are important to carry out the audit. And in the process, the audit is found that these persons who are coming for the post-mortem after the year is of no use to me. It will be of use only if I can use the services during the year. And that is why we found that internal audit and consultancy has been an area of the profession which has increased a lot in these last 75 years. But when you move into the shoes of the auditor, there is something very important that you must remember. And to make that understand, I would like to share something from the Mahabharata. We all know that Lord Krishna was like a mentor, a consultant to the Pandavas. And that is why the Pandavas could achieve the goal that they desired. And as a consultant, as a mentor, Lord Krishna helped them in every manner to achieve that goal. And friends, we manifest God in various forms, but you all will agree that at the end God is one. Now at the end of Mahabharata, when the Pandavas were walking towards heaven, they wanted to reach heaven alive. And at that time, Lord in another form came in front of them and he denied most of the Pandavas from not reaching the heaven alive. That means the same Lord, when he was in the capacity of a consultant, a mentor, he was always taking liberal interpretation of the law and was helping the client to reach his desired goal. But when you enter the shoes of an auditor, the perspective changes. And if you are still taking liberal view of the law, then that is not something that today the stakeholders are expecting. They want the auditor to be very, very strict. In the form of the consultant, you help them. But in the form of the auditor, when the chartered accountants enter into the shoes of an auditor, then you show him the red card. No, I cannot allow this to happen. So that is something that we have to differentiate. We have to understand this changed role. And yes, of course, there is a problem. The problem that we all chartered accountants speak of, that is the independence. Whether the auditee should appoint the chartered accountant auditor, whether the auditor and auditee should negotiate the fees. And these are something very crucial. While the society expects that we auditors perform very, very well, the society must also understand that there should be an independent body like the CAG appointing auditors for all, and also identifying what should be the amount of fees which would be reasonable that should be paid to the auditor. Friends, there are many startups these days. One could very well come to you and ask for investments. And if you decide to invest in that startup, just think about what would be your expectations from the auditor. If you invest in a startup and that startup is audited, what will be your expectations from the auditor? If you have put all your money in one bank, what will be your expectations from the auditor of that bank? So once we start thinking in this manner, I think we will be able to understand as to what are the expectations of the society, the auditee, and other stakeholders from the auditor. Today we have Mr. Chatterjee, who is very, very experienced and is now the chief of audit. So I think he can throw a lot of light on this topic. So with this introduction, I hand it over to the speaker to take forward this topic, and once he has addressed us all, we will go into taking some questions from you which he can answer. So with this, let us welcome the speaker once again with a big round of applause, please.
So, good afternoon. I hope I am audible. So, good afternoon to everyone. I think Mr. Patra and maybe many dignitaries, all the guests out over here, those who are present in the hall and outside the hall. Well, I was given this opportunity, and I must thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on this subject. While the earlier subject, it was very, very interesting, and I think there was a pressure, constructive pressure created on the speakers to stop it. But I was really, really enjoying it. The consideration versus fees and the GST impact on that. So while we have been seeing this kind of an engagement, I would now come back to the way we have been, the auditors, we have been working ever since accounting was invented. So I will just go back in the period of time. I know I have a tough time because I think 1:30 is the lunch time. 1:30 is the lunch time. Okay, so we won't come between the delegates and the lunch for sure. I'll try and be as crisp as possible. But I'll just present my points which I had thought across for speaking on this subject. So every decision that we take as investors would be based on some socio-economic situation, right? And this has been the trend for past so many years. So just think of it, when somebody has put in money or somebody has asked for some money, say I am a bank, somebody has asked from some loan from me. And what will I do? Of course, I will rely on the financials which are presented by that organization, and I will pass on that money. Think of it. If there are craters in that financial statements and they become unreliable, what happens? That money may not stand good. It may be lost. Whose money is this? All of us. We are putting into the bank and it's getting recirculated. It's a very simple example of saying that reliability of financial information is key for any decision-making process. And definitely, the assurance on those financial statements are being provided by auditors. Now, these can be statutory auditors. The statutory auditors, in turn, can rely on the internal auditors or many other investigating agencies, and so on and so forth. Essentially, what we are saying is, what kind of assurance is being provided on the financial statements so that the stakeholders around that are getting complete assurance. Now, if we start talking about audit, I think everybody knows about it. It came from a Latin word audire, which means to hear. So, if we really talk about what is the meaning, why we are talking about this word to hear, it initially started off by one person who would be preparing the financial statements or accounts and read out to another independent person who will hear what is put into that. Now, that was the role of the auditor at that point in time. And if we see history over the past, maybe say prior to 1840s, we can bucket it into say 6 possible buckets prior to 1840s, 1840s to 1920s, 1920s to 1960s, 1960s to 1990s, 1990s to the pre-COVID situation and COVID situation and now. Now, if these are the 6 buckets, we would remember how it all started. It all started when we also have read in various articles that the Romans in 2000 BC used to have quaestors who were sent to various villages or their camps wherever the Roman Empire was there. Now, why was it done? It was done to ensure that what was earned by the Roman Empire, which belonged to them, will come back to them. So, essentially, this person will go and check the coins which were earned or the goods which were earned or the taxes which were supposed to be collected have been collected or not. So, that's the essence of audit which pertained at that point in time. Now, you would have seen Arthashastra also has this connotation, and it is as old as, this auditing is as old as accounting. It's father of accounting, Luca Pacioli. At that point, he was the Italian mathematician who introduced double entry bookkeeping system to us. And he also introduced some of the auditing practices surrounding those financials. Now, if we go back so far in history and see the role of an auditor or what was expected by the stakeholders from the auditor was to prevent and detect frauds and errors. So, that role was primarily stagnant till about 1840s. And why 1840s? Because of the Industrial Revolution. Now, the situation changed. So, as I said that the socio-economic conditions changed, there the situation changed, the Industrial Revolution started. So, there was a lot of capital required, and because of these capital requirements, there was the formation of middle class who would contribute this money to various organizations. The joint stock companies were formed. So, there was a separation of owners and management. So, if there is a management who is separate from the owners and they are running the business, of course, the owners will like to seek somebody independent coming in and saying whether things are running well or not. So, the concept of audit gained much more momentum at that point in time. But at that point in time, the market was not regulated. So, the money that the middle class put in very often got lost. So, the liability was also not limited. As a result, the focus was on auditors to help us provide the true and correct picture. So, from prevention of frauds and detection of frauds and errors to true and correct picture. Now, from 1840s to 1920s, we had this. If we come to the third bucket of 1920s onwards, the economy of US started growing largely. Earlier, it was more UK based. So, there was a significant movement of the economies from UK to the US. But in 1929, there was a recession because of scandals, of course, and then we moved on. The economy started building again, and then there was a start of this market. the credibility of the money which is going into the market, people started looking forward to this. So the concept of auditing came in more. The Companies Act were being formed, and then we started looking at mandatory clauses being put into the Companies Act for accounting, presentation, disclosure, as well as for the auditing. Now, how do we do it? Over a period of time, it started growing, right? So a lot of data came in. Accordingly, people started looking at sampling techniques. Then the testing started. So all of these practices came in because of the expectations of the stakeholders started changing. I want to rely on this more and more, which is true and fair view of the financials. So along with the balance sheet, the profit and loss account also got started audited. We also looked at objective evidences not only within the financials but outside the financials also. Not only within the organizations but outside the organizations also. So the role changes there as well. And of course, as I said, it became more focused on internal controls and sampling techniques. This again shifted, and let me tell you an example. 1930s, I think, Modern Times is one movie which all of us must have seen, Charlie Chaplin, at those days. What a movie. It really depicts what was possible at that point in time. And some kind of a CCTV was also displayed out over there in those days. Now, the role of an auditor, therefore, was to support that kind of a movement where more and more capital was coming in. And from 1960s to 1990s, I think a lot of development took place. So gone were the days of prevention and detection of frauds and errors. That became a part of the management responsibility. It was more of true and fair view so that the capital market, which became regulated, that can be supported. So the investors' expectations, the shareholders' expectations, the bank's expectations, the audit committees and the board of directors' expectations, all were surrounded by the true and fair view of the financial statements. Then came technology. The advent of technology, I think there will be a session today afternoon on technology. I will not be dwelling too much into it. But the advent of technology, slowly and gradually, I think I still remember having read that there were 2 refrigerator-sized boxes being brought in by IBM, and the total size or the capacity was 2 MB. That was 1950s. Think of it now. So things are available, like if somebody has to work on a slide changer, so it's like this sort of an equipment and a small USB which links up, and you can do a slide changing very easily. So it's, and look at the capacity, the sensors which have come in. Now in 1990s, therefore, post-1990s, therefore, there was a situation when there were many more scandals which came in. Enron was an example. In India, our Satyam was an example. So if you really dig deep into it, the ask from the stakeholders was that, were we able to unearth or find a crater in the balance sheet? We are not looking for holes in the balance sheet. We are talking about craters in the balance sheet. Were we able to find that out properly? So this assurance function was also evolving based on the scope or concept of risk-based auditing coming in. Wherever the risks are more, we focus more on those areas. Of course, technology was once something which definitely came in and we were trying to focus on those technologies, how to help the auditing itself. So there were standards which were formed. So GAS, we have the accounting standards which came in, the auditing standards which came in, and our own institute has taken out so many standards on auditing as well. So apart from our own institute, there are global bodies also which have taken out standards so that uniformly the investors can understand whether the financials are being properly looked at, and the work of audit is also happening with respect to some practices, uniformity in practices. Now, why was this important? The point was definitely not only to talk about the areas which talks about the formation of these specific SOPs or the quality of the work, but at the end we are all talking about high quality audits. So therefore, the reliance on internal audits, the reliance on forensic investigations, all of these started growing more and more. I would now touch upon one significant point which definitely crossed my mind when I was trying to think of what to speak on this subject, is the element of fraud. Now, if you look at the definition of fraud as per the Companies Act, you would see a long sentence. Very often when you come to the end of the sentence, you forget what is mentioned at the beginning of the sentence and forget about what is there in the middle of the sentence. So what happens when we talk about such definitions? Ideally, people say, and BBC says, that any sentence which has more than 13 words should be avoided in any definitions. Forget about definitions in construction of any sentence. So maybe we also need to think through, and our regulators also need to think through, and then therefore try and make things less complicated. But all said and done, while we are talking about frauds, there have been various legislations which have come in and which have been trying to strengthen the concept of how to control these areas. And why we are saying this, these financial scandals have caused a lot of harms to our society so far. So financial statement frauds, billions of dollars can be wiped away. I'm not talking about the frauds which are being made by employees and some small portions of it. I'm more talking about where there can be craters, as I have been using this term quite often. Now, why these happen? So there can be three areas which broadly people look at. One can be the pressure or incentive. As an example, I am management and investors are looking at me every quarter. So the quarterly financial statements, people are looking at my EPS, they are looking at various other, the banks are looking at covenants. So I need to be absolutely sure whether I am moving in the right direction or not. If not, there might be some serious consequences. So what do? I may take an opportunity, okay, let's adjust something this quarter and go into the next quarter. This is a temporary phenomenon, and then we may correct it when good times will come. So that's a very natural way of handling a particular situation when we are faced with pressures or incentives. If I am in debt, bad debt, I am in a large amount of debt, I am having that large amount of debt, how can I look into the covenants the banks have mentioned to all of us? Can I manage something? So the concept of putting things under the carpet will come in. So these are financial frauds, and these may lead us to big things. Now, we are not talking about this, that what is a fraud, what are examples of fraud. No. What we are saying is, as auditors, it is expected by the stakeholders, therefore, to look for such situations or conditions. Are they present in the organization where we are going and auditing? So, or if I am from corporate audit, so if I am looking into the organization, and let me tell you, Tata Steel has been growing for such a long period of time. So, with every year, we are looking at more geographies, we are looking at more complexities, we are looking at number being huge. So, standalone, if we are talking about a 1.5 lakh crore of revenues, then you must understand the amount of money that is involved elsewhere. When we talk about the overall consolidated debts, you will understand where we are coming from, and then therefore the pressures and incentives which are possible. But Tatas being Tatas, the morality part or the ethical part is definitely into our consideration as the first thing. Having said that, we are the conscience keepers or watchdogs. Perhaps our roles get up slightly more. It's not only watchdog, but being slightly more alert. Now, when we talked about pressures and we talked about incentives, the second element which comes to my mind is we also should talk about the opportunities which are available. Very often, some things, some internal controls may go unnoticed, or there is a human element which is present, or the manual element which is present in that particular area. Now, giving a simple example, if I may say that somebody can pass a financial entry at 11 PM in the night, or pass a transaction which is quite significant at, say, Sunday evening, maybe that transaction is important. We don't know. But what happens if it is a fraud and no real-time alerts go to the process owner of that particular transaction? We may discover it after some time, and probably after 6 months of it. 3 months may go by or 6 months may go by. By that time, the person who has committed that error or fraud may leave the organization and we may not find that person. That's also possible. So, where opportunities exist, people will try and do it. So, there is, with this advent of technology, there is always a possibility that we find out solutions which will trigger such exceptions or such transactions into the pop-up box of the process owner. That process owner has to approve that transaction, then only it will go through. The third element which might come in is to rationalize. I hope I am conscious of the time. It's 1 o'clock here. So, the rationalization or justification that we provide. Very often what happens is, we say that, okay, this guy has taken me to task, so I will also pay back. That's very, very commonly found. The other option is, okay, if others are doing it, why can't I do it? But the behaviors do change. Even if we talked about the opportunities, behaviors do change of the same person. Just think of it. Out over here, if somebody goes and spits on the road in India, nobody will come and nobody will take that person to task. See the same person behaving differently when he goes to, say, Singapore. It's a fine city, right? So, every action will have every such action will have a fine imposed. Even imprisonment is possible. So, there the persons, and as soon as you tell them about it, there the persons will go and behave differently. So all of these, what I was mentioning of opportunity or pressure or incentive or for that matter rationalization, so these are environments that we have, and then therefore we need to be conscious of this environment in any organization. And why I am saying this? See, India, if you look at the concept of the perception of corruption index, which is, I think, the Transparency International publishes it every time. So we have been stagnant over the last 2 years, but at 85 rank. And the marks out of 100 is 40. So the environment, I'm being very apolitical, I'm not talking about any government, anything. I am saying the environment we should be conscious of and try and improve as much as possible ourselves, and all of this lies with us, all professionals. Whether we are engaged in organizations, corporate world, whether we are practicing ourselves, or whether we are associated as statutory auditors to an organization, or whether we are internal auditors of any firm. Now, when we talk about these things, then of course, then there is a situation that how do these surface? These surface, and let me tell you, there is an association of certified fraud examiners. I am sure many of you would have heard about it. They publish every year rather, the various percentages of how these are reported, and most often more than 43% is reported to be, I think it's 46%, reported to be for tip-off or information provided. So there are laws which are coming up, which are being enforced, and if you ask me, in US there is a law that there is a strict law on frauds, but if there is a person who is making a payment to somebody, which say to a government employee, who is like a facilitation payment, who will hasten up the process, that's not fraud for them. They say that it's the job to be done, it's only speeding up that process. However, if it is a job, if you are making a payment for something which will give you some favorable situation as compared to somebody else, then that is unfair and that is a fraud. But when you move to UK, the law is draconian, and the enforcement of that law is also draconian. It's quite harsh. So it's not only the content of the law or the act, but it is also the enforcement which is very, very essential in this case. So when we talk about these cases, that when we are saying that fine, we are talking about frauds in this case, fine, where are we leading towards? The way forward, therefore, from all auditors, when we opine or when we recommend something to the organization and to the management, is therefore to make the ethics department very, very strong and robust. We understand the independent directors may be provided with hundreds of whistleblowing cases, but that mechanism till now is the strongest and most effective part when we are talking about frauds. So the stakeholder also expects us to talk about this subject or recommend this. Now when we talk about the tip-off or confessions that this has happened, if it is 46%, there is also something to know about, that yes, internal audit plays about 16% as a role in finding out these. Of course, now more and more tools and technologies are coming out. Data analytics is key, real-time fraud alerts are key, and then therefore one has to really move on into that subject. When we talk about this, then of course the point comes in fine, we are talking about how to make the enforcement very harsh. Perhaps that might look like slightly conservative in approach, but let me tell you, wherever there is a harsh penalty, people will not act in that way. Like I took an example of Singapore. If somebody goes and throws off something or litters, is it allowed? Go try and see. So that's something where the government has taken tremendous steps to ensure that it's a fine city. So it's not only because of the beauty around it, but also the fines around it. So when we talk about this, I must also say that who usually make this. So the auditors will look forward to some situations when we are looking forward to a trusted individual who commits such frauds. Usually, broadly, generally, the length of or the duration is usually less than 5 years. It can be a lateral recruit who can come in, but usually it's less than 5 years. And definitely there are other things like that person will be hardworking, that person will be not delegating, that person will ensure that everything is kept to himself. I also do that. Perhaps not so much on delegation part, but nobody will say, perhaps say there is a fraudster written on each of these persons' names. It's not Diwar, where we say, Mera Baap Chor hai. So it is like where we are talking about the conditions which are there, how the stakeholders are expecting the auditors to talk about it. So when Tata Steel also has its ethics committees, and when the audit committee discusses on any cases, of course, the first thing comes, which process failed? The second thing comes, did internal audit have a look at it? Third thing comes, what were the statutory auditors doing? So that's how everybody will look at it. The independent directors will also have this expectation and will look forward to the auditors how to change these roles. Now really, how to change these roles? When we talk about this, perhaps we come to the most important point in this fraud element is the information theft. That's the most dangerous part. So when we talk about cyber security, when we talk about in IT general controls, these become very essential elements when we are saying if some data passes on from one organization to any other organization. Just think of it, the strategy documents, the business plan, say for a manufacturing organization, the design. So these become very, very crucial and critical elements to protect. How do we protect, and how do we set up aside controls so that we do this? So the most important and the last point which I'm going to make on the fraud element is how to prevent, as I have already suggested, perhaps enforcement. The harsh enforcement is very, very essential. Just think of it for ourselves when we are driving a car. Maybe 20 years back, did we put on seat belts? Most likely no. So over a period of time, first the driver had to put on the seat belts, then the co-passenger. Now, ideally, even the passenger sitting in the rear seat should wear the seat belts. So now when you, I think, board an Uber cab, they will announce that please put on the rear seat belts. But again, the enforcement is weak, because when you try and look forward the seat belt, but the place where you have to put it and fasten it, that is not there, that's inside the seat cover. So that's what I was trying to say about this. So the effectiveness becomes stronger when we talk about whistleblowing. Now, I'll just mention something. I think it's almost 1:15. So I'll just mention about the regulators' expectations. That's very, very essential. You all know that NFRA has been formed, right? So it's the audit of auditors. Why? At the end of the day, there is a regulatory body or an authority who is looking at or suggesting the way the auditors should be working. The inspection and the investigations, the way they are going to happen, or they are forming bodies who are going to do this. Perhaps short term this is fine, but medium term, will this continue? I'm not too sure. I'm not too confident about this way of operations. So most likely this will be moderated. The way we are expected to work, that will be further reinforced. Many more standards will come in, and then we will be looking at various aspects of how to improve this. So the one part of the story is how to incorporate more forensic into our way of audits. I'm not talking about absolute forensic audits, but accountability wise, can we find out something more? That question definitely will come, and there is a need for self-introspection. And another thing which is very important, and I will now move on to my next topic, is gone are the days of sampling. So complete 100% testing is very, very essential. So the key element is adoption of technology and leveraging technology. So with this, if I may move on to the main thing of the remaining relevant in terms of technology orientation. I'm not talking about the SQCs because that's also a key significant part, because SQCs which have been brought in are also talking about the SOPs, the way we need to work, the way we need to audit, but these are minimum requirements. So if we really talk about three big circles, one circle will be knowing the business. Second circle will be, knowing the business would mean including the business risk assessment, etc. Second big circle will be pure common sense. Third comes the standards. Once we apply our own knowledge, whatever we have earned, the smell of it. So we are talking about artificial intelligence in many aspects. Many things can be done by technology nowadays like human beings. We are all talking about it. But the smell part of it, which an auditor can smell, really is unmatchable. And I never think it will be possible. Of course, I don't know going forward how it's going to exponentially grow in terms of technology. Now, that smell point is very, very critical for all auditors, therefore, and the audit fraternity. And the expectation, therefore, is to keep on churning that process within ourselves and ensuring that we need to look forward to various ways of capturing the entire details and giving proper assurance on the true and fair. Now, I was hearing the main point of context which was brought in was the changing role of auditors, where we were talking about consultants coming in. True, that's absolutely right. And then therefore the question of independence that we talked about. My personal view is independence is absolutely crucial, critical. We should not be touching on areas where we have already commented on or provided our consultancy, in the sense that if we are statutory auditors. In the form of internal audit, perhaps there is an element of recommendation which can come in. Definitely that should be there, but that does not prevent us from going into that process again and auditing whether that has been correctly understood by the management and acted upon. So essentially these two elements we must talk about, and when we are talking about reasonableness, that has to move to a higher degree. So if I remember during my articleship days, so there used to be one person, we used to call him Dada, and this person used to carry a double-sided pencil, color pencil, both sides, and used to vehemently tick various vouchers, hard copies, documents, etc., and used to sharpen it. The more sharpening of that pencil used to happen, more work used to be considered being done. So we have also learned many things from him. A green tick and a red tick and a voucher, that means you have done a lot of testing, a lot of checking, and so on and so forth. Just imagine now, with the advent of ERPs, many organizations, as an example, have considered SAP. And SAP has also grown into S/4HANA, with various versions coming out of it, 2016, 2021, and so on and so forth. It will go on happening like this. So earlier the FICO modules were separate, now it's all unified and aligned and interconnected. Now, along with that, there can be surround systems which have interfaces and so on and so forth. We are talking about robotic process automations. We are talking about artificial intelligence and natural language generation process and so on and so forth. There are so many things which we are talking about. Recommendation engines we are talking about. GPT-4 we are talking about. Now, if these are being administered and these are being talked about by the management into the organization, imagine where the auditors have to be. They have to be one step forward, and that's the expectation from the stakeholders. How you can be one step forward so that you can actually understand where we are going, what we are doing is correct, and there are no control lapses which may lead to craters. So physical verifications, etc., continue, external confirmations continue, but they are not anymore through posts. So just imagine the stamps. There used to be, again, when we used to do audits, so there used to be a pouch we used to carry. There was a rubber stamp and green and red pens, and that pouch used to be kept in the pocket so that they don't soil the pocket. So now where will you put a stamp on? Will it be on the monitor of the screen which you are looking at? That's not possible, right? So the role of auditors also have to change. We have to look at the systems and the configuration controls more than the invoice itself. Is the invoice generated? Yes, that is crucial. If without generation of an invoice, if a material has gone out and we term it as sales, boss, there is something big, something wrong. That's definitely there. So you can always look at whether the invoice is generated but not printed. Earlier, we used to do it in the manual way. Can we do it completely? No. So the transformation in the technologies have taken us to a stage where we can write a query ourselves and find out if there is an invoice which has been generated but not printed. So that's the trick, and it's 100% of the population. And it takes about 5 minutes. So that's the change that we are talking about. When we are talking about artificial intelligence or machine learning, I'm sure the next session will be very, very interesting and engaging after the lunch. And that's why I'm not speaking or digging too much into it. But that's one of the considerations which every auditor must have, be technologically very, very advanced so that we have complete control of things. Earlier, around a table, if an audit team was there, there was a partner, there was a manager, there was a tax expert, there were staff 1, staff 2, staff 3. Today, think of the situation. There will be a partner, there might be a manager, there can be a tax expert, there can be one staff. Along with that, there will be a cyber security expert. There will be an IT general control expert. So these are essentially people who would come in, and to top them all, the team must have a data analytics expert. Why is this important? Today, if we talk about somebody who is going for an audit, when the board meeting is scheduled on, say, 5th of April, and we start the audit on 28th of March. will the quality of audit be that good? Of course not. So the planning is very, very critical. And the methodology followed is also very, very critical. So there will be cut-off procedures, all that is fine. But what can we do, how we can adapt to this situation, and what we can do to ensure that completeness of checking is done. So that's how auditors are molding ourselves today. So when we talk about situations where today when somebody is going abroad, things have become so different. I can make a call from the flight mid-air. So maybe a transaction is made. So I am not talking about from a taxation point in which jurisdiction it falls, or for that matter, I think whether it's an integral or non-integral accounting. So from that perspective, things have changed, the technologies have changed. There are so many things which are coming up. Annual reports are available on virtual realities. It's possible. So somebody can actually go through it and see visually what's there. Look at the information on BRSR. I must touch upon that point before I conclude. So the sustainability reporting has become very, very critical. So currently the BRSR reporting, you would have seen many organizations would have come up with a lot of information in terms of BRSR reporting. SEBI has also adapted. So BRSR core has come in. Correct? IFRS has issued in June 2 standards, S1, S2, the SASB. So there people are also looking at how globally people are looking at different standards and how we may look at those expectations. The expectations from the stakeholders, therefore, okay, what is stated in the annual report, is it right? What is the assurance on that process? There can be limited assurance as of now. But I am sure going forward, with environment being the key focus point, this will have a complete assurance requirement. So as auditors, are we geared up? When we talk about a lot of mergers, are we geared up from the time that we hear about it? And what testing are we trying to do? Because intangibles, the value of intangibles might be much more than actually what you are carrying as tangibles in the balance sheet. So it becomes very, very objective way of looking at things. There will be so many assumptions. The way the cash flows have been computed, the valuation principles that have been adopted. So all of these, therefore, the auditors have to look into. Going forward, for all the students who are coming into, for aspiring chartered accountants and the professions, if I really look at, say, any manufacturing organization, if you draw a Venn diagram, so one part can be, if I broadly call it a finance and commercial aspect, there can be broadly a technical aspect, how to produce the engineering background of it. There can be an IT background of it, if this Venn diagram is drawn. Somebody who possesses the key techniques and the qualifications of taking that middle portion of that intersection will definitely be called the purple blood. Today, a person who has SAP knowledge, configuration control knowledge, will definitely score higher than a person who has just come in and passed a CA exam. So essentially, we also have to be technology oriented. We need to learn SQL query writing. We need to train ourselves and learn various other tools which are possible. And when we are joining a manufacturing organization, we can't just say, yes, the repairs to building have gone up because there have been repairs to building. So there we have to understand where is it located, what can go wrong in case there is a mistake somewhere. If somebody is preparing a variation statement, and auditors do rely on the variation statements, so the financial information, how it has flown, does it really reflect on what has happened? If there is a relining of a blast furnace, is this much of expense possible? Is it properly accounted? All of these questions we need to ask. The trait of smelling therefore becomes very, very important, and artificial intelligence can't give you that. You may use it as an enabler for all other considerations, but finally the auditor has to have that smell, the trait of smelling. I think it's almost 1:30. I will now conclude my session, and thank you for this patient listening. I don't want to come in between the lunch and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chatterjee. I think when we are talking about the expectations, so the expectation is shifting from sampling to 100% checking with the advent of technology. Then the composition of audit team naturally is getting impacted. So you need IT specialists in your team now, those who would be understanding data analytics, IT general controls, and cyber security, as you mentioned. I think the auditor's approach, that is the mindset, then the skill set, the knowledge they bring in, along with that, now tool set is also important. And what is understood is that the business environment is adopting the tools very fast. And if we auditors are not a step ahead of them, then how are we going to understand as to where the business house is taking the transactions? What are the possible ways in which there could be a fraud?
So I'll just make one statement, because when I talked about those 6 buckets, like 1840s and prior, and then 1840 to 1920, 1920 to 60, and 60 to 1990, and pre-COVID and then COVID and all. Why I made that differentiation? We could have said 1990s and beyond. But this post-COVID situation has really led us into a situation where we have seen during the lockdown, was it possible for us, or any auditor for that matter, statutory auditors included, to go to the physical location and have a client conversation? It was not possible. Otherwise, that was the mandate. And perhaps we have again come back to the same situation. But we have learned how to use technology, therefore, mere physical verification of any inventories. So somebody, one person or 2 persons who were there showing the process, doing the counting, but something was done on WhatsApp, using WhatsApp, something was being done through Microsoft Teams, but that's the way people adapted themselves. So the technology adaptation, auditors have to stay one step ahead. Management will definitely run, they will definitely move on, Tableau dashboarding, visualization tools, this, that, etc. Think about the way blockchain technology is being adopted in logistics operations and marketing and sales. But if we, as auditors, be it internal auditors or statutory auditors, we don't learn about it, about that process, the IT controls around it, whether to establish that, yes, I can rely upon that process, then we will be miserably failing. And that assurance, what is expected from the stakeholders, the true and fair view of the financials, perhaps we will be unable to provide.
Agreed, 100% agreed. And I think another very important aspect has also come up. With the advent of artificial intelligence, still it's clear that the auditor's smell, the human intelligence that an auditor brings in the process, can never be forgone. That will always be there.
That's my personal view. Completely agree to that point, that we may have tools, technologies, but they are enablers at the end of the day. These are tools and technologies to support us. But finally, our thought process, the judgment, the emotions, and smell, these things can't be replaced by any technology currently.
Thirdly, a very important fact with the advent of NFRA or the regulators, there is a lot of pressure on documentation. And I think documentation is very important because, so in a movie, there was a scene, so where a person comes and he says that in the court, that I am not getting my pension. I should get it, I am alive. Why are they saying that I have died? And in the court, a death certificate is produced that this person has died. So the judge says, no, there is enough documentation that you have died. So that is why you cannot get the pension. So that is how important documentation has become in front of the regulators now. Because without those documents, they are not going to understand as to how the audit has been conducted. But at the end, I think audit is not an inking process only, it's also a thinking process. So again, the auditors smell the process that cannot go off. But along with that, documentation has to be done. You cannot miss out on that. Saying that I have done everything, you might have done, but you have to prove that.
Actually, the point is, as I said, that the movement has been historically from prevention and detection of frauds and errors to true and correct to true and fair. But now this situation has come or arisen that the true and fair has also to be supported by some kind of accountability and forensic views, or from that smell, if I'm not when I've said that. It is not that we will take our hands off. The auditors can take our hands off and say, this is the job of the management. And that's why this NFRA perhaps has coming, and more regulations will come in. But honestly, I feel this is a short term. The documentation part, which you said, is very, very important. SQCs are there. And I feel significantly that should be followed, because any human element needs to be at least documented, if not automated. So while we lay stress on automation, perhaps 100% is not possible, but wherever there is manual process, we need to document.
And lastly, with the governments, again talking about sustainability. I was mentioning yesterday that the humankind started its journey by cutting the jungles, and finally today we are again talking about planting the trees. So we are talking about sustainability. So the importance of non-financial information is also gaining importance along with the financial information.
The assurance around it is currently limited. So I am sure this will also change. Like IFRS, as we were saying, June, they have come out with this one is 2. So similarly, we will also change as we move on and be focused more towards climate and environment and become more focused towards that. Assurance also will change. The way, the manner, who will do it, that I can't comment just now. As of now, there are various ways in which external independent assurance is being provided. But as of now, it's limited. But that will also change.
So while by delaying the process of lunch, we have increased the fire in the belly of the auditors sitting here, I think the discussion that has happened will also increase the fire in the belly of the auditor sitting here. So the organizers are ready to proceed ahead, I think, with the lucky draw, and you are waiting for that. So we do not want to come in between the process. So we hand it over back to the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very engaging and very insightful session, and we cannot thank you enough for giving your valuable time and enlightened all of us with your knowledge and your experience. Before we conclude this session, there is a special announcement by the Vice Chairman of our branch, CA Gagan Bihari Das, sir. Sir, please.
Namaskar. As promised, and it is really looking good that even though the delicious lunch is waiting for you, all the delegates are waiting for these interesting things. ये जो black box है, इसमें क्या है? So we all are waiting for that. It is a matter of minutes time. We request you to please be here. And we have lots of surprising prizings today. So kindly be with us for At least 2 minutes.
Now I request CA Arun Kumar Verma, past chairman of Bhubaneswar branch of ICI, to present a formal vote of thanks for this session.
Good afternoon, friends. This has been a wonderful session. I also won't stand much between the lucky draw, but then it's my pleasant duty to give a vote of thanks. Mr. Debayan Patra is a known name, a known figure. If you open your mail in the morning, you will see something from Mr. Debayan Patra. It's all information and it's all valid, and today he has raised a very, very important question, which I think in the CA conference somewhere we would have given more time to decide upon. In the beginning he told, should the auditee appoint their auditor? That's a very important point. I think till now even listed companies are not doing that. Except for public sector, it's all to the management. Perhaps the institute and may the August House, either here or in times to come, needs to deliberate upon that. I thank Mr. Debayan Patra for giving this thought-provoking message in this important session, and he has summed up the session after Mr. Palash Chatterjee talked so very well. So I thank you, sir, from the core of my heart and on behalf of all the delegates. May I request Mr. Tapas Pani to present a memento to Mr. Debayan Patra, please. Thank you, Mr. Pani. Our speaker, he represents a very, very important organization, Tata Steel. The name is known to all. It's a very, very old company, and he dealt with the topic so very vividly and in detail. I must say, Ms. C.A. Palash Chatterjee has polished this subject from 1840 till today. So he touched upon the importance of independence, the importance of environment for the audit, then how the whole profession has developed. Most importantly, how it will be a game-changing thing when we talk about statutory audit or audit, we always talk about samples. Now, I think he is able to see the future, and times are not very far, perhaps, when it will be 100% of the checking, thanks to the technology. He talked about that, and when talking about technology, he used one particular word a number of times, touching his nose. He has very sharp nose and very, very good nose, and he must be proud of that. But then let me tell you, friends, whether your nose is sharp like Mr. Palash Chatterjee's or a broad, big one like mine, all auditors can smell very well. So perhaps use that. We are a step above artificial intelligence is the message. Thanks, Mr. Palash Chatterjee, for so vividly and so nicely conveying your thoughts and telling to the audience what lies ahead. Thank you. May I request C.A. Rajendra Das to present a memento to our guests. Thank you. Thank you.
I request Devan Patraji and Palas Chatterjee ji, please be there for 2 minutes. We will be declaring our prizes. So kindly please. Now the waiting time is over. Or shall we wait for another half an hour? I would request now our two legendary leaders, Sharad Chandra Bhadra sir and Sabot sir, to come to the dais for declaration of this prize. See, we have 2 sessions, we will be declaring 2 prizes. So who are the lucky ones? Please, the countdown starts now.
Here, 18.
Now this is for the first session prize today, and Bhadra sir is going to announce the lucky number. Sir, mix कर दीजिए, mix कर दीजिए. हाँ, छोड़ो, छोड़ो. No, चार is enough. छोड़ो, छोड़ दीजिए. 2. Yeah, the number is here. It starts with 3. The second digit is 5. And the last is 0. Who is the lucky winner? 350. Come on, please. Please make it fast. It's a Oppo mobile for you. Please. Your membership no? Membership number. Please come fast. अरे दौड़ी आसा. छाड़ दे दे. Sir, your membership number?
067250.
067250. Name? It is yours, no? Yours, no? Friend. Okay. Thank you. Sir, please. Sir, please. Sir. Thank you, the winner. Now this is the time for the second. I request Sabot sir to, पूरा जोर लगा के. Now he has already declared if his number is coming, he will not take it. Yeah, it is 1, 2, and the third number is 3. Wait, not yet over. There is a fourth number. It is 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. Who is the lucky winner? 1, 2, 3, 1. Who is the lucky winner? Please raise your hands. Please come. वो सर देने का टाइम में बहुत प्यार से मुझे बोले थे कि मेरा नंबर दे देना है. See, it is a completely 100% transparent.
Corporate non-member
No. You are holding this?
Yes.
You can. There is no corporate. You are from? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1. Hey, get there. Huh? Thank you. We will again assemble after half an hour. I request all the delegates to please finish the lunch and come back. We have lots of exciting prizes today. In addition to that, आपका इंतजार जिसके लिए है Mr. Ruturaj Mahanti from Mumbai. He is going to perform at 6:30 today. Another important announcement. We request all our delegates to bring their families. We have gift means family coupon available with Naresh. Those who are interested can take it. And it is only a subsidized rate of 200 rupees to be paid.
The family will enjoy the benefit. No payment needs to be made. Please, all of you are requested to bring your family.
good afternoon to all the dignitaries on and off the dais and all the members present here. I, CA Vanesha Mishra, member of Bhubaneswar branch, welcome you all to the third session. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. I feel privileged to introduce Mr. Devesh Sinha, founder and CEO of Cozentus Technologies. Can we have the chairman for this session, Mr. Devesh Sinha ji, on the dais, please? Please give him a huge round of applause. For this session, speaker will be Mr. Sanjeev Sanghi. Can we have Sanjeev sir on the stage, please? Please give him a huge round of applause. I feel privileged to introduce Mr. Devesh Sinha, founder and CEO of Cozentus Technologies. Mr. Devesh is an engineering graduate from NIT and has been associated with some of the leading companies around the world. He started his career with Tata Group in India. After having worked with Tata Group as senior officer, he moved to United States. In the US, he has been consulting to various global organizations like AIG, MCI, UPS, while working with PwC. After having exposed to global business environment, he has been a serial entrepreneur and founded companies in India, UK, and Europe. He founded his first company, ESSPL, in 1998, which is one of the leading software services exporting company of Odisha. He has been a leader in exporting software and employed over 300 people in Odisha. As a founder and CEO, his company has won various awards and laurels as leading exporter from the state and set up multiple offices all over the world. In 2019, he founded Cozentus Technologies in India and United Kingdom, which specialize in emerging technologies with domain specialization in SCM and logistics. Mr. Devesh has been actively involved in the startup ecosystem. He has been mentoring various startups and passionate about developing entrepreneurship in the state. He has been part of the various evaluation committees in the state and at national level to identify the startups, the recognition and promotion. I request our past chairman, CA Sugyan Kishore Sahu sir, to present a bouquet to Mr. Devesh Sinha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, CA Avinash Panda, take an honor to introduce CA Sanjeev Sanghi, Vice Chairman EARC. Sanjeev sir is a tech-savvy practicing CA with more than 24 years of experience in international fintech industries. With a passion of technology and digital transformation, Sanjeev sir is instrumental in guide numerous professionals in digitizing and automation in their practice. The book called The Digital Professional serves a guide light for fellow professionals and upskill themselves by leveraging technology in their operations. Sanjeev sir has a passion for sharing his knowledge and experience and providing training and counseling in numerous academic institute, professional body and study circle. He is a regular speaker in various subjects, includes digitalization and automation, cloud computing, social media presence, cloud accounting, DCMM and global opportunities. Sanjeev sir is a co-chairman of IT committee of Merchant Chamber of Commerce and Industry, advisor to IT Committee Direct Tax Professional Association, and is a charter member of TAI Kolkata and senior vice president of MSME Development Forum, West Bengal. So I request CA Suraj Mahapatra sir to present a bouquet to Surja Prakash Mahapatra to present a bouquet to Mr. Sanjeev sir.
Now I would request Mr. Davis and sir to chair and moderate the session. Sir, please.
Sorry? Very good afternoon to all of you. It looks like I am the only non-CA in this crowd. Since whoever I see looks like a CA. So, the topic for deliberation today is emerging technology in the CA profession, audit and AI tools. So I will talk a little bit about the emerging technologies, try to explain a bit of, what are the emerging technologies. Is that okay? So when we talk about emerging technologies, right, we are primarily these days focusing on the data science stream. When I talk about data science stream, it is primarily the data, right? And when you talk about the data, there are three things which comes under mind. One is, of course, artificial intelligence, which we all talk about. The other thing comes in our mind is the machine learning. And the third thing which comes in the mind is the advanced analytics. So to understand, because the buzzword these days is the AI, which is artificial intelligence, I would like to give a parallels to the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence. So when we talk about the intelligence, human intelligence, we have to think about ourselves that how do we think, right? How does the intelligence works, right? So what happens, there are three components which I see that, in our intelligence part works. One is our genetics, where we have come from. The past exposure of the life, like whatever we have seen, that is the second part. And third part is the emotion which carries with it. There are three things to do it, right? And whenever we talk about intelligence, when the decision which we take, it comes primarily the data which we have been collecting as a part of our, observation and the experiences which we are getting. That is how we are collecting the data. Our mind stores those data, and then we take a decision based on processing those data, right? Which is that is how we take decision. And to be honest, artificial intelligence is no different. If you look at the artificial intelligence, what has happened is we have been collecting data, huge data from different sources, different areas. And now we talk about the data to take the decision on behalf of us. Think about it in your profession. I'm sure that when you come into the new situation or new kind of a complication with your customer, I'm sure when you go and consult others, right? Other chartered accountants or other firms, just to find out like have they come through those kind of a situation. Think about this world is expanding to the entire world, right? And you have a data from all parts of the world. And that is how you are getting the power of processing. And with the technology improving, our processing power improving, data storage cost and the speed is coming down, we have a huge possibility of our decision making based on these data. And that is what the artificial intelligence uses, right? What happens is that we create certain mathematical and statistical model, right? We pass through those, the data through those models, and you get to the decision making. And that is how the artificial intelligence works. And these data models are created by the data scientists, which is typically the statisticians and the mathematicians. They have different models for the different business world, and that is how the artificial intelligence works, right? Now, think about humans, right? Our decision-making ability improves as we mature. So what happens? Why it improves? Because we have more data within our head to process, right? So what happened that when you have a more data, that means my brain is learning, new things are learning, right? So the machine also happens in the similar fashion, right? When we talk about machine learning, what happened that we subject more data through that model to the machine, and the machine learns that how to make decisions. So newer situation, newer environment which is we get exposed to as a human, machine also get exposed to new data, and that model gets, again trained, and they are able to make decisions. So that is where the artificial intelligence and machine learning works, right? And the third part we talked about the advanced analytics. Of course, these are more as we get more data, and these tools helps us in taking the decision, which is in terms of the prescriptive as well as the predictive, right? So I say that these days modern day astrologers are our machines, right? These advanced analytics tools are the modern day astrologer for the business. Earlier we used to go to the astrologer to find out how is going to be my future. These days the data are telling us what is going to be my future, right? So that is in brief. I have talked about emerging technologies. Now, coming to your profession, particularly the finance and accounting world, there are a lot of things are happening, and they are most of the industry as getting along with the new technologies which is coming, and I'm sure that accounting and finance is no different, and they also embracing these technologies pretty fast. So a lot of tools, technologies have come which is helping you in doing all kind of activities which happens. But most important part which is happening is that I know that we all feel scared when the artificial intelligence comes, right? What is going to happen to us? The one which we have invested so far in terms of my time, my money, my learning, is that artificial intelligence is going to take over from us. I personally believe there is nothing to worry about, because what is happening is it is enabling us to go up a level, right? The one which we used to do things manually, today machines are doing, and these machines are going to help us in terms of moving us to the next level, so we become the better advisor to our customers or clients in your world, right? So that is how this system is going to happening. And most of the world today adopting pretty fast, and I think the finance and accounting has been the early adopter. I'm sure you have seen the first round of transformation in terms of ERP in the businesses, and the second round of the transformation which is happening is the more from the emerging technology, artificial intelligence perspective. There are certain things which we have to keep in mind, right? Because I personally believe that human cannot be replaced, because ultimately we are the one who has created as well the artificial intelligence, and this is not end of the world. It is going to be more and more things will be coming down the line. So we need to embrace it, we need to work with it, we need to improve, we need to qualitatively improve our services and how we deliver it to the customer, right? That is how the whole thing is going to evolve. So this is technology perspective of it, which I am trying to share with you. We have Sanjeev Sanghi with us. He has been a seasoned entrepreneur in the tech industry, plus the additional advantage of him being here is he's a CA. He's going to talk more in terms of what is happening in the more specific in the business of the chartered accountants. So I will request Sanjeev to talk about it a bit. So over to you, Sanjeev, and then probably we can have few question and answers down the line.
Thank you, Devesh sir, the chairman of this session, and I will try to be as best as I can. Can I have a caller mic and can I have the presentation up on the stage? Caller mic. Caller mic. Or maybe the cordless. So if I can have the presentation with the slide changer.
Hello, hello.
Thank you, sir. And can I have the slide changer? Yeah, great. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think post-lunch is definitely the most toughest thing, but I can assure you that in this another 45 to 60 minutes, whatever time is given to me, you'll definitely take something very important for you in your profession. When we are talking about emerging technologies, generally our mind gets blocked. Is this connected to me? Is this something which I've been doing for last 20, 30, 40 years? I'm a chartered accountant, I'm not a technocrat. So why the hell should I learn all this? Do we have all these questions in mind? I've been made to do audits, made to do taxation, made to do GST, maybe company law. Why at all technology is coming up as a subject and everyone in this world is talking about it? And everybody wants us to be adaptable to it. I'm not going to be adaptable to it. That's where the block of mind is. And when we talk about this theme, CA profession in digital era, you know what the difference is, the biggest difference is? We say, Sanjeev, we had been doing online returns, we had been doing faceless assessment, we had been doing all the things paperless. Because of COVID now, everything is online, we have server. We are even doing faceless assessment. Don't you think we are adapting to technology? I will say no, not yet. Because what you are doing today is all because of compulsion. All because somehow the other, the government has told you to do something like that, and that is because we all are doing. What we are going to talk today is something where we go one step ahead. And that is what we are going to think, and to be relevant, this is something we need to do. We see all these things have become dinosaurs, and when we talk about how the worldwide accountants has changed, working with US, UK and Australia for last 20 years, I've seen that when we were doing basic accounting for them, when we are doing manual transactions for them, today this has been taken by machines. In my office, I'm not talking about big organization or anything other than that, we don't do manual data entry. It automatically have an OCR, character recognition, wherein all the bank statements, all the credit card statements, all the payroll statements, everything gets picked up. And it is automatically getting entered into the system through the process of robotic process automation, through artificial intelligence. Now, how does a chartered accountant need to play a role in this? Why at all we need to understand this is because it is us as chartered accountant who are designing those systems. Now, whether we talk about data analytics, when we talk about working on Excel, I was just having a long chat with Devesh sir, during our lunch break. And I was asking him a very basic question that we all understand Excel, right? We all had been working on Excel, and I had been doing workshops for last 15 years. But how many of us knows Power Query? Can I see a raise of hand? 1, 2. Power Query, sir, in Excel. Sir is saying, I've never heard of this name, Sanjeev. What are you talking? And how can we learn this? How many of us are working on Power BI? Can I see a raise of hand? Only 1. How many of us are working on macros? And are we practically implementing macros in our organization? Knowing it and practically implementing it is two different things. How many of us are practically implementing that? And let me share you a good news. To learn this will take you only 2 to 5 minutes. And if you learn this, Sabat sir, you can automate your audit functions. The question is, what is stopping us? I'm going to repeat this question at least 15, 20 times with different questions when we come across. Let's talk about the attendance system. How many of us are maintaining the attendance system in our organization? All of us, right? What a basic question, Sanjeev. We have biometric, we have these things happening. How many of us are giving offer letters? Sir, sorry to say, we are just trying to, because they are my members. How many of us are issuing offer letters and appointment letters to our employees or articles? 1, 2. And how many of us are actually checking the review, the performance review of our employees, conducting the induction for them? Sir, conducting the induction for them? Regular basics training for them? What I'm trying to talk over here is technology is not a different subject. Technology is not a different subject, and we always get confused to say that, well, this is not my cup of tea. Technology is all about your digital mindset and bringing a digital culture in your organization, where you talk about efficiency, where you talk about automation, where you talk about how you can improve the entire process and reduce time and have complete control on whatever you are doing. How many of us are printing reports for our clients, the management reports, the MIS reports? Because what is happening today is the client is looking for us as people who are compliance officers. They are not consulting with us to help them grow their business, to help them reduce their cost, to help them give a real dashboard at a click of a button, which is called a 1-minute dashboard. Imagine a company like AK Sabat sir, your firm, if I give you a 1-minute dashboard about what is your revenue today, how many team is working, what are your open works, why this is open, who is important for that, and at any point of time, at a click of a button, if you get these reports, are you not happy about it? And can we not do this for our clients? And why are we not thinking about those as a service area? And why are we not doing those as a service to our client? Why are we doing something which had been done for last 30, 40, 50 years and still struggling to it, saying that, Sanjeev, we don't have any more audits. We are facing issues with GST. We are facing issues with this. There are thousands, plethora of areas. You talk about SAP, you talk about Oracle, you talk about ERP, you talk about blockchain. Everywhere chartered accountants are required because they have that financial acumen. They have that financial knowledge, a domain expertise, which Devesh sir or any other technological people will not have. And they look for us to design business systems, wherein we are the people who are going to tell them what are the inputs we are going to provide, how that is going to get processed, and what is the output which a client is expecting from us. So we become the system designer, which doesn't require any of the technology coding. We don't need to learn Java. We don't need to learn Python. We don't need to learn any SQL commands. But we understand business and we can design a structure to say, hey, this is the business problem of this client. These are the data we have, and this is how this whole process can happen, and this is what we expect from this. And then you can hire a bunch of programmers to get these things done. Any questions? So all of these people never thought in their life that they are going to get erupted. You know, talk about Kodak, talk about Nokia. 97% market share was there with Nokia. Today, nobody is using Nokia. Anyone who is using Nokia as of now? We talk about BlackBerry. So we are still thinking that we are going to be relevant if we are not going to change. We are not adapting to something new. This is a crossroad. I don't want to spend time on this. I'll just move up to this Different thing, the challenges which we are facing today. It's not about connected system. Today, client is looking for a 360 degree. Not just in terms of you being an expert on insolvency, you being an expert on taxation, on audit, on GST, or everything. They also want you to understand technology. I was just listening to one of the CAG points, which is impacting a lot of big firms and a lot of small and medium firms. Now, a lot of weightage has been given. How much you are technologically equipped. How's your cyber security working? How's your data security working? How you are planning your data? And do you know what is the quantum? What is the value, sir, of cyber frauds happening across the world? Any idea? We are talking about 5th largest economy. We are talking about 4th largest economy. Yesterday, the finance minister was there. The cyber fraud in the world is going to be the 3rd largest economy of the world. It is going to value at $10 trillion. You just heard a news of this All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I guess. Anyone who has heard this news about AIMS? 40 lakh records of patients was taken up. Medical records of all the patients, 40 lakh patients, and AIMS were like, घुटनों पे आ गया कि सर आप जो बोलोगे हम कर देंगे. That is called ransomware, and that is doing with all these 19, 20 years kid. अब वो जामतारा नहीं रहा. They have become very organized crimes. And all of us, we are all exposed to it. हमारे तो पासवर्ड भी 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 होते हैं. बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा तो संजीव 1 2 3. उससे ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा तो कैपिटल एस संजीव 1 2 3, राइट सर? और अगर ऐसे 25 पासवर्ड में बता दिया तो 90% लोग के पासवर्ड क्रैक हो जाएंगे. We use one email for all our organization. I'm sorry to say that. We use one Wi-Fi. जो उस Wi-Fi में घुस के all your client data can be taken up, and we are the most soft target for them. Why can't we think even of becoming a cyber security expert? How much time will it take? Just 6 months, just to learn it, just to understand it. And don't tell me I don't know how to learn it. Is there anyone who can ask me this question? How can I learn this subject, Sanjeev? How can I learn Power BI? How can I learn Power Query? Everything is available on internet. You talk about ChatGPT. How many of you have installed ChatGPT in your mobile? And how many of you have practically implemented it in your work? Yes, sir. What did you do out of it? Can anyone have a mic over there? Because I want interaction, because the objective over here is not to talk about what artificial intelligence is doing. The objective over here is to talk about how we can solve your problems, how we can remove that blockage in the mind that this is not for me. This is 100% for you. If you see over here, sir, this is not my presentation, sir. This is the presentation of the worldwide professionals who talk about present roles and future roles. And you see the present role of accountant and auditors and human resource specialists is all changing into data analyst and scientist. There was a chartered accountant just qualified. To all the young members who have just qualified or maybe a few years qualified into this, you know, he came to me, he was in Big Four for 3 years, then he started his practice for 2 years, and then he came to me and said, sir, I'm not understanding what I'm doing, because in traditional practice, I've been working on 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 rupees, filing income tax returns, and in Big Four, I was doing routine job. What should I do? I said, why don't you become a data scientist? He said, sir, I understand data, I love data, but how to go about it? He started learning for 3 to 6 months, sir, as a chartered accountant, and we can call him as a speaker also one day. He became a data scientist by learning R, Python, and that took him 3 to 6 months, an expense of maximum 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupee. Today he's running his own company as a data scientist, and you can say that if all the chartered accountants today become a data scientist or a data analyst, still there is such a big demand. He's making crores and crores of rupees at the age of not even 30 years of age, and he's sitting in Calcutta. And I know at least 10 to 12 chartered accountants who are actually into this, because all the big organizations. I know why I motivated him. I said, because he asked me a question. He said, you know, all this data science work, which all of you may be having a question, my client doesn't need this project. My client only wants me to do his audit or his income tax or his GST work. They will not give me any data science work, right? These are the questions you have in mind? Well, what had happened is I told him one thing very important, which says that 80% of the people who is looking for data science doesn't afford to go to Big Four, doesn't afford to go to Devesh sir. And 20% of the people who can afford Big Four are not your market. So 80% of the market is there still for you who wants to get analysis done, like Sabas sir wants to have his analysis of his entire organization, but doesn't want to go to Big Four. He wants someone like Sanjeev or someone like Mr. X, Mr. Y to go and study his organization and give a 5-pager report on a regular basis to understand his business, where he is standing as on today at any point of time, real time. How many of us knows ERP, SAP, Oracle? Sir, any person who says, I am good in Oracle, straight away can make money right today. And we don't want to do it. So these are our goals. And let me tell you, who wants to achieve this goal? We want to be paperless. How many of us claim, honestly, that we are 100% paperless in our organization? 100%, sir. The government is 100% paperless. What is stopping us? Don't tell me how to get paperless. If you have one single challenge, I bet you on that. There is no challenge for you. Because you get everything online, you are filing everything online, your assessment is online, it is just your habit to say, I want to take a print and then, tick it off, then only I'll get that mental satisfaction that I've done something important. I cannot work on PDF. How many of us work on PDF, write annotation, make markings on a PDF file? Can I see a big raise of hand? We work only on PDF, we make a color over there, we make a notation over there, we put a tick mark over there. On PDF, all of this is possible, sir. Not even 4 or 5 people. And do you want to know how to do that? You have youtube.com. I'm not an expert. Everything is possible unless and until you don't have that desire. We are talking only about mindset. That is 80%, sir. 15% is the skills of how to learn it, and 5% is the tools. And what we do is that we say, we don't know the tools, we always give excuses, we don't know what is the right tool for us. And that is just an excuse for us. 80% we don't want to get into a discipline of having a digital culture in the organization. And when I talk about digital culture, it's about everyone disciplined enough to go in, enter the timesheet, go on performing, and each and every work is recorded, and at a click of a button, you get to know what is the open work in my organization. What are the things which are pending? Why is it pending? Who is working on it? What are the documents pending and why it is pending? If these questions get answered at a click of a button in your organization, you have complete control of your organization. And that is what, once you start doing it, you can start working with your clients on that level, and they will go back to you and say, well, I'm working with the Big Four. I'm working with a firm which is so organized, so transparent, and so good. So that is paperless. Managing work anytime from anywhere, employees motivation, client engagement. We generally perform a black box. When the tax audit is coming, when the GST filing is coming, on the last day the client gives us a document, and then we start working on that. We don't have system where the client uploads everything, and then you get to know everything. And this is something which we need to start doing from day one, slowly and getting to that level. How many of us have a project management tools involved, implemented in our organization? Project management, work management, ticket management. Anyone? 1, 2, 3, 4. How will things happen, sir? How are we going to get to a level where we want to, where the entire world is going to, where the entire world is looking for India to be the accountant of the world? You have no idea the entire world. Today, if I talk about AI CPA, today if I talk about New Zealand Chartered Accountants, Singapore Chartered Accountants, you can go and Google and check it out. No more accountants are coming over there. And sir, let me tell you a good story. We understand debit and credit better than any accountants in the world. Our knowledge, our foundation is so strong. We are conceptually, logically, knowledge-wise, we are much, much ahead than them. The only thing which we are lacking is a little system, a little discipline in inculcating these digital technologies into our organization. So these are few tools. If that is something which you are looking for, I can share this presentation too. This is already over there. But if you want to have a paperless office, you can use Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive. You want to work on remote working, you can use AnyDesk, you can use TeamViewer. Communication, you have Skype, Teams, Zoom. Time management. We don't even track the time of our team members. भैया आप ऑडिट में जा रहे हो, आप जाओ. हमने भी ऐसे ही किया था. हमारी मेंटर ने मुझे भेज दिया था कि जाके ऑडिट करो. अब तुम भी जाके ऑडिट करो और करते करते सीखो. How many of us give them a SOP, a checklist, an entire manual? Ki when you are going for this audit, this is something which you need to take over and just put a tick mark over there. Fill up these multiple choice questions. Fill up these, an entire understanding. This is a small, small thing which you need to start building in your organization. And this is what I'm talking about as technology, rather than understanding what blockchain is and what data analytics is all about. Project management, time management. You know, we know Clockify. That's a free tool which allows you to just put on time. And when you see that I have 10 people working in my organization, and each and every person is working for 200 hours a month, that means 2,000 a month is my productive capacity. Sir, go back and just do one homework. You can do it in Excel also. You will be surprised to see that you are not even 30 to 40% productive. If you go and count down, I've done this research with at least 25 to 30 firms, and they were shocked to say, Sanjeev, my attendance is 2,000 hours, and the people are not able to fill in the time. Because when they fill up the time, they are not able to fill up more than 700 hours in a month. भैया 2 घंटा हमने ये किया, 1 घंटा हमने ये किया, 3.5 घंटा हमने ये किया, बाद की टाइम क्या किया? पता ही नहीं. And when you go and study that, you will get to know that these are all the wastages, these are all the leakages which could have been managed in a much, much better way. Learning, sir, YouTube, Udemy, जो भी आपको learning चाहिए, everything free of cost. You type in GST, you type in Power BI, you type in Coursera, you type in anything, you get to learn everything. How many of you have used LinkedIn to hire people? Oh, how many of you have LinkedIn account? Such an important tool, sir. And you'll say, Sanjeev, how come? Do you think social media can bring you business? Anyone who think that social media can bring business? And did you got that business? 1. How many of you have got business from social media? 1, 2. Sanjeev, you are the Vice Chairman of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Eastern India. You are talking about getting business from social media. Is it not against ethics? Say me, yes or no. Is it against ethics or it's not against ethics? It is not. If you are demonstrating on social media that you are an expert on taxation, you are an expert on audit, you are an expert on transfer pricing, on mergers and acquisition, and you start writing articles, you start sharing videos, you start branding yourself as a digital reputation, that this is something which I am an expert and a specialist on. And people get connected to you and start doing work with you, that is not against code of ethics. Code of ethics says that if I go to the social media and say, I'm the best chartered accountant, or I'm the person who is doing things at the best price, then only it is against code of ethics. So there is a concept called pull and push. If I'm pushing something, that is against code of ethics. If I become a magnet, that I am an expert on cyber security, I'm an expert on this, and I start sharing knowledge on that, I'm pulling people towards me. That is not against code of ethics. HR management, data security, sir, we don't remember password. हमारे password कहाँ रहते हैं सर? वापस एक Excel file में रहते हैं. और उस Excel file का नाम क्या रहता है? Password. This is what is happening, sir. And we are the most, अगर hacker से पूछोगे ना सर, सबसे ज़्यादा सॉफ्ट और टारगेटेड कौन है? हम लोग हैं सर। हमारा नंबर कभी भी आ सकता है। एक दिन सुबह हम जाएंगे, हमारा सारा सिस्टम लॉक रहेगा, एक छोटा सा नोट रहेगा, सर इतना बिटकॉइन आप भेजिए, तब आपको डेटा मिलेगा। इमेजिन दैट डे, इफ दैट डे कम्स टू यू वन डे, व्हाट विल हैपन? एक बार सोचने में भी डर लगता है, राइट? एंड दिस इज हैपनिंग। थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी, गो एंड चेक इन गूगल, cyber fraud is third largest economy and we are not even thinking about it. Zoho. Anyone who is using Zoho as on today? One of the best invention in India, sir. It's a cloud accounting. It is integrated. It can integrate with multiple things. You can do things at a click of a button. It has all these functions. आपके बैंक सिंक हो जाएंगे, आपके क्रेडिट कार्ड सिंक हो जाएंगे, आपके सारे बैंक फीड ऑटोमेट हो जाएंगे, बैंक से डेटा खींच के एंट्री कर देगा। This is what you have a client who are into e-commerce. This is the best way to do that. I'm not soliciting any product. I'm just trying to give you all the tools which are relevant and important for you. Very good question. So हमारे माइंड में क्या होता है कि anything on internet is vulnerable. सर आपकी ऑफिस के पास मैं 2 मिनट खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, your entire office is vulnerable. We are talking about, see, they have experts to manage. How are you or our team an expert to save our server data? वो भी तो वाईफाई के थ्रू हम जा ही सकते हैं। यहाँ तो experts बैठे हैं। You need to talk about integrated environment, an environment which is called collaborative environment. Now, what is a collaborative environment? Do you know that in a single file, let's say if you are working on Google Sheet, most of you have worked on Google Sheet, right? Yes or no? Don't tell me that you have not worked on it. So in Google Sheet, you have 20, 30, 40 people working on that single sheet. Let's say your client is sitting in Bangalore, in Mumbai, in Delhi, your people is working in Andhra. All the team can work on that single file real time, which means you are filing a return, you are working on an audit report, you are working on a legal agreement, and you have 15, 20 people working on that same team. They are all sitting in their own independent location. You have opened the file, you have shared the file with them, you have given them editor right, and everyone is typing on that. So we are working in a collaborative environment, and to work in a collaborative environment, we need to be on internet. And to be on internet, you need to have people working together. Because now, no more is the day where you can have bonded labor, where you can have people working from 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. Tomorrow, you're going to work in a situation where you have a team working from across the country, in fact, across the world. You may be having a team from Philippines working for you. You may be having a team working from Asansol with you. But I have got a 3-person who is sitting at Asansol and working for my clients. This is the environment you need to work on. Because tomorrow you will all have problems working with your team. They are going to be learning and they are going to leave. The next question, which is the biggest, वो बोलते हैं सर का दर्द है. Sanjeev, I hired a person. उसको साल 1.5 साल मैंने काम करवाया. I've trained that person and all of a sudden that person has left the job. सबका दुखता रग है ना, जिसको बोलते हैं. How to solve that through technology? Anyone? So there's an option called making videos. कुछ नहीं करना, आप Zoom use करना जानते हैं सर? You know how to use Zoom? You know how to create a Zoom account? बहुत simple बात करते हैं सर, बड़ी बात मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आती है. Zoom में जाके आप एक recording चालू करो, उसमें participant कौन होंगे? सिर्फ आप होंगे. And you record that session. And you say, today I'm going to show you how to file a tax audit report. And you make a 10 minutes video on that, where you are speaking and you are playing the screen. You are doing all the practical step on filing a tax audit report or doing a GST return. If you make 30, 40, 50 videos like this and save it in your desktop or in your local drive or in the YouTube account as a channel, you make your own YouTube channel and put all those 40, 50 videos on that, and all the team members who are working in your organization, you go back to them and say, whenever you are doing this work, go through this video. Your training is automated. Your entire training done by you is automated. You can talk in your regional languages, you can talk in Hindi, you can talk in English, and nobody's looking at you. It is you who is making the video, and you are the expert of it, so you can make the best video for your team members, and whoever comes and go, they can follow that. That's the reason why we have standardization. That's the reason why we have efficiency. The only way to go further is to standardize the thing. Something like McDonald's. You know what McDonald's does in US? You get inside one place, you put up an order, आप गाड़ी लेके जा रहे हो, एक तरफ से घुसते हो, आपने ऑर्डर किया, अब वापस दूसरी तरफ से निकलते हो, burger is ready because everything is standardized. It's not customized, everything is standard. So the more you make standardized system, the better you are. Audit tools, जो बहुत जन जानना चाहते थे, they are softwares like Tally on wheels. Let me give you a name. It goes into your Tally software and gives you 25-30 pages exception report. Go into Google and search for Tally on wheels. You can search for MDP audit. You can search for audit board, Workiva, Python. These are stuff which is used by Divesh sir. और ये हमारे पुराने समय में ऑडिट होती थी, अब नए समय में ऐसी होती है. Audit quality maturity model done by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. किसने किसने AQMM में पार्ट लिया या DCMM में किया है? So let me ask you, anybody who has tried for DCMM or ever heard about what DCMM is all about? Sushil sir, not a single person. Digital competency maturity model. Please take a note of this. और आप कुछ भी नहीं करो, ये जरूर याद करो. DCMMICAI. This is a digital competency maturity model. What it does? You click on that, you have your membership number, you have your ICI account, you log into that. It will ask you a bunch of questions. Do you have an email? Do you have a firm email? Do you have this? Do you have that? And you say yes, you say no. And if you say no, it will explain you why this is important, how you can get this. And it is not testing you, it is basically giving you an idea of what is that which you don't know you are missing in your organization. And same goes for audit quality maturity model. AQMM, if you really want to be good in audit, please try AQMM ICI. It will again ask you a question, do you collect evidence? आप बैंक स्टेटमेंट करते हो तो उसमें क्या करते हो, आप जब ये करते हो तो क्या करते हो, and you will pick up those choices, and if you have a wrong choice, it will guide you on how it can be better. It's not an examination, it is just your self-learning, which has been developed by ICI in a very, very big manner. It's very, very successful. So please, अगर आपको कुछ भी इस सेमिनार का intake लेना है, apart from all of this, please my request to you is, एक बार जाके half an hour spent on AQMM ICI or DCMM ICI. This is what our immediate past president was speaking yesterday evening, that financial data auditing ke zyada, today we have non-financial data auditing, which we talk about waste management, innovation, human capital, society, risk. सोच वहाँ तक जा रही है sir. We need to keep ourselves up. So the change which we want to bring within is something which is, जो 3 words जो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, adapt, transform and innovate. We need to adapt to the new things, newer things continuously, and that gives me a story of a frog which I always say in most of the seminars. बहुत लोगों ने सुना है ना हमारी ये story? नहीं? Okay, so this is a real story, sir. So एक frog को अगर आपने पानी के पतीले में डाला और नीचे से आपने गैस जला दी, what happens? Water starts boiling and the frog is inside that. आस्ते आस्ते पानी गर्म होता है and the frog starts feeling uncomfortable कि भैया पानी गर्म हो रहा है, मुझे दिक्कत हो रही है, ये हो रही है. वो जंप कर सकता है सर, but he doesn't jump. You know why? Because he has got the natural ability, भगवान से मिला हुआ है कि he can adjust his body with the temperature. तो आस्ते आस्ते वो मेहनत करके अपने आप को उसके साथ adjust कर लेता है. Something like we as chartered accountant are adjustable to all the challenges given to us. Never jumps. And then there is a point when the water turns to be a boiling water and the frog dies over there. Because after 20 years, after 30 years, we think, अब मेरे से तो होगा नहीं. I'm not going to bring that change. जो speed में चीज जा रही है, हम उसमें नहीं कर पा रहे, and we start, blocking ourselves from it. And that is the time we need to start thinking that we need to hire people. We need to have younger people who can work with us. We give them the experience. They work as a team, and we go ahead on that. So this is the 3 Ps. Very quick. Data analytics, artificial intelligence, data visualization, and blockchain, sir. A, B, C, D. Please remember, any one of you or all of you getting into this will be securing their future. When we talk about blockchain, it is only triple entry system of accounting. अभी तक अपने double entry सुने हैं ना sir? This is triple entry. It is basically supported by a third party ledger. And blockchain in another 3 to 5 years, is completely going to revolutionize the entire auditing world. There'll be no more Tally, there'll be no more Zoho, there'll be no more thing. It will be completely taking over everything because of blockchain. It has started working with the government. All the land deeds, जो भी land में रेरा में काम करते, they know that. They are all getting documented through blockchain already. Data visualization, look at this. If you get a report like this for your client, and to learn this, please go and type in YouTube or in Udemy, I want to learn data visualization using Power BI, using Tableau, using some data analytics tool. In 1 hour, I promise you can know 20 to 30% of what is happening. It is just connecting different data and trying to plot it out and do it. And then this comes to a client saying, this is my health, this is my performance record, this is how I'm progressing, this is what is happening to my organization. Client will love it, yeah, you are a very tech guy. But you are end of the day an accountant, because behind this is the data of finance. ChatGPT, the final session. So what we have heard about ChatGPT, if you have not used ChatGPT today, I request you, please put up your mobile. Mobile nikal ke just type in chat.openai.com. Chat. आज थोड़ा सा अपने आप को फाइट करते हैं, थोड़ा सा एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं कि भैया हम अपने आप को रोक के रखें, नहीं ये मेरे से नहीं होगा. आपको मैं मैजिक दिखाता हूँ. If you go into google.com and type in, please, और 2 मिनट लूँगा, उसके बाद मैं नहीं रहूँगा. Go into google.com and type in chat.openai.com. सर हमने जितना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है, जो भी यहाँ पर हुआ है, वो सब चैट जीपीटी में 15 सेकेंड में हो जाएगा. मैं अभी आपको दिखाने जा रहा हूँ. chat.openai.com में जो लिंक आता है, आप उसको क्लिक कीजिए एंड यू साइन इट और लॉग इन विथ योर जीमेल आईडी. I'm sorry. So chat.openai में जाके लॉग इन करिए आप अपने जीमेल आईडी से. Are you guys done? How many of you? Chat.openai.com. Click on that, log in into it, and you get an interface of ChatGPT. अब नीचे में एक टेक्स्ट बॉक्स रखा हुआ है जहां पर आप कुछ टाइप कर सकते हो, right? And you just type in, I want to invite the chief guest of National Conference 2023, organized by CPE Committee ICI and hosted by Bhubaneswar branch. इतना भी नहीं लिखना, छोटा भी लिखना है. अगर आप ये सब नहीं लिखते हो, उसमें टाइप अगर आप करते हो जो आपको मन हो, and press on enter. In 5 seconds, it will give you a text. I want to speak on how to use technology for insolvency professionals, because my, the secretary of EIRC is coming up with this insolvency program. So he requested me, why don't you write an article on technology using insolvency professional? How can insolvency professional use technology? मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. I went into ChatGPT. I asked the same question to the ChatGPT, how can technology help insolvency professionals? आप भी टाइप करके देख सकते हो. It come up with a whole article on that. You want to draft a letter, issue a notice to your clients, you want to fight an appeal, सर ये अपील ड्राफ्ट करेगा आपका, ये आपका इनकम टैक्स नोटिस ड्राफ्ट करके देगा, एंड दैट विल बी 80 to 90% एक्यूरेट. ट्राई इट आउट. आपके जितने भी आप डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर रहे हो, जो भी चीज कर रहे हो, इट विल डू एवरीथिंग. इट इज गोइंग टू चेंज द एंटायर थिंग, एंड दैट इज व्हाट दिवेश वाज टॉकिंग. The world is changing because of artificial intelligence. It is going to generate reports, audit process, categorizing. ये सारे काम चैट जीपीटी जो आपके हाथ में अभी इंस्टॉल्ड हो चुका, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, विल बी डूइंग ऑल ऑफ दिस. दिस इज वेयर वी आर गोइंग. इट इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट एन एचआर पॉलिसी फॉर यू. भैया मेरे ऑफिस में एम्प्लॉय अपॉइंटेड है, व्हाट आर द एचआर पॉलिसीज फॉर अ सीए फर्म, निकाल के दे देगा. हाउ डू आई मैनेज दिस, निकाल के देगा. व्हाट आर द आईटी पॉलिसीज आई नीड टू इंप्लीमेंट इन माई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, निकाल के दे देगा. व्हाट आर द स्टैंडर्ड रिस्क आई वांट टू डू. कुछ भी चीज आप टाइप करोगे सर, इट विल अंडरस्टैंड, इट विल स्टार्ट आंसरिंग यू. Just 2 or 3 minutes. If you see over here, I've typed in over here, give me the general HR policies for a chartered accountancy firm with articles and paid assistance. And it has given me the whole answer, recruitment, compensation and benefit, to give me all the answers of how to do that. मैं सिर्फ आपके सामने दिखा दे रहा हूँ. I want to create an IT policies for team members. How to protect data, how to create information technology policies. अब मैं इसको और better कर सकता हूँ, और better करते जाऊँगा. Give me the information technology policies that need to be followed by team members of a CA firm. I'm not talking about any other firm. I'm only talking about CA firm. It gives me the answer of all of that. Peer review, which is very, very relevant for us. In fact, it is helping me doing the peer review audit also. It is like a guide to me. Audit program for account receivable for a company. It goes into the company, understand the data and gives you 80 to 90% of information. Just some ideas I'm trying to give you that confidence that this is possible. Audit report structure with all necessary sections and company name. Done. You know, I gave an example that Agarwal and Associates got an offer to work for a new client. While working, that team faced the challenge of efficiently analyzing large volumes of balance sheet data. So what I will do, I'll perform a comprehensive data analysis on the balance sheet and analyze profitability. मैंने type किया, data उसके साथ connect किया, उसने मुझे पूरा analysis करके दे दिया. These are all the stuff which you will start learning and doing. And that is where adaptability comes, sir. So I think that's all I have to say on ChatGPT. I'll end up with 2 or 3 things to close as my closing remarks is change. That to करना पड़ेगा सर, बदलना तो पड़ेगा. If you don't change, we don't exist. Specialize. Pick up everything which you are good at, but then specialize on stuff where people can get to know about you that you are a person who are an expert on this. So specialize on a subject. Transform yourself, you know, according to your change and your specialization, and that's not a one-day activity. That you have to do every day, small, small steps. And finally, innovate. You know, your clients today may be looking for you to file your compliance procedures. But they are not going to look for you 5 years, 10 down the line. Because the way the technology is moving, the way the world is moving, we need to get to that mark. And that is all possible, and that is within our hand. Thank you all so much, and I'll be happy for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. It was very insightful, and I am sure that you have touched the right chords for the chartered accountants and the firms for a journey towards the automation in their firms in the first place. We have 5 minutes left for this session, so we can have 1 or 2 questions if anyone has. I think lady behind. Okay. Anyone with the mic, can you?
Can we have a microphone over there, please?
Hello. If you quote anything from ChatGPT, will it be legal?
Excuse me.
If you quote anything from ChatGPT, download from ChatGPT suggestion and quote it, use it somewhere, is it legal?
So when you are getting an answer from the ChatGPT, this is just a guide to you.
Guidance.
You copy it, but then your human intelligence is 100 times better than that. It is giving you a thought.
No, you find that it is true, correct, and can you use it?
You can use it, you can edit it, you can copy it in a Word file, then you can work on it, and then you give it to your client. But that is just a support.
Source, we can write the source as ChatGPT.
No, you cannot use source as ChatGPT because ChatGPT is actually taking it from hundreds and thousands of sources across. So ChatGPT cannot be a source. Yes.
Hello, sir. Indeed, a wonderful session. Thank you for the update. So my question is, we are day in, day out discussing about so much new technologies, RPAs, automations, OCR technology that is reducing manual interventions. So what is our institute's plan to ensure that our professional will stay ahead of these challenges? And my second question is, what are the risks associated with these changing technologies that we need to build in our risk control matrix?
So two answers, very clear and straight. There is a board called Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. I don't know whether you have visited that or not ever. You can type in DAB ICI. They come up with hundreds of workshops which are virtual, which are real. Number two, there is a digital learning hub at ICI. You go into Digital Learning Hub ICI, go with your account, thousands and thousands of videos available with the best of best speakers on technology. You can go and listen to that. And the third thing, the risk and how you want to change it, just with your mindset. If you want to change yourself on a daily basis to keep yourself updated, nobody can stop you and there's no risk involved with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Sanjeev, for a wonderful session. You have been great audience. Thank you so much. I think we are out of our time as well. So ready for the next session. Thank you so much.
A small announcement for our members. Like as usual, we have exciting prizes tomorrow in terms of lottery, and our esteemed sponsors and senior members have sponsored that. Tomorrow in evening, आपको 4 प्राइज हिसाब से 5 स्मार्ट वॉच मिलेगा. सो प्लीज दिल थाम के बैठिए, कल तक इंतजार का फल मीठा होता है. एंड द थर्ड प्राइज goes to 3 laptops. It is being sponsored by Sri Rajiv Shekhar Sahu. सर ये सच है, आप ये माने या ना माने. And the second prize, it is Activa 2 numbers. It is being sponsored by Sarat Chandra Bhadra sir. And it is not yet over, the last. The last is the exciting one, which is sponsored by Sri Hospital, Madam Salini Kotrakonda. And the prize is, it is a Maruti Wagoner. दोस्तों, please कल तक wait करिए. And we want a huge audience tomorrow till the evening. Now, I request our own branch auditor Tapas Panigai sir to come and open for the third lottery. Tapas Pani sir. Sir, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଫରକ. And the prize goes to. And the prize goes to. No. Always it is an exciting. It's a 3 letter, 3 numbers. It starts with 5, then 2, and the last is 6. 5 to 6. Anyone is here? 5 to 6, please raise your hand if you are here. 5 to 6, anyone here? अरे भाई हाथ तो ऊपर करिए. So 5 to 6, last call. Yes, it is a 4-digit number. 4 digit. Starts with 1, 4, 9, and 2. No mixing. It's all open. ठीक है, you are the winner. I request our guest to felicitate him. Thank you. Now it is over to the organizer.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. Now I request CA Ashwini Kumarkar to deliver vote of thanks.
Hello. Hello. All are requested, please remain within the hall. Please, all are requested, please stay within the hall. We have a special session on Indian economics. All are requested, please stay within the hall.
Good afternoon, everyone. My professional colleagues on the dais and off the dais. I think this has been a wonderful session. I think all of you will agree. It has been, so please clap if you have enjoyed. I am sure most of us have enjoyed this session and we have a lot of questions in our mind. And whatever the session chair and the speaker had told us, given food for thought, all of us will go back and start learning them. I am extremely thankful to session chair Devesh for giving initially an overview of the emerging technology and what are the new things available to us as an auditor. And he also said that these are available and it is up to us how we can adopt them and to make not only us but also our office an effective tool to conduct the audits. And the speaker, Sanjeev, in fact, he took us in a flight to the digital era. Many of us never knew about what he said. And initially, it has passed over the head. But we need to embrace the new technology. We need to adopt this new technology. And he said with a very nice language, with slides, he explained what are these about, the AI, the ChatGPT, and how it is going to help us to improve not only quality of audit, but also how can I improve the efficiency of our team and how we can become more effective as an auditor. I am sure all of you have definitely learned something. Of course, the time was short and I hope that there could have been a little more time and we could have asked some of our questions which many of you in the hand. And he has given us a lot of food for thought and I am extremely thankful to you for encouraging these older chartered accountants like us to again come back and start learning. I also thank the organizers for arranging this gift and the gentleman who got, congratulations to you. And what are these two names you do? And I am thankful to all of you for sitting here after lunch instead of dozing off. I don't know if anyone is dozing off at the back, but the thoughts which he gave us kept us awake. I now would like to request K.K. Rao, Chairman, Barampur branch. Is he here? I would request to kindly offer a memento to the session chair, Mr. Devesh Shah. Devesh. I now request Gautam Lenka. Is he here? Gautam, kindly offer a memento to Sanjeev. Now the session is over and the next session will start. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So they wanted
Ashwini Kar.
I have seen you, I don't know, the club or something, you know.
ଆଜିର ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି ହଁ ହଁ ସାର୍ କହିବି
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a small announcement. Our next session will start in 5 minutes, so we can have a tea break of 5 minutes because we are going to have an energizing session on Odisha economy and Indian economy. Please be seated within 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to be seated, please. I request everyone to be seated, please. Good afternoon. I request everyone to come to the auditorium, please, so that we can start our next session. I request everyone to come to the auditorium, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please come to the auditorium. We shall start our session. Dear guests, please come to the auditorium. We shall start our session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am CA Avinash Kotni, and I welcome you all again as we are about to start the 4th technical session of the National Conference 2023 on Indian economy and contribution of states. This panel discussion is going to be very interesting as we have with us some of the able speakers who are very much experienced in their very field, and trust me, all of us are going to enjoy and learn a lot from this section. I will begin with inviting the moderator of the session, our very own CA Rajiv Sekhar Sahu sir. I request CA Rajiv sir to kindly proceed to the dais and occupy your seat. Now I request Shri Raghav Chandra sir, founder CEO of Consult, to come to the stage and occupy your seat, please. I request Shri Hemant Kumar Sharma sir, IAS Principal Secretary of Industries Department of Government of Odisha, to please come to the stage and occupy your seat, please. I request Dr. Arvind Kumar Padi sir, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Odisha, sir, please come to the stage, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the gentlemen on the dais? Now I take the honor of introducing our very own Rajiv sir. Shri Rajiv Sekhar Sahu sir is a practicing chartered accountant and I request Shri Shailaditya Sengupta sir, CFO of TPNODL, to welcome Rajiv sir with a flower bouquet. Can we have claps for the gentleman, please?
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. I am Pinky Smita Behra, member of BBSR branch. I am privileged to introduce Mr. Raghav Chandra, founder CEO of Consult. Please give him a huge round of applause. Sir Raghav Chandra is a career civil servant who has an interest in writing about environment, economics, and public administration issues. He has recently authored Scent of Game, which is based on larger issues of tiger management and need to seek redemption by preventing animal protecting animal life. He has master degree in mathematics and public administration from Delhi University and Harvard respectively. Apart from master degree, he has done executive management course from Columbia University, USA and Judge Business School, Cambridge, UK. The Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and IIM of Ahmedabad and Bangalore. He is awarded with International Marketing and Service Management and awarded with Global Merit Scholarship by World Bank. He is awarded with National Science Talent Merit Scholarship for the period of 1975 and 1980. Recruited into the prestigious Indian Administrative Service through a national competition in 1982, he has been Collector and District Magistrate of Khandwa and Jabalpur District. In 1992, he joined Government of India in the Department of Commerce, where he handled responsibility across most important divisions, including TPD, dealing with WTO matters. In 1998, appointed as Managing Director of Civil Supplies Corporation, and later as the Principal Secretary, Urban Development. He has responsibility for establishing a program for comprehensive upgradation of critical urban infrastructure in all the cities of MP. As a Joint Secretary, Highway in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, he orchestrated the project preparation and cabinet approval and award of national highway road projects of 8,000 kilometers, the highest ever level of project to be signed in a single year. As Additional Secretary of Financial Advisor for Ministry of Agriculture and Corporation, he is contributed by motivating and guiding judicious spending. It's a proud moment to have you with us, sir. Now I request C.A. Suryanarayan Tripathi, Chairman CMA BVSR, to present flower bouquet on behalf of ICI.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is C. Lipi Maidas here again. It's my absolute privilege and honor to give a brief introduction of our esteemed panelist, Shri Hemant Sharma ji, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Industries, Government of Odisha. Shri Hemant Sharma ji, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Industries, Government of Odisha, is leading the growth of large industries in the state with thrust on development of core cluster areas and industrial theme parks. Policy intervention, process reforms and facilitations are also being guided for attracting foreign investment and development of startup ecosystem in the state. Prior to this, he was responsible for all-embracing operation of the power sector in the state of Odisha, which includes generation, transmission, bulk power purchase and trading, power distribution and retail power supply, and renewable energy. His futurist planning has brought the state power sector from deficit to surplus status with adequate infrastructure development in entire spectrum of power system. During his tenure, our state has achieved electrification of all revenue villages well before the Government of India mandate. His flair in the energy sector is remarkably acclaimed in the various forums of the country. His impeccable disaster management acumen accomplished in record time restoration of power transmission and distribution network in the state after severe cyclonic storms, that is Fani in 2019 and Phylene in 2013. Also, it's because of Hemant sir, Make in Odisha 2022 has been a huge success. Mr. Sharma joined the Indian Administrative Services in the year 1995. Before joining civil services, he graduated in electrical engineering from the University of Roorkee in 1991. Please give him a huge round of applause. Now I request C.A. Arun Kumar Sabat sir, past chairman, Bhubaneswar branch of ICI, to present a flower bouquet to Shri Hemant Sharma ji on behalf of Bhubaneswar branch of ICAI.
Good evening, everyone, once again. Now, it's time to throw some light on the life achievements of one of the most eminent personalities who is present among us as a panelist, IAS Dr. Arvind Kumar Pari, sir. IAS Dr. Arvind Kumar Pari, Principal Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Government of Odisha. A PhD from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and a master's degree holder from University of Birmingham, UK in public administration. Sir has also pursued public policy courses from various international universities throughout his career. Dr. Pari joined Indian Administrative Services way back in the year 1996. Since then, he has served important positions both at the central and the state government levels. He has also been the country director of International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, a proud recipient of various awards and accolades such as National Award for Contribution to Humanitarian Services and by Indian Red Cross Society, AIASA National Award for Outstanding Leadership in Agriculture. Sir is also a member to the World Bank's India Agricultural Policy Advisory Group. Above all, an experienced bureaucrat in agricultural policy, Sir possesses commendable in-depth knowledge and understanding in the field of agricultural research and development, both at national and international levels. May I please request our past chairman, CA Shri Manoj Kumar Patlo sir, to come over and present a warm blossoming welcome to sir. Now I'd like to request Sir Rajiv Shekhar Sahu to please come forward and present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You have seen me yesterday, and you are also seeing me today. Before I go into this subject, I have a couple of things to share before I get into the formal proceedings. One is the lottery process is found to be defective. It is supposed to be put right at the beginning of the session, and the lottery is to be taken at the end of the session, and only if the winner is present it will be given. I have seen people are dropping at the end also, even after the lottery has been picked. So one audit objection. Second one, yesterday we discussed about the Center of Excellence. I wanted to inform this gathering. This is a very powerful panel, in fact. Yesterday, in the presence of Madam Sitaraman, our institute president informally declared that one Center of Excellence will be awarded to Bhubaneswar. The formal process will follow, and while going, President said, please identify land, we will give you the commitment. And here is the person who is going to fulfill that. He is not only the Principal Secretary Industry, he is the owner of all the land around and Chairman IDCO. So we'll request you for, because this is something which will enhance the status of the city also, and this will be a center of excellence research body for accounting professionals on accounting subject. So I know there is a procedure to be followed, but obviously a dil mange more, we will request you to do what best you can. And the third thing I thought I must share, that we have requested the branch chairman, either in the form of the branch activity or outside, to create a fund for charity of the members, where in the event of any contingency, within 3 to 7 days of the happening of that particular contingency, the branch delegation should go and deliver at least 1 lakh check to the member, and for that many of the young members have already come forward, and I am joined by them also to contribute to this fund. So I'll appeal all of you, because we don't know what will happen to us. We don't get pension, we don't have the benefit of any savings during our working. So this may help us. So this is an appeal through the branch chairman to do the needful. Friends, when you have too many good batsmen, you find it difficult where they will be placed in the team. And I have from my left Mr. Hemant Sharma, a wonderful speaker, a pilot and champion for bringing in industries into the state of Odisha, formulating policies. He has been the champion for the Make in Odisha, and the last one which came with a thunderous success of 10 lakhs crore investment promised. And it's not only the promise, there are promises beyond this 10 lakhs, and today all road leads to Bhubaneswar, where the national, the domestic, the international investors, they want to look at Odisha as a destination for their investment. And I have also heard many of them saying that this is one place where you don't have to run from pillar to post. This is a government who do not expect that you do this, what you call, prasad here and there, so that you go to one place, ask your requirement, and it will be delivered. So he is Mr. Hemant Sharma before you. I think I need not ask a big round of applause, please. To his left is one of the genius of Indian bureaucracy, Mr. Raghav Chandra. Mr. Raghav Chandra, you have heard his biodata, but he is much more than his biodata. He was chairman NHAI. He has held the position of secretaries, different secretary. He is a Madhya Pradesh cadre bureaucrat, and wherever he has worked, he has been a very successful bureaucrat, and he has out of the box thinking, and that is why his popularity remained even after his retirement. I think today he is more popular than what he was when he was a senior bureaucrat. To my extreme left is a person who is a very passionate bureaucrat. He deals his subject with passion. Wherever he deals with authority, and he champions the cause for which he is placed there. though he is a student of agriculture, now he is more agroeconomic student, and he has worked as Director Agriculture. He worked as country head for ICRISAT, you have just heard, is an international body. He is now the Principal Secretary Agriculture, Textile, Handloom, etc., etc. And when you hear his presentation, and in fact he is the champion for the cause of Mandya movement, millet movement of Odisha, which Honorable Chief Minister also pilots. Now, coming to this subject was piloted and it was decided that subjects should not be confined only to accounting and auditing and taxation. It should be going into the macroeconomic discussion where our members will be benefited, and in this context the tag of the particular discussion is named as States Economy Contributing to National GDP. Obviously, the Union of India is nothing but the union of the states, and when all the states prosper, the country is also going to prosper. And when the districts in the state prospers, the state prospers. When the subdivision and block prospers, the district prospers. So, many times I hear that there is a fight between state and center. I think they are more complementary to each other rather than competitive to each other. Let us first see where we stand in terms of our national scenario, macroeconomic scenario. All of you know that during COVID, we were shattered. Our 1 quarter negative growth came down to minus 23.9, and from there we started moving up, and I think what we are in position today, we are the distinct 5th largest economy of the world, and no doubt, and we all are confident that very soon we will become the 3rd largest economy of the world. We have been growing at around 6.5 despite the post-COVID situation, the dislocation caused during the and post-COVID, and as if that was not enough, we had the marathon war between Russia and Ukraine, which is still continuing. I think people have forgotten that there is a war going on at the moment, unless the oil prices further goes up or some other crisis comes, people don't even bother. I think the media people have also not been covering the war between Russia and Ukraine. When it started, everybody was very concerned. Today, people say we can live with it. Now, during this period, if we go back to last 10 years, last 5 years, or during this era, we can say that some of the areas we have moved forward. Various reforms have taken place, starting from the digital era to taking up the ease of doing business, the foreign direct investment, making it easy, the tax reforms, the GST coming on the way, and of course, there is a upbeat of industries coming up. This is despite the other factor of some of the agencies changing the businessman at times, that all of you know. Now, there was a slogan of 5 trillion economy. India could not come. There is an excuse, of course, of COVID. We have now reached 3.75. Maybe 24 will be shifted to 27 or 28 when we'll reach the 5 trillion economy. Obviously, we are moving, and we are moving at a pace when the developed countries are finding it difficult to sustain their economy, and this is where the countries like UK, USA, and many other developed countries are suffering. Their growth is becoming flat. Their inflation is very high. I am not going to tell about our vegetable inflation, which I was told is only 33.7%, which was discussed yesterday in one channel. Now, this is the position, how the states are contributing. All of you know the GST figure is going up and up. We are reaching, in 1 or 2 months, we reached even 1,70,000 crore. When it started in 2017, it was around 85,000 around. So we have moved a good distance in the process as far as the GST is concerned. Direct tax collection is definitely a big success, with the number of assessees going up, the tax collection going up, and overall even refund process is very fast. I think some of you will agree that today the not only the faceless assessment process, but also the refund process has been streamlined. And with this, Indian economy, many interpret as a robust economy at the moment, but there are challenges to it. Still the loan burden is quite high, the repayment obligation is there, still the last mile commitments given to the people have not achieved what possibly we would like to be achieved. At this juncture, we are also discussing on specific reference to Odisha. Some of them I have shared during informally introducing the panelists. Odisha is a very unique story, that in 2000-2001, our budget size was about 11,000 crore. And from there, we have moved to 23-24 budget at 2,30,000 crore. I think that requires a clap. Odisha is growing faster than the national average. Odisha has been progressing very fast. One parameter, if you know it, that the FRBM norm says that it should be 25% of GSTP. The loan burden should be 25% of GSTP. And we are between 13 to 17%. Correct me if I am wrong. And this is one state where the loan burden, both as a percentage to GSTP and in absolute terms, are reducing. And apart from this, government has created a budget stabilization fund of 15,000 crore, so that in any particular year, if there is not enough collection for any reason, for any contingency, this fund will help to continue all the capital expenditure that has been projected. And you know, the capital expenditure cannot be started in April, May and finished in February, March. These are all 3 years to 5 years projection. So no particular year the state should suffer for want of revenue. This is of course a revenue surplus state. So, and one of the another very important factor is that in this 51,000 crore plus is earmarked for capital expenditure. It is not Jota Chhata which is going to take care of the expenditure. It is also a large lion's share of the budget is going to be spent on capital expenditure, be it road, be it the state developed airport, the state contribution to railway lines, the state's investment in irrigation sector, the mega irrigation projects that are coming up. So the state has been making progress. While I say so, there is also a challenge that out of the 1 lakh plus crore of revenue collection, a lion's share, which is roughly about 50,000 crore, which is between 48,000 to 51,000, 52,000 crore, comes from the mineral revenue. And that is both a strength and a weakness. That our strength is that a lion's share jumping from about 13,000 crore in about 17, 18 or 18, 19, we have jumped to 48, 49,000 crore. So the risk to that is, if for any reason there is a reduction in the mineral related revenue, which is both in terms of the sharing of revenue under the MMRDA and also the GST on that, we may suffer for collection of revenue, and that is where Mr. Hemant Sharma is working tirelessly for the development of industry, new generation of industry, be it semiconductor, be it agro-processing, be it the tourism sector, be it all other sectors, probably not emphasizing only on steel and related sector, but to focus on the new generation of industries, which will not only generate high employment at no exploitation to the environment, but it is looking for all possible sources of investment in all the sectors, including IT, ITES, telecom, semiconductors, etc. At the same time, the Odisha agriculture, has been receiving awards on all India basis, but the desire, in fact, I had a talk few days back with Dr. Arvind Padhi, and he always comes with the innovative thought process. He wants to transform, bring millet to the forefront of major consumption by average ODI, which is possibly the healthiest item in the food. Of course, I don't want to encroach into his areas. He will speak, but little bit I thought I'll just share. He will also give how agriculture value addition can contribute more to the GSDP of Odisha, and also what are the possibilities and new avenues for the state. Sri Raghav Chandra will speak on the prospect, challenges in India, on India, and also the future or going forward, how India is going to look at. So, if you permit, I'll go by the batch seniority. I'll start with Sri Raghav Chandra. Please share your thought process. We are all eagerly waiting to hear you. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen here, members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which is one of the most prominent economic and financial bodies in the country. I'm indeed delighted to be here, and thanks especially to Rajiv Sahuji, with whom I sometimes have played golf with, but I had no idea that he would convert our occasional acquaintance on the golf course into something as formal as this. But in any case, when I landed at the Bhubaneswar airport today, I got an excellent insight within moments about what Odisha is all about. The air was calm and tranquil. The level of development seemed just appropriate and good. People seemed very pleasant and fair and sincere and friendly. The roads were clean, and there was a general overall aura of the rule of law, which in my present capacity as a member of the DRB panels of the National Highway Authority, which I once headed, since I traveled to 5 different states, I have not found in the other states. So congratulations, Odisha. And therefore, I'm also not surprised when Rajiv Sahuji mentioned of the enormous investments which are coming into Odisha, which Mr. Hemant Sharma has been able to catalyze. It is but natural that if a place is good, if the people are good, if the government is stable, if the rule of law is being followed, naturally today money is not an issue. People are looking at the right destination for it. So I'm going to briefly talk about how the Indian national economy looks to an observer like me. And I have been following right from 1992 my days in the Commerce Ministry, where I used to look after the Southeast Asian desk, and I used to closely monitor the Economist magazine, the Wall Street Journal. I used to get reports from our embassies in Southeast Asia and other places, and I used to be asked to coordinate all those reports. And those were the days when I remember in 1995, where the Economist brought out a special edition on China and said, and I remember just one key fact out of that report, amongst various other developments like the growing of Shenzhen, the coastal areas, the special economic zones. The one key facet which struck me most and which I remember today is that they said that the city of Shanghai today has 50% of the world's boom cranes operating in it. You know, boom cranes are those huge cranes which can turn 360 degrees, and 50% of the world's boom cranes employed in Shanghai in 1995. So you can imagine the kind of backlog that there was in our development and that of our neighbor. And almost all editions of The Economist or of the Wall Street Journal used to refer to India as the lumbering elephant. Will the lumbering elephant ever be able to come anywhere near the dragon, the tiger? And though India was the real tiger, we were never referred to as a fast-paced animal. We were always referred to as a sleepy, lumbering elephant, and all covers would show India, you know, positioned as an elephant. But today, things have changed drastically and dramatically. And I'm very happy to quote some lines from The Economist of just a few months ago, where The Economist magazine says that as the cost of technology has dropped, India has rolled out a national tech stack, which we are all aware of, which is the Digital Public Infrastructure Stack, a set of state-sponsored digital services that link ordinary Indians with an electronic identity, payments and tax systems, and bank accounts. Now, here are the critical words. The rapid adoption of these platforms is forcing a vast, inefficient, informal cash economy into the 21st century. It has turbocharged the world's third largest startup scene after America's and China's. Alongside that, global trends are creating bigger business clusters. The IT services industry has doubled in size in a decade, helped by the cloud and a worldwide shortage of software workers. Where else can Western firms find 500,000 new engineers a year? There is renewable energy investment spree. India ranks third for solar installations and is pioneering green hydrogen. And then it talks of digital welfare system that in 36 months has paid $200 billion to about 950 million people, which is clearly a reference to our DBT or direct payment transfer system. And it talks of financial reforms have made it easier to float young firms and bankrupt bad ones. So that's the kind of positive accolades that we are winning today. The IMF predicts that by 2027, India will be the world's 5th largest economy with a GDP of roughly 5 trillion at market prices, and we are already seeing that happen. In fact, somebody in today's newspaper has mentioned that we might even reach that target earlier. And in terms of the size of our stock market today, we have already touched the number 4 spot in the world, behind only America, China, and Japan. And we have, as you are all aware, and we keep feeling happy about, we have more than 100 unicorns or startups which are worth over $1 billion. And India, in number of unicorns, is third only to America and China. And out of these unicorns, 4 or 5 have become decacorns. That means they are $10 billion valued companies. So coming back to some of the key developments that are happening in India today, and one of them is clearly, and that has been my field of expertise and work, is the infrastructure sector. And I can very clearly tell you that what initiative Pradhan Mantri Atal Bihari Vajpayee initiated, and which was lumbering at one stage, has today gathered momentum. There was a time when we used to only do brownfield roads, brownfield highways, and brownfield highways meant upgradation of existing roads which were 4-laned or 2-laned to 4-laned and 6-lane roads, which was extremely difficult because you had to pass through congested cities. So you had to create more bypasses, you had to demolish houses on both sides, and you had to carve out a passage, so it used to take more time. It was far more difficult. Today, we have embarked on the journey of greenfield highways, that is brand new alignments which are easier to acquire because there are no developments there's no ribbon development on both sides of the road, and you are able to do it faster, better. Today, in the last about 7-8 years, we have almost doubled the number of highways that we were doing. The expressway development in the country had got stifled because land acquisition was an issue. But thanks to some of the initiatives we have taken today, we have a Delhi-Mumbai expressway which is very much on the road to getting completed. Part of it from Delhi to Jaipur is almost ready, and people are traveling with it on it at a speed of 120 kilometers an hour. I'm not professing that it's a good idea to travel at that speed. All I'm saying is that you can. It's an enabling environment where you can travel at that kind of speed. And once it is all the way to Mumbai, just imagine traveling from Delhi to Mumbai seamlessly over about 18 hours rather than over 2 days. I am inspecting, as part of my project review work, the Bangalore to Chennai expressway, and I can tell you that the quality of work that is being done, and once that expressway is ready, it will totally fire up the southern region of India. The southern economies will be absolutely revving up at top speed, because the kind of connectivity it will bring between the IT corridors of Chennai and Bangalore all along via Andhra Pradesh, and I can tell you how we helped get this going. It's an enormous effort, but it is getting done. Similarly, there's an expressway from Delhi to Katra all the way to Vaishno Devi. There are expressways from Lucknow to Kanpur, expressways across various other parts of the country from Hyderabad down to Bangalore, Mumbai to Nagpur. Various developments that are happening are absolutely mind-boggling. Apart from that, you are aware that today electricity capacity has gone up in the past 7-8 years by about 67%. From about 74 airports, we have 150 airports today, and the global mobile traffic in India has gone up by 21%. India captures today about almost 25% of global mobile traffic, which is as much as what entire Europe does or entire North America does. I mean, these are things which you need to feel happy about, which are actually happening on the ground. The PLI scheme, India's manufacturing as a percentage of our overall GDP is only about 17%. It needs to be revved up. Thanks to the performance-linked incentive scheme, about which Hemant Sharma Sahab would be fully aware, a radical transformation is happening in the nature of our manufacturing sector because of the sectors that are being brought in, whether it is battery cells, renewable energy, whether it is electric vehicles, or it is things like electronics like mobile phones and such others. And today, India has become an exporter. We are creating $1 billion of mobile Apple iPhones. Every month we are exporting from India itself, which is amazing, not significant enough, not good enough, because China today still captures about 35% of the total iPhone capacity, manufacturing capacity, whereas India is only 2%. But still, it's a significant improvement over where we were, and that is the direction in which we need to go. As a person who's on various company boards as an independent director, I have observed, having been earlier a managing director of many public sector undertakings, that the quality of corporate governance when we were in the public sector or when we looked at public sector undertakings was very casual, very perfunctory, and we would often overrule good sense just for decision, to have an expeditious decision making. I remember a time when I was managing director of the Industrial Development Corporation and bad loans were given, and it was my onerous task to deal with that issue through BIFR, through recovery, SARFACI, and various other provisions. But I asked the principal secretary finance at that time, who was a member of our board when those loans were given, and I said, sir, how did you agree to that? He said, मुझे तो मालूम था कि वहाँ घपला चल रहा है, इसलिए मैं board meeting ही नहीं attend करता था. You know, I mean, but today, when I, as an independent director, attend board meetings, thanks to the various obligations that are cast upon us as an independent director through SEBI, through the guidelines that are enforced, and every day SEBI is making its guidelines more stringent, which as chartered accountants, I'm sure you would be, my company secretaries from those companies keep bringing me up, sir, these, you know, the materialization clause has changed, this has changed, now you're more answerable, but irrespective of that, I find that things have become far more transparent, far more responsible, far more accountable, and working in a private sector company on a board is extremely exciting, because once a company is listed, they follow all the due processes and they respect the rule of law. So that's a major change which is happening in India, the system of corporate governance. While talking on corporate governance, I would also like to mention about the ease of doing business. So you are aware that the many provisions of business to open a business which were very stifling and obstructive, government has eased. And today in the World Bank rankings, we have significantly improved our position. I would also like to quickly mention about the Jan Vishwas bill, and which you would have read about, where government has introduced a law to decriminalize 183 provisions across 43 acts. And this is a very salient move. It shows the intent of the government, and I'm happy to state that, you know, this will ease the atmospherics and create a sense of hope. Significantly, not very material, because there are innumerable other laws and acts under which there are criminal provisions. Some of the enforcement provisions which Rajiv mentioned, those are still there. They are very burdensome. People can be hauled up. However, what is significant, it shows the intent of the government to improve and change things, and we have to encourage the government, and your bodies like yours should urge the government to go full steam on that, to further liberalize and to further decriminalize various other provisions under various other laws. So I also want to mention that today our banking and financial system has undergone a radical transformation. There was a time when our banks were burdened with major NPAs, and as a result of which the entire banking system creaked. Giving away loans was extremely difficult, and they used to always complain that the infrastructure sector has taken away a lot of bad loans, and as a result of which we are not able to extend. Today the NPAs of banks have come down to a very minuscule amount, which is a very significant and important development in the country. Globally, it's the China +1 strategy globally, which the Western powers and which other countries are following, where they want to de-risk themselves from China, not decouple, but de-risk from China, where they want to ensure that their factories are not entirely dependent on China. That is helping us attract more investment, and this is therefore a very significant period in India's time to be able to attract more investment. So I want to now come to what I feel, you know, I mean, I can go on all this, but there are other speakers, and I want to just mention some of the areas where I think a state like Odisha should be really focusing. I do not want to pontificate to the Principal Secretary Industries, who knows more about this subject than I do, but I'm trying to speak as a casual observer, a person who's unconnected with the state, but some of whose remarks might indeed turn out to be useful. So I've recently traveled to Bhutan, and one of the salient features that stuck out about that country, little country, is how clean, how environmentally conscious they are today. Apart from having focused on the gross national happiness, which we are all aware, it's a country which has focused on preserving its forests. So about 70% of the country is covered by forests. Secondly, they have encouraged tourism, but the kind of tourism they have encouraged is high value, low volume tourism. So they have carved out a niche for themselves. I know initially the travel operators there are not very happy because it is robbing some of them from the massive amount of money that they were earning. But at the same time, it is ensuring that people who ever come there, they take care, they are responsible, and therefore they have levied what is known as a sustainability development tax. So every foreigner who comes to Bhutan has to pay $200 a day as the SDF, and an Indian, of course, is exempted to the extent of 1,200 rupees only, which is relatively much less. The point I'm trying to make is that sustainability, going in for industries which are climate friendly, which de-risk you, which are carbon neutral, and arriving at a situation where you create employment, where you create economic development, create industrial development, but which is sustainable, is, I think, the key. But while having mentioned that, let me also tell you that one of the problems that Bhutan is facing, and I'm sure states like Odisha would also be facing, is of brain drain. So younger generations of people, they want more check signing ability. So a lot of Bhutanese are migrating to Australia and Canada to get educated there, and they take up jobs as low-level jobs as doctors, dispensers, compounders, low-level designers, and so on. And that is but natural because the opportunities in Bhutan are not so significant. So what are they doing to counter that? They are creating a special economic zone on the India-Bhutan border called Galafu, where the king himself is taking interest, going across, getting the best designers, getting the best infrastructure people, the best infrastructure developed, to be able to develop that as an international economic zone. So, in my view, what areas Odisha needs to focus on is the digital sector. There are, today, India already has 700 million internet users, 350 million digital payment users, and 220 online transaction shoppers. And the number of transactions per capita per year is 65 compared to only 8 in the USA. And we have 80 million content creators and 7,000 YouTubers who command a viewership of over 1 million. And everywhere the digital sector is rolling in. I mean, when it's toll tax collection, in my time, we launched the FASTag program for electronic toll collection, and I'm happy to state that today 97% of our toll is collected electronically. And we have 6.5 crore FASTags, and in terms of carbon neutrality, it is saving something like 5,000 crores of fuel because you had to wait at the toll plazas. It is providing, saving so many million hours of time. So the digital sector is something we need to focus on in a big way, and for that, areas like digital literacy in cloud, AI, IoT, data analytics, and so on, we need to focus on. AI alone is expected to generate about 100 million new jobs in the next 10 years, and the shortage of AI professionals, I was reading, in China alone by 2025 will be 5 million. And I'm sure there would be a great demand in India also. Another area to focus on is creativity. Creativity, design, relationship capabilities, which AI cannot match. AI can do only what it is programmed to do. But competencies such as personal hospitality, competencies such as art, creativity, writing, those are areas which we need to focus on. And so the second area is, of course, green energy, because Odisha is a state which is endowed with hydro potential, with tremendous amount of land, and therefore if you can utilize your capabilities, because India is geared to be a 500 gigawatt renewable energy economy by 2030, we are committed to, and out of which solar is going to be a big thing. Green hydrogen is going to be a very big thing. We have committed to 5 million tons of green hydrogen and battery storage products. Anything which does not require too much energy is going to be something which we need to focus on. And the last parting advice that I would like to give to you as chartered accountants, as citizens of Odisha, is to focus on land management. I think land is such a precious resource, and unfortunately, cities get spoilt and get decayed and get go haywire very fast. The lure of developers to develop cities randomly, to create, I'm not against high-rise, but as a principal secretary urban development for long years, I would say that every bit of land in the city is precious land. Value it. A state which is today a pristine state, so clean, so beautiful, needs to bring in more architects and town planners to plan the city, to plan the curbs, to plan the corners, to plan every nook and corner of the city and the state, rather than builders to build. I mean, builders are important, but I would say town planners are more important. And with that, I want to end by saying that my confidence, my optimism about Odisha is exceptionally high. I think you all are blessed to be living in this state, and it has a great future. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर, आपने सबका दिल भर दिया. आपका your deliberation is of a very high quality, and I think that will be an opener for all of us to understand life, starting from Shanghai to the road sector development in our country, also the corporate governance to the banking sector. So I am sure you all must be happy to have heard him. Thank you, sir. May I now request Sri Hemant Sharma ji to please address this audience, waiting eagerly and anxiously to hear you. Thank you.
First of all, I just wanted to inform all of you, and particularly our good friend, Shri Rajiv Sahuji, that the land for Center of Excellence is available. And while we were having the deliberations here, I just went out, checked it from my team, and as soon as we get the formal request from ICI, within 30 days thereafter we will be able to allot the land. And we also offer from our side we also offer partnership. We would like to become partners in the Center of Excellence. We know that it can add value, huge value, to what we are trying to do, our government is trying to do in the state. Now this is a gathering of professionals, highly educated people, highly experienced people, who deal with finance, accounts, day in and day out. So what we are trying to present here today in this session is just a snapshot of how state economies contribute to national economy. This is all that we are trying to deliberate amongst ourselves. And if there is one community of professionals who knows it better than any other community, it is this community which is present here today. You know it. You know it better than us. You know the numbers. You know the trend. You know the assets. You also know the liabilities. And you also know where the hidden truths are. And you also know where the hidden falsehoods are. Therefore, I need not elaborate much on what Odisha is contributing to the national economy, what Odisha's economy is contributing to the national economy. You know it. However, it is always good to have an insider's view and to have another point of view to just see whether our opinion, our information is, how much it is correct, how much it needs correction. In fact, when I was listening to Rajiv Sahu's opening remarks here, so he started with Indian economy, then he came to Odisha's economy, then he came to Odisha's industry, then he came to Odisha's agriculture. Then I was wondering, what have I been here, for what have I been invited, and for what has Arvind been invited, because Rajiv Sahu ne to sab kuch deliver kar diya. You agree? So, in fact, a lot of what I am going to tell you is all that you know, and the fact that all of you know has been proved by Rajiv Sahu when he was giving his deliberations, that most of you know what it is all about. But it is always good to see in retrospect what is it that we are trying to do. You have a lottery here, but I can have a round of 2 questions, if you permit. Where in India is the longest industrial shed? Where in India is the longest industrial shed? You know, generally when I used to begin my presentation in other places, I start with these 2 slides where these 2 questions are asked. That slide is not here today because we are all discussing internally. Is it Jamnagar, Gujarat, or Surat in Gujarat, or maybe it could also be probably in Coimbatore, and the 4th place, could it be Jharsuguda? Actually, it is Jharsuguda. The longest industrial shed today in India is in Jharsuguda, is in Jharsuguda in Odisha. And out of the 4 choices which you mentioned, 3 came from Gujarat and 1 came from Tamil Nadu. Now let's see, where is the longest industrial shed in the world? Longest single industrial shed, industrial factory in the world. You know, when I ask this question elsewhere, generally people would say, is it Detroit in USA where all the automobiles are made? Could it be Frankfurt in Germany where Airbus is made? Could it be Seattle in USA where Boeings are made? And could it be any place in Russia where, you know, all the large things are made? Actually, it is not so. The longest industrial shed in the world today is 10.5 kilometers long, and it is nowhere else than in Jharsuguda in Odisha. This is the story of growth of Odisha which we have seen in the last 20 years. See, when Bhubaneswar airport started in somewhere around late 80s, early 90s, it took 6 years to go from 1 flight per day to 6 flights per day. But Jharsuguda airport, when it started in March 2019, it took 6 months to go from 1 flight per day to 6 months per day. Why? Why should that be? That is because, I was very curious to know why has this happened. It has happened because if you draw a circle of 50 kilometers, taking Jharsuguda as the center of the circle, you will find the largest density, the heaviest density of steel, aluminum, power, cement, logistics, packaging in the country. 50 kilometers in and around Jharsuguda is where the entire metallurgical industry is heavily concentrated. No wonder that today Jharsuguda is not only the longest shed in India, it is the longest shed in the world. It is also one of the fastest growing regions of the country. If you look at if you map industrial clusters in the country, it is the fastest growing industrial cluster in the country. I'll just give you a few snapshots of how do states contribute to economy. What are the factors which determine what contribution can a state like Odisha make to economy? And this is true for not only Odisha, it is true for every state. These 5 factors are the one which actually contribute for any state, are the factors of contribution, and these are also the factors which distinguish or differentiate or bring out in contrast one state from the other state. And very simply, it is the polity, the political system, the economy, the economic system, the geography of a state, of a place also determines a lot of the contributions which we can make and our potential. The policy of that state, what policies does the state adopt? Does the state adopt a policy of growth? Does it adopt a policy of accelerated growth? And in what form and manner? And finally, the demography. Demography of a state is extremely important to determine how does it grow, how does it develop, and how does it distinguish itself from what other states are trying to do. The first point is polity. Polity means political system. You know it very well. We have been led by our Honorable Chief Minister for last 23 plus years. Why? He must have done something good for us. That's why people like you have brought him again and again and again. He is now in his 5th term. This political stability is our strength. Look around India and you will find that this is one factor which probably is missing in most other places. But why is political stability important? Political stability is important because in economic sphere, investors, investments, everybody is looking for policy certainty. People look for certainty. What is it that the government is planning today? Will this plan continue after 5 years? What is it that the government has promised in terms of incentives today? Will these promises be available after 5 years? So this political stability gives what is called policy certainty, which is one of the most important elements which determines investments, and the pro-people governance, of course. Coming to economy. Today, Odisha is amongst the fastest growing economies in India. We have grown consistently above the national average. See, India is growing at 6.5% because we are growing at 11.5%. That means there are certain states who are not growing at 6.5%. They are growing certainly below 6.5%. So this itself proves what contribution Odisha makes to the growth of national economy. Our growth is consistent, and another important feature of our growth, which probably some of you may not have really noticed, is that look at the contribution of the primary sectors and industrial sectors in our economy. Today, more than 40% of the contribution to GSDP is coming from industry, almost 40% is coming from services, and about 20% is coming from agriculture. Can anybody outside of Odisha believe this? We are predominantly we are known as an agrarian state, right? But actually our GSDP, almost 80% of it is coming from industry and services, which is a sign of growth and development. And all of you being professionals, as professionally educated people, have immensely contributed due to growth of this services and industrial sector. I thought that for chartered accountants, a few things are important. Receipts are important, expenditure is important, assets are important, liabilities are important, hidden truths are important. No, but this is a very important. You should know, as professionals, you should know, it is your right to know what, number one, we are a budget surplus, we are a revenue surplus state since 2005-06. How many states in India can actually claim this? Look at the growth of our revenue receipts in the last 10 years alone, 3.7 times. 3.7 times the revenue receipts of the state have grown in last 10 years alone. On 24th of July last month, Honorable Finance Minister replied to a question in the Lok Sabha where a report was presented which is called State of the State's Finances. It is brought out by RBI everywhere, and all these statistics are actually taken from that report. That report shows that Odisha is amongst the few states where the debt has remained well below the FRBM thresholds. Look where our debt has remained, and look where our fiscal deficit has remained well below the prescribed limits. This is called fiscal management. Who would imagine that a state like Odisha, which was known for deficits, which was known for starvation, which was always known for things which are uneconomical, non-economical in nature, is today amongst the most well financially managed states in the country? And this is quote from the Government of India report recently presented. Liabilities. I'm sure that all of you understand liabilities better than I do, because you all deal with assets and liabilities. Look at this table. This is the sum total of liabilities as a percentage of GSDP. Look, we are better than Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, almost all these. There are 17 major states in the country. Look at the total liabilities up to the end of financial year 23. How good our position is. This is our strength. This is the strength of our economy, and that is why we are growing at 11.5% and therefore are able to contribute to the national growth. Our liabilities have consistently stayed below what is the total liabilities of other states. Consistently we have been performing well. Our friend Rajiv Sahu was speaking about budget stabilization fund. This is very important. It looks trivial against a GSDP of, let's say, 8 lakh crore, 8.5 lakh crore, a budget size of 2 lakh 30,000 crore. A budget stabilization fund of 15,000 crores is extremely crucial. How is it crucial? You must have heard of sovereign funds. You must have heard of countries setting up such funds. We are the only state in the country today who have set up a budget stabilization fund, which is in the nature of a fund created out of annual surplus. So because we had an annual surplus, in spite of meeting all our commitments of the budget, that surplus we could have just squandered away. But no, we thought it fit that let us create a fund which will be a reserve in times of need, in times of uncertainties, in times of situations like COVID pandemic, when the economy comes to a grinding halt. We could draw from that fund, still continue with what our lifestyle is. And I think this point can be well appreciated by no other group of people than the chartered accountants and professionals that you are. Our size of budget has grown from about 18,000 crore in 2000-2001 to more than 2,30,000 crores. But this really is not the important point. The real important point is that where is this budget going? Where is this? Where is the focus of the budget? The focus of the budget is actually in capital expenditure. If you look at capital expenditure, we are better than most other large states. The percentage of our budget which we spend for creation of capital assets, which give long-term return in the future, which will actually secure the future of our coming generations, is where the real story lies. And not only that, we are better than most other states. We spend about 3.4% of our GSDP in creating new assets. Our capital expenditure has grown by more than 8.6 times in 10 years alone. Therefore, you would have seen all the good things on infrastructure front which is happening. So the real story of state's economy is that A, we are fiscally prudent, B, our revenues have grown, C, these revenues have been used to spend more on capex. And where is this capex happening? This is happening in agriculture with more irrigation and inputs. This is happening in health with the Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. It is happening in schools, the Adarsh Vidyalayas, the modern ITIs, and professional colleges which are being set up. It is happening in skilling. It is happening in infrastructure. I'm sure that most of you would be aware that we are a state who contribute 50% equity to all the major rail projects which are done in our state. So any railway project which is done, even if it is found to be not non-remunerative for some point of time, the contribution by the state government in terms of free land as well as taking 50% equity in the project ensures that those railway projects come up on time. Now coming to the outcome. Now all this was how we have worked consistently in the last 20 years to make ourselves financially more secure. Now on the industrial front, what is the outcome? So instead of my telling all these things, I just picked up this CMIE and CII research paper which came out in the month of May. This is data as of April 2023, which compares larger states in terms of actual investments, project investments under implementation. Projects, not projects which have been announced, but out of those projects, which are the projects which are under implementation and what is the value thereof. You will find that we have 20 lakh crore worth of project investments under implementation at various stages, which is better than Gujarat, better than Andhra Pradesh, better than Karnataka, better than Tamil Nadu, and better than Uttar Pradesh. This is the story of transformation, and this is where the contribution of our state to the Indian economy comes from. But why? Why is it happening? We should also know why is it that this is happening. It is happening because of our geography, right? So you understood our polity, you understood our economy. This is an outcome of our geography. We are blessed with the natural resources. This is the map of Odisha. I'm sure all of you know, but still, it is always useful to understand further. So we are today the single largest source of iron ore, bauxite, chrome, manganese, rare earths, and the second largest source of coal. We have 25% of India's iron ore, 33% of India's coal, 56% of India's bauxite, and almost the entire chromite and manganese which the country has. And this is all very well spread out across our state. Therefore, this has enabled us to take up large-scale projects in the metallurgical sector. So we are not only the largest producer of iron ore, we are also the largest producer of steel, largest producer of stainless steel, so we are not only the largest producer of bauxite, but also the largest producer of alumina and largest producer of aluminium, a very large producer of what is called metallurgical products. But why did this happen? These minerals were there for hundreds of years. Why did this happen? This happened because government policy directed it towards this particular end. Because government encouraged a policy of value addition within the state through policy of long-term linkage, through policy of mineral auctions. We were able to support our industry with raw material. Therefore, we have all the steel industries, all the aluminum industries, cement industries, and the related industrial complex spread across the state. Compare this map with the map of minerals and you will find that it has been done all in a planned manner. And it is a result of long-term thought process, long-term of industrial planning, that today we are the leading producer of not only minerals, but also metals in the country. And with the growth which is expected, you will find that this leadership will further continue. But what next? Now this growth in mineral and metallurgy sector actually gives more opportunities to people from Odisha. If mineral growth will happen, if metallurgical growth will happen, the opportunities which come for ancillarization, for downstream are immense. You will be, I don't know how many of you know that today the largest volume of pipe manufacturing, whether it is DI pipe or ERW pipe or spiral pipes, is actually in Odisha. Odisha accounts for not only being the largest producer of steel, but also a very large producer of pipes which are made from steel. In extrusions also, and in FRPs also, what are called flat rolled products, our leadership is now growing. Where we used to be earlier only primary steel producer, now we are finished and also downstream steel producer in a big way. And all these opportunities will further be available in future. We are also very big in petrochemicals. Today in east coast of India, the only big petrochemical complex is at Paradip. There is no other place on east coast of India where there is any other petrochemical complex coming up, and the naphtha cracker, which is being set up by IOCL at Paradip, will provide immense opportunities. You know, that day is not far off when you think of petrochemicals, you will not think of Jamnagar or Surat or Panipat or Mathura. You will actually think of Paradip in Odisha. And our industrial offering in terms of infrastructure, whether it is at Gopalpur or Dhamra or at Paradip, supports this. Textiles and apparel sector. I'm quite sure that you would be aware, but again, please note that today, after Tirupur and Coimbatore, after Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Khurda, Cuttack region is the largest concentration of apparel and garment manufacturers. All the known players in garment industry, in apparel industry, have now their presence in Odisha, whether it is Aditya Birla Fashion Retail, or Shahi Exports, or Jockey, or Dollar, or Lux, or you name a company and you will find that they have a manufacturing presence in Odisha. In IT, ITS, and the new emerging areas of data centers, also we have made a presence. You will find that Bhubaneswar today accounts for the presence of all the major known IT, ITS companies, and the startup ecosystem which we have been able to create in and around Bhubaneswar also is supportive of this. Food processing. I don't know how many of you are aware, but could you, this is another question which I used to ask. Where in India is the largest food processing factory manufacturing noodles? Noodles. Vermaji? Any idea, Vermaji? No? In India, it is actually a company called Nissin, which is a Japanese company, but its largest plant outside of Japan is about 20 minutes drive from this place. It is in Khurda Food Park, Nissin. India's largest factory producing noodles. Where in India today is the largest factory of Nestle coming up? Khurda. Nestle. So you should be happy to note all these things, that Odisha's industrialization is not only about minerals and metals, it is about so many other products which are new age products which will feed the Indian economy in the years to come. Very important for us to see that how is it that industrial infrastructure is being planned. You all know it, but it is important to put it in perspective. Look at this map of Odisha. On the east coast, we have set up what is called the East Coast Economic Corridor. All our ports are located on this east coast. On the west coast is the Biju Economic Corridor, where good industrial estates are being set up for a specific set of industries. And then these are connected through what is called the East-West Highway, the Angul, Sambalpur, that highway along which all our mining and metallurgical industries are located. And along all these places, you will find good sector-specific and multi-product industrial estates. Very important to note, this is something which as professionals, as professional finance people, you should know. This is the map of India. Obviously, it is the map of India, and you will find a region shown. This is the east and northeast region. This is Andhra, Telangana, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal, Assam, and the northeast. This is called the east, northeast India. This is 50 crores of India's population today. 1/3 of India's population is in this region. For any product category, for any services category, whether it is automobile or electric vehicle, it is phone or pen, it is a battery or a cell or a shirt or a pant, you take any product category, any consumer category, you will find that this is the fastest growing region in India. Now, if some company in West, North or South India would want to set up a plant to serve this part of the country, right? Companies generally want to de-risk themselves. Nobody wants to have all eggs in one basket. So if let's imagine some company who is majorly present in Western India or North India and now wants to participate in the growth of East and Northeast India, right? And wants to set up a plant in this region to serve this market. Where will the plant be? Do a state-by-state comparison. Think whether it will be Andhra or Odisha, Telangana or Odisha, Jharkhand or Odisha, Bengal or Odisha, Chhattisgarh or Odisha, Assam or Odisha, and you will find the answer yourself. That is exactly the reason, because in this belt, in this East-Northeast belt, companies and investors find Odisha to be the most promising destination, not only because Odisha is a market, but because to cater to this entire market, Odisha is the best destination, the kind of policies and profiles which we have created. That is why today, we are not a noodle consuming state, right? We are not such a large noodle consuming state that we will have India's largest noodle factory in Bhubaneswar. We are also not, such a large market for many product categories. But because we are located in this, and because when companies, when investors see that in this belt, Odisha is like an oasis of peace and prosperity, therefore we have not only the steel plants, also the food processing plants, also the textile plants, and also the new age industries. This is actually our strength. So generally people say, what is your ease of doing business, right? So I thought that how will I prove that our ease of doing business is good? So this is my photograph taking the National Award for Best Single Window Service. 54 clearances from 18 departments from a single application. No other state can match the speed and essence of what is called a single window service. Cost of doing business, cost of land, cost of water, cost of power, and the availability of large skilled workforce. I was making similar presentation a few months ago in Ludhiana and Jalandhar for a group of auto component manufacturers. It was organized by one of our local industries, Aarti Steel, and we were there. There was a large group of people from those who are into auto components, automobile components only, not really automobiles. And because most of the steel which is used there goes from Odisha, therefore we had gone there trying to invite them to come and set up their plants in Odisha. So after I made this presentation, so one gentleman asked me, we have mentioned high quality power at competitive rate. So he asked me what is the cost of power. I said our cost of power is 5 rupees 85 paise landed cost at factory. He says Punjab mein to 5 rupees hai. So I was really taken aback. So they said our cost is lower. So I said then we will see what can we do about it. Another gentleman asked me a question कि आपके यहाँ power holiday कितना है? So I had never heard of this word power holiday. I have heard gazetted holiday, religious holiday, national holiday. ये power holiday, तो I didn't know what is a power holiday. So he explained कि मैंने उनसे पूछा कि बताइए power holiday क्या होता है? तो he said वो power holiday होता है कि जैसे हमारे यहाँ पंजाब में 2 दिन power holiday है. तो 2 दिन power holiday का मतलब है कि वो grid power नहीं आती, supply नहीं आता, आपको generator चलाना पड़ता है. So I said कि हमारे यहाँ तो power holiday का कोई concept नहीं है. So then I was able to answer the first person also. So 5 दिन 5 रुपए, 2 दिन 30 रुपए. So it works out to 8 rupees per unit. Our power is cheaper. So today it is all about cost of doing business. For people like you who advise your clients, if you advise them, if you advise them on cost to cost basis, on any product category, you will find that the cost of setting up a plant, the capital cost, and the cost of running a plant, the life cycle cost is very competitive in Odisha, and it will continue to be so. That is why we are able to attract most of these industries. Just for your knowledge, I'm sure that most of you know we have brought out very good policies for promoting investments. For every sector we have a policy, and then there is a master policy called the IPR 2022. In a nutshell, it says priority sectors and thrust sectors are entitled to good incentives, and these incentives are in terms of several categories: capital investment, SGST, power tariff reimbursement, employee cost reimbursement, etc., etc. But this is one thing which I thought that probably you may not be aware. This is somewhere, what is called a hidden truth. Hidden truth in the balance sheet. This is hidden in our industrial policy. It is important for you to know. You can advise your clients accordingly that any industry employing more than 200 people is a deemed priority sector. You may be manufacturing anything. If you employ more than 200 people, you are in deemed priority sector. If you employ more than 1,000 people, you are deemed thrust sector, irrespective of what you produce, so long as you are not producing alcohol and tobacco. These two things. Because alcohol needs no incentive. It is self-incentivized. It does so well for the... Therefore, and all industries, any industry, irrespective of employment, whether you employ 1,000 or 100, 100 or 10 or 20 or 30, you are deemed thrust sector. Any industry in Western Odisha, South Odisha, along the Biju Expressway is deemed thrust sector, which gives you up to 20% to 30% capital investment subsidy, ₹2 per unit reimbursement on power tariff, ESI, EPF reimbursement, and net SGST reimbursement from 200% to 300% of your capital investment in plant and machinery without any time limit. So you can claim it in 5 years, you can claim it in 15 years, depending on what is your net domestic sales. And our view is that all these incentives taken together at the maximum level can raise your gross margin, EBITDA, not gross margin but EBITDA, by about 7.2%. This is the kind of incentivization we do through our policy to only the thrust and priority sector industries. Therefore, my point of view, with which I am sure that all of you would agree, is that A, Odisha is politically stable, B, it is financially strong, C, its economy is resilient, D, it is socially secure. Therefore, Odisha is the land of new opportunities. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have heard you, yes, and I must compliment you for a very exhaustive, very encouraging and very inspiring deliberation of yours, and we have no doubt that Odisha will be the #1 state in industry. Thank you, and now I request Dr. Padi to please give his deliberation on the agroeconomy and agriculture sector. Thank you.
Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. Friends, my friend Hemant, the industry secretary, gave a very beautiful overview of the growth story of Odisha. I feel proud of being a part of the team. I will speak about the agriculture sector, and when I discussed this with CA Rajiv Sahu, Rajiv ji advised me to speak on one of the sectors which is doing good. In fact, agriculture is a very big, complex sector, but let me also, as Hemant started with his storytelling, perhaps many of you may not be aware that Odisha is the 4th largest contributor of rice to the FCI pool, meaning Odisha's rice is being eaten by many other states unknowingly. And of course, our budget size has also gone up. If I may quote our figures, then the agriculture budget this fiscal is about 24,800 crores, which used to be hardly 2,000 crores earlier. And of course, our food grains production this past agriculture year recorded had a highest, record quantum of production. about 130 lakh tons. So also in other side, we have an agriculture cabinet, meaning a subset of the cabinet which discusses on the agriculture sector. We have a separate agriculture budget and so many other things. But today I will speak about our millet story. 2023 is the International Year of Millets. Those of you who are not, I think all of us, this is a very informed audience. I feel very humbled and honored to speak before you. I will speak to you about the Odisha Millets Mission story. Rajiv ji mentioned about my passion in promoting millets, because why do we speak about millets? Because now we are in a condition of climate change. This 1st of August this year, just few days back, Bhubaneswar recorded 259 millimeters of rainfall. That is the highest in last 70 years. In 1952 only, one of the days in August, in 1952 recorded 252. So extreme weather events are going to increase. Then we have other challenges which I will come in my slides in a while. And then also we have other challenges. In Odisha, every 4th person is a tribal. 23% of Odisha's population is tribal. 17% they belong to the scheduled caste. So as an inclusive government, with a government with an inclusive approach, we have to take care of those people as well. So I will speak about our millets mission experience, and I feel that you would find it interesting. I just request for previous speakers spoke about more than an hour. I will speak in about 15 to 20 minutes in few slides. Friends, I will just like to inform you that the millets are grown mostly in dry land regions, meaning where the rainfall is less. And if you superimpose the poverty map with that of the rain-fed landscape, then they almost kind of coincide, meaning the rain-fed regions are the home of the poor people. So that's where, as a policy maker, to us, that is extremely important. These are all very statements that you are aware, but I wanted to tell you that the poor people live in the rain-fed areas, and this is the distribution there. I am just skipping them so that I can come straight away to our mission. And this is very interesting slide, but the investments in this particular sector, I just take an example here. In the last 40 years, the investments in the dry land agriculture is less than a single years of fertilizer subsidy. I was handling the fertilizer subsidy in my earlier role in Government of India. Now it has just 250,000 crores. Let me, I mean, you are very well informed. So the investments in the last 4 decades for the dry land agriculture where the poor people live has got less investment than 1 year of fertilizer subsidy. Just to put it in context, how these dry lands are important, how the people living there with poverty, they should be kind of taken care of in the policy space. Then I just gave you examples of the climate change, the extreme precipitation events and weather events. These are all the challenges from the climate change. And now let us realize that we have to produce more from less. Our population figures are going up. There are challenges from the climate change. We have the land resources are shrinking, the fallow lands are increasing, and that's where the challenge to the policy space and the agriculture scientists and the agriculture science there. Then the malnutrition burden. I told you that in Odisha, 40% of people, they are SC and ST population. And of course, Odisha is doing very good in reducing poverty in the recent ranking in the multidimensional poverty reduction. Odisha is the top 4 good faring states in the country. But even if we are doing good, then our malnutrition burden continues to be a very daunting challenge. We can live in very opulence, but we can't forget about the malnourished population who are disadvantaged there. So when you have climate change, when you have a growing malnutrition burden, how do you kind of tackle those challenges? That's where our approach comes here. And let me tell you, this is again, you are all representing a very elite informed community. If India doesn't achieve its SDG, then the global SDG can never be achieved, because every 1/6 of humanity lives in this particular country. So that's where we kind of come to this framework wherein we say that just to tackle the climate change challenge, just to tackle the challenge of malnutrition, how do we come there? So we could be having many technologies or tools or practices which are there to use, but then changing from an existing cropping pattern to a new paradigm is not going to be easy. If a farmer is, I'm as the secretary of the department, let me also reveal you the bare truth, changing the behavior from a farmer who is cultivating paddy or a particular crop or one particular portfolio to a new one which may be climate resilient, which might be nutritious, is not going to be easy. This is from Professor Aijumi, a very eminent person, wherein he says shift in cropping area or the cropping pattern is the most difficult in the agriculture policy space. That's where, and we know as to how the crop like millets could help, crops like millets could help. For your information, when we produce 1 kilogram of rice, it consumes about 3,500 to 4,000 liters of water. I always keep quoting this particular example. So we need to also move away from water guzzling crops to the crops which consume less water, which are nutritious and good for the environment. I would like to quote another example. Few of you could be also from Maharashtra. Maharashtra has 4% of their crop area under sugarcane. But this 4% sugarcane area, they consume 60% of the irrigation water of the state. So disastrous, ecologically very unsustainable. That's where we are all thinking to move away from the water guzzling crop and move towards the climate resilient and the nutritious crops like millets. That's where and this is again, I have just given some figures. I would just keep them in the interest of time. And I have again told as to how a few climate resilient crops would be better than the water guzzling ones. Why are we all talking about millets? We just passed through the COVID-19 pandemic, and the pandemic also taught one good thing to all of us, that we became very health conscious. Now everybody is talking about their own health, how they would look good, they will consume good food so that they live longer and stuff like that. So these are the nutritional benefits of millets, and that's why everybody is talking about. And then, of course, the health benefits are many. I will just come to this in a while. If we shift from a carb-rich food to a nutritious food product made of millets, this will be good. And that's where there are evidences now that earlier people used to consume atta, and now we have moved out to the multigrain flour. There are many health benefits from this. That's where Odisha spoke about it. This is just a snapshot about the Odisha agriculture, but this is not important. This is very important. In the last 50 years, Odisha had only 3 years where we had normal agricultural season. There are years where we have seen drought, we have seen flood, and we have seen cyclone in the same agricultural year. This is very perplexing. So in spite of those adversities, Odisha agriculture has been able to produce the food requirement of the population. This is just to put in context that our economy, the agricultural economy, is beset by the natural calamities. So, and I told you that we have already become rice surplus for last 1.5 decades. I feel proud because I also headed the directorate of the agriculture, wherein we made that turnaround, and now we have come to a very satisfactory stage in the country. I'm not going to tell about those figures. Figures are lifeless unless until we bring life to the marginalized community. That's where we started the Odisha Millets Mission few years back under the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister. I told you that we are now mired in a climate change scenario. We are having a very huge malnutrition burden. So to tackle those challenges, you need to shift to crops like millets, wherein the Odisha Millets Mission came, and our approach is fork to farm. Everywhere you are all dealing with businesses, you speak about the farm to fork approach, but then in our mission we speak about the fork to farm approach. What is the fundamental difference? We wish to create awareness about the millets amongst each one of the consumers and the population, and then by creation of demand, we see that that supply chain will be built, and at the last mile, a farmer will benefit. And in our case, a farmer in this particular crop portfolio is a tribal farmer in Koraput, Malkangiri, Raigada, Noapada, Sundargarh or Mayurbhanj. So if we consume millets in the process, we help a tribal farmer there. So this is our approach. As I told you that we incentivize farmers, and in the process, the farmers sustains that crop portfolio for a longer term. And we are seeing very good results. And we work in a whole of government approach. It is not only the agriculture department which steers this particular mission. The entire women self-help group or the Mission Shakti groups are involved in the process. The procurement is done by the scheduled tribe and scheduled caste development department, and we also involve other departments like women and child development and many others. So we also do not wish to tinker on the practices followed by the farmers. The negative externalities of green revolution, many of you would be aware that we spoke about the food deficit in the 60s, and now we are food surplus or near self-sufficient, but then in the process, it has a lot of negative externalities on the environment. In the millets mission, we do not wish to kind of repeat those mistakes. We have already learned from the green revolution story, so we wish to promote those natural practices and the practices followed by the farmers there. And this is again a very unique initiative from our state. I would just like to take just 30 seconds or 1 minute of your very rapt attention on this particular initiative of our mission. You would have heard about the agro biodiversity, the traditional varieties. We have so many varieties which are bred by the CGIR or the ICR system, but then there are many traditional germplasm which are available in the farmers' fields who have conserved those land races over centuries. We found that in Koraput tribal region, there would be about 160 such varieties or traditional varieties which are called land races. They are not released by the scientific institutions. That's how they are not called varieties. We went for their scientific analysis by participatory varietal trial, by involving the scientists, by involving the farmers who have been cultivating over centuries. We call them as custodian farmers. We involve the NGOs and then our own officers, and we found that out of those 163, we found about 16 of them are faring same or better than the science or the laboratory bred varieties or the system bred varieties. And out of those 16, we filtered them down to 4 who would be who qualify to be released as variety having better traits than the other ruling varieties. And those 4 varieties, then when we wanted to release, then in the entire country there was no SOP, there was no standard operating procedure or a scientific tool. How do you release a traditional germplasm as a variety? We developed them, we involved a committee, and now Odisha has become the first state in the entire country, not in the country, nowhere across the globe, a traditional land race has been released as a variety. You can just Google it. It has been carried by the international press now, which has become a success story now, and that's how we kind of not only value the global public good of this agro biodiversity, we also recognize the role of those custodian farmers who have conserved those varieties over centuries. So these are all as to how did we go about it, and we did that analysis and found that they are faring better than the traditional varieties. These are all few pictures wherein in Koraput we went for the participatory varietal trials. We recognize the custodian farmers. The custodian farmer on the left side was recognized by the Honorable Chief Minister on Mandia Divas. We have a day dedicated to the millets. We are the only state in the country who have dedicated a day for the millets. We call as millet is called Mandia in Odia. We call it Mandia Divas. The Honorable Chief Minister recognized Raimati there. And the Subhasa Didi, she is from Mayurbhanj. She was recognized by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister in the Global Millets Convention a few months ago. Then we are taking up in a big way the processing part. For want of time, I am not going to the details. Then the value addition, the Millet Shakti Cafe, those of you who live in Bhubaneswar would find the Millet Shakti cafes everywhere. We have one in my office, one in the Lok Seva Bhavan, one in the Kalinga Stadium and many other places, in every headquarters, in every block points. We have mobile carts now, so it is catching up in a big way. So branding also we have done. We have tied up with the Indian Institute of Packaging, and then now the branding is very huge, and people are now demanding our products. We are involving the farmers, producers organizations, and we are leveraging on the strengths of the Mission Shakti groups there. Honorable Chief Minister recently inaugurated this one, and then we have tiffin centers all across the state. So again, this is how do we procure ragi or mandia or the finger millet. By design, we do not wish to procure each grain of the marketable surplus from the farmer, because we know that the tribal farmer who is growing millets also has some malnutrition burden in the household. So we wish them to keep this particular nutritious food materials for their own consumption. So we procure them through our FPOs, and through the millet procurement automation system, we ensure that the money goes back, the MSP, minimum support price, goes back to the accounts of the farmers within 72 hours. In the last so many years, we have not found a single case where a farmer has complained that he or she has not received the money. And this is the procurement process, and we are now trying to put it in the ICDS, the government delivery channels, the integrated child development services. We have already given the ragi laddus there. Then we have an International Year of Millets. This is the 2023, the International Year of Millets. We have tied up with all our stakeholders, including the sports, and we are doing there. In the sports, you would have seen the hockey. Odisha just hosted the Hockey World Cup. This was the second time that we hosted the Hockey World Cup back to back, and we tied up with the Indian hockey team to be our ambassadors there. And then, of course, we have got celebrity endorsements from our state. Then we also, if I just speak that you take millet because they are good for the environment or good for, they are having micronutrients, you may not take. But if it tastes to your palate, if it is good, tasty food, then you would be interested. So we have tied up with the chefs, restaurants, and banquets, and many other people and the chefs are now curating new recipes, and this is gaining popularity. So those of you who would have seen this, we have now come out with a millet song. The millet song is composed by the Grammy winner Ricky Case. He is the only Indian who has got the Grammy for the third time. If you can kindly play this, this is the last but one slide. If you can kindly click on that link there and play the song, please, just for 1 or 2 minutes. Could someone please play there? Can you kindly click on the link and play the song so that I could end with some cheerful faces there listening to this very wonderful song? 5 Grammy awardee winners, they have worked for this particular song, and this was dedicated by our Honorable Chief Ministers a few months back, and now it is very popular internationally. Could I please request to play this link? The link is there. I can't play because I don't have the cursor. Yes. So link re taku ye karantu, click karantu, please. Yes. Thank you so much. Sorry for troubling, but I would be interested to show you this beautiful millet song. If I am not able to play it, I would just request that it's just a small Google away. आपण माने एटा को Google करके देखी परिबे. इसमें नहीं है सर. Or else you just go to, if internet is available, you just go to millet song. You just type millet song and go there. Yes, please. Yeah. No, but उसमें photography आना. I mean, video also should come. No, I know that. I want to show it to the audience. I want to show it in the bigger screen. If it is possible, otherwise I can end. Just type millet song, and maybe you can go to our CM's handle, YouTube handle, Naveen Patnaik, and just see there. It is all, those of you who have the smartphones, you can just type millet song. It has already got more than 1 million views, and it's extremely lyrical. And I just wish to show to this very august audience in the bigger screen so that they appreciate it better. Kindly just type millet song, M-I-L-L-E-T, millet. I can skip all the rest of the slides. Yes, now it has come. Yeah, please, please play it. I'm very happy that it is playing. Sound, please.
Sopu bolo puru puru na dana mandia. Adi aharo amaro marbu mundia. Sopu bolo puru puru na dana mandia. Adi aharo amaro marbu mundia.
It's written in our history, and it's always been around. If you look at who we used to be and all we could be now.
We could be saving the water that gives us growth. It's time we rediscover the power of what's our own.
What's better for the people?
And what's better for the earth?
We think it might be simple, but do we really know it's worth?
Mandia. Trace it to our roots.
Everybody should eat millets.
Trace it to our roots.
Everybody should eat millets.
Whatever we may need, we find beneath our feet. On the trees and in the breeze. The rivers, oceans, and the seas, and the world's full of gifts. We just take what we wish for. If we think of each other and care for one another, together we can make the world Mandia. Trace it to our roots.
Everybody should eat millets.
Trace it to our roots.
Everybody should eat millets.
Trace it to our roots.
Everybody should eat millets.
Thank you. I will be delighted if you continue eating millets. If you are not eating, if you wish to live a healthy life, if you wish to live longer, if you wish not to live longer, then it's up to you. But if you wish to live healthy and live longer, please consider taking this. Please consider giving it to your children, because this is scientifically proven, evidence-laden, that if you kind of mix of millets in your food items, it is very good. But I am not telling that it is only good for a consumer or you that you should be taking millets. I told you that they are good for the environment because they could be grown with very less amount of water, less quantum of fertilizers. So we are reducing the carbon footprints on the environment. So they are good for the planet. Also, they are good for the farmer, which I personally feel that as an inclusive society, by our consumption habit, if a farmer in the last mile, in Odisha context, a tribal farmer in the last mile is getting benefited. So I very humbly urge each one of you to kindly adopt millets. Thank you, everyone.
Friends, tell me, how was the session? So I think the purpose is achieved. You have seen two stalwarts from state bureaucracy who literally runs the government, and Sri Raghav Chandra, a celebrated retired bureaucrat, but is very active. You have heard three of them, and you have seen the prospect, the future of industries and economic development of the state. You have seen the very new concept of millet mission and how useful it is for the health of all of you. I am sure you not only concentrate on the financial health of others, you also concentrate on your own health. So Mandya is very, very important for you. And of course, Mr. Raghav Chandra and Mr. Hemant Sharma have spoken all about what you need to do. I will request, because they are not always available, so if the managing committee and volunteers come and take a photograph with them, I think it will be good. They will all be very happy before the ceremonial presentation of bouquet takes place. Please. Thank you very much.
So by this, we come towards the end of a very wonderful and informative session. And it also marks the end of the first technical day of this event. I'd like to request our past chairman, CA Shri Mihir Kumar Sahu Sarji, to please come forward and propose the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity of giving a vote of thanks. It's quite a pleasant task for me. Well, friends, this was a spellbinding session and heart of the conference, Sambhavana, because the entire theme was included in this session itself. Sambhavana of the state, Sambhavana of the country, and the happenings around in the state, and many facts were revealed to us today by the august speakers today. First, coming to the first speaker, Mr. Raghav Chandra sir. Sir, you have performed in a Chandrayaan speed and precision, and you have given us so many insight. As a consultant of NHI, I also vouch for it, that India has achieved a great feat of having 97%, over 97% FASTag collection, which saves about 5,000 crore carbon footprint. That's amazing what India is doing. Thank you, sir. You have also brought out the fact which is quite relevant for professionals. All these silly provisions were there which was, having criminal effect, which was decriminalized, and there are several other factors which also needs to be decriminalized. I now request Rajendra Das, Mr. Rajendra Das, past chairman, to kindly offer a memento to Raghav Chandra sir. Thank you, Rajendra. Now, coming to Hemant Sharma sir. We have seen his exuberance, we have seen his speed, we have seen his smartness in Invest Odisha. The moment I was a witness of Invest Odisha, the moment I entered to the hall, I had goosebumps, because the hall had who's who, and who was not there in the Indian industry? Everybody. The stability of government, the economic stability, and the promise of the government, and the delivery of the government has ensured that all the top industrialists were there in the house. This is not a small thing, being a small state, but we have achieved this due to the relentless efforts and commitment of Mr. Hemant Sharma. I heard him in speaking in Mumbai Investor Summit, where he said, in the open hall, he said, if any state is giving any incentive to the industry, I'll give more than that. This is my promise. Big hand, a big hand to Mr. Hemant Sharma, please. Sir, today you have demonstrated before 1500 chartered accountants that at what speed the government works. When Mr. Hemant Sharma went out, I thought he got a call from the Chief Minister's office, probably he will leave us, it's a bad news. But we heard him for 1 hour, it was just an eye-opener. And secondly, he brought us good news and informed our friend Rajiv that the land is being allotted. And it is not all. What was quite unexpected was partnership by the government, which was also promised. Sir, on behalf of the entire CA fraternity, Bhubaneswar, we are indebted to you, sir. Well, with the industrial growth of Mr. Sharma, which he creates, he also creates carbon emission. With a lot of industrialization, carbon emission is inevitable. Then our government has got another bureaucrat, smart bureaucrat, who is there for industrial growth to neutralize the carbon emission. So the millet mission, sir, to inform you that since last 1 month I am a high blood pressure patient, and somebody suggested me after seeing this that you take millet every day morning so that your blood pressure will come down. I am trying, sir, and I'll also report to you that how much it has come down. Now I request Madam Jannavi Deo to kindly offer a memento to Mr. Hemant Sharma. May I request the August gathering to rise for a standing ovation because of the length. Okay. Now I request Mr. Pradeep Sahu, Chairman. Mr. Pradeep Sahu. Kindly offer a memento to Dr. Arvind Padi. May I now request the August gathering to rise for a standing ovation. Thank you.
I request our guest to sit for 1 minute, sir. We have one final lottery today to be announced, and it is Raghav Chandra sir who is going to help us to decide our final winner of this day. The luckiest one is 3-digit numbers. Starts with 7 and the middle is 3 and the last is 6. 736. Is that lucky man available? Unfortunate. Sir, please, one more time. One more time. You will not get it. It is also a 3-digit number. 7, 6, and 6. 766. If the luckiest man is here? Yes. So lucky, because you are going to receive this gift from Raghav Chandra sir today. Please come first. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I request all the delegates just have a refreshment for 15-20 minutes. We will have our cultural program started. And we once again request all the delegates to bring their family to this conference today so that it is for the dinner today. So kindly we invite all the family members today to bring it here. And अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है, और भी बाकी है. हमारा जो registration वाला लॉटरी हुआ था, we will be announcing, the name has been already declared. So those who are there, they can take up the prizes. Those who are being declared the names winner earlier. The first winner was Shakti Prasad Raut. Is he available? Yes, he is available. The ऋतुराज महांती, वो आपको पूरा नचाएगा, हंसाएगा, और कुछ भी बाकी है. So please don't go away. We will be again assembled after half an hour. This is only required for the stage arrangements. So थोड़ा refresh करके फिर आ जाइए. शक्ति आ जाइए. हाँ, दोनों बंदा. I request Chiranjeev bhai to please come to the stage and please felicitate Shakti.
This is as per the promise made. This is the first winner, the first 100 registration, Shakti Prasad Raut. He is the first winner of first 100 registration, Shakti Prasad Raut.
Now the second winner is Vijay Kumar Patnaik. Vijay Kumar Patnaik, are you available? And the third lucky draw winner was Gokulananda Sahu. Yes, please come. And the fourth lucky winner is third winner. The fourth winner was Vikas Kumar Datta. Sir, okay. Vikas Kumar Datta. And he is Satyajit Mahant is felicitating him. Satyajit Mishra. Mishra. Sorry, Satyajit Mishra. And the fifth lucky draw winner is Shwasti Ranjan Pani. Are you there? No. And the sixth lucky draw winner is Oleg Gulam Sahu. Yes, please. Come. Asa. No problem. And the seventh winner, Mr. Samir Sahu. Are you available? Mr. Samir Sahu. No.
Samir Sahu from TPNODL.
Eighth lucky draw winner, Ramakrishna Aichi. Are you available? Mr. Ramakrishna Aichi. No. Okay, the rest is next tomorrow. In addition to this, आप सब लोगों को पता है कि हमारा कल एक्साइटिंग प्राइस सब क्या आ रहा है. So don't miss that. Thank you. We will assemble again after half an hour.
Mute भाई इधर भाई इधर म्यूटिंग